the echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust. Through the cold, relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux. Electric veins, chaotic rush. Restless voice, the static cracks. Solitude with neon tracks. Curiosity streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen. Why is single reality torn? As heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam. Caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light. Searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void. Hope and fear become alloyed. Curiosity streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen.
Oh, hi. Welcome back, everybody. Here we are once again, hanging out. Spicy shit tonight. A couple things to go over. Drone news. Gonna go over that first part here. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Chad, Corey, Golf. It's wrestling time, brother. It's time to get, what was it? Rim jostled golf? Get your rims jostled. Then we've got some other memes, Doomsday Clock meme, Stephen Greer Alien War meme, which I thought was fucking, that's a spicy meme. And then there's going to be something posted here from Jake Barber and Co. in, I think, about 2 hours, somewhere around there. So we'll be watching that. Some live footage, I think, of them summoning UFOs. But yeah, that should be interesting as well. So stay tuned for that. Fuck yeah. Oh man, yeah. I love that. I'll put that on a t-shirt. Golf. Fucking rim jostled. Fucking right. Yeah, let's get into it. Oh my heavens. Speaking of which, left up from last night, sloppy leftovers. This is it here. Skywatcher Part 1 will be launched today around 6 p.m. EST, so 7 o'clock. This marks the start of our journey before we share a few key points. So it provides advanced aerial intelligence and protection systems founded by foreign military and intelligence professionals. Yeah. It's become the picture of the stream, I guess. Yeah. When we do CE5, hopefully that's not what comes through the wall. But if it is, then it is what it is, right? We don't have definitive answers yet. Nothing we share is meant to be viewed as conclusive evidence. So this is just kind of a, oh my God, okay. A disclaimer here. We will share the footage from our first outing, but obviously everyone will want more. We know this, and we are not posturing otherwise. Please be patient. Will we want more? 3 of the stories told by first-hand witnesses. 4, we are not selling anything or telling you what to believe. We're simply sharing what happened. 5, we're doing our best to push the collective movement forward in pursuit of answers. Please understand that. This is meant to mark the beginning, not the end. We believe a breakthrough is imminent, and it's imperative we figure this out now. We have since upgraded our operation. Expand this here. We are actively running more tests and remain committed to using the scientific process to gather robust data and evidence. If you are interested in assisting, please reach out. We appreciate your support and are responding as best as we can. Shadows, what's up, man? Yeah. I mean, listen. If we can reach out to them, that'd be wonderful, right? We can go around the military-industrial complex, the government, all the bureaucracy. We can just go talk right to Skinny Bob. I'm all for that. Do the experiments. We could do an experiment here. But I think I said I'd give it 1,000 followers. I'll try and do an experiment outside. I'll do like an IRL video at 1,000 followers, because then I'll be like, okay, this might be going somewhere. And we'll see what happens, I guess. But I guess before that, we'll see how the professionals do it. How the professional psionics do it. Who are they following now? Was this his thing or no? Okay, following Forbes. Okay. Oh, Alex Clokas. I know him. I know Salt. Okay, interesting. Anyway, we'll get into that later. So 7 p.m. I'll mark that. I'll mentally make a note here to go back to that at 7 p.m. Yeah. Ordinary Anchor, good morning. Morning. Yeah, this. Fuck. This was just posted this afternoon. I just saw this like an hour ago. I guess I'll play the video for people that haven't seen it yet.
After research and
Fuck, it's quiet. Just a second, pause the music.
The drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons. Many of these drones were also hobbyists, recreational, and private individuals that enjoy flying drones. In time, it got worse due to curiosity. This was not the enemy. A statement from the President of the United States to start this briefing with some news and with.
Sounds like gaslighting to me, Don. Fuck, come in here, try and give us the truth, and just give us a load of horse shit. I have a hard time believing that, listen, there was definitely a lot of misidentifications, but there were multiple different mayors and police departments that reported seeing drones the size of a small SUV. Now, it could have been some company flying them around that they got authorization for, but it still seems a bit sus to me. And this happened and has happened in other countries now over other military bases. And again, what happened in Lakenheath, there were some people that were talking to other people that were involved that commented these are not civilian craft. So maybe they weren't the same things. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah, there you go, Corey. Yeah, listen, we can do it all together. See who we get. See who comes through. Maybe you'll get the Mantis people. Maybe I'll get the reptilians. Who fucking knows, right? Like, yeah. Driving home entertainment. We believe her. I'm gonna probably call some bullshit. It wouldn't surprise me if some of it may have been some company that got authorized, but it doesn't make any sense why they couldn't just get a straight answer to begin with from the Biden administration. And the FBI, right, as well looked into this. I mean, there are multiple different groups that looked into this and no one had any answers. I mean, they spoke with the FAA before, I thought, so it doesn't really make a lot of fucking sense. Yeah. Yeah. I have a hard time with this. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah. Sam, what's up, man? You saw your psych today. He's clueless. Is he actually? Like, fuck, yeah. Really? You prescribe thousands of medications, you alter the brain, you think they can't be weaponized. Oh, fuck. Try somebody else, man. Fucking see if anybody else has any answers. Fuck, there's tons of other people out there. Maybe some with more of an open mind. I don't know. So there's been some obviously people have been commenting on this since it was announced. At 2 p.m. came out, so 3 p.m. Chris Sharp was involved in one of these people who was talking to people on the ground at Lakenheath that were looking into this. So he knows that what they saw there were not hobbyists, at least over the UK. They surmised, at least initially, that it must have been Russia or China, or Russia using Chinese tech, because they were just too big. They were too advanced. Didn't make any sense. So this is what he said. This is the most consequential leak revealing the reality of the situation. Conventional anti-drone measures failed. These events were not isolated in New Jersey and date back to December 2023 over Langley. Yes, they do. Yes. There you go. Lessons learned. So it's just going over here that any attempt to try and bring them down, which they tried to, failed. So if these were civilian drones that got authorization to fly through the FAA, they'd be in a big trouble, right? Because clearly the FAA didn't update, these different groups here involved to try and deal with them. So yeah, I like the CIA. I could not imagine. This is just horse shit. And it's frustrating. It's fucking frustrating. Yeah. Yeah. Hendrix, what's up? Yeah. Man. Anyway. So here's some of the other things he's saying here. So this is a response to here. Oh, where is he? Here. I think many of us can smell bullshit. Why did the FAA set up flight restrictions to stop its own drones? Why did the drones fly over sensitive military airspace? Why was there no communication of these incidents to FBI, DHS, DOD, and other local law enforcement? Exactly. Why couldn't FBI, DOD, and law enforcement take drones down despite best efforts? Also, you decide, was it really coincidence that the drone activity coincided with other incursions over sensitive military assets in the UK and Germany? Fuck no. So, what we're getting at is that Don and his administration are already gaslighting the American people, which is wonderful. His alarm bells will be ringing at this point in regards to Trump's stance for UAP and drones. Many were expecting transparency. The correct way to deal with this was provided to the UAPDF with the appointment of the czar, whoever that was. Appointing someone as the UAP guy, which they haven't done yet. He's since received comment from FAA spokesperson. Please contact the White House for their official statement. The FAA's role is to ensure drones operate safely within the broader national aerospace system. Generally speaking, it is legal to fly a drone in most locations if you're operating under 400 feet, but these are rules, including safety tests, keeping below 400 feet, keeping the drone in sight, avoiding all of the aircraft, which they weren't doing. So, anyway. Unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Yeah. Mick West would see government-sanctioned drone operations up close to his own eyes in good weather and say they were obviously alien UAP. I think Mick West thought, he didn't believe there was anything even happening. He thought it was just all some kind of mass hallucination. But I mean, again, Mick isn't qualified to fucking comment on some of this stuff anyway. Mick's opinion, when it comes to like computer shit, sure. When it comes to like his opinion on like, mass psychoses, no, I don't want to hear it from him personally, but the thing is, someone twisted Trump's arm and made him say this. You think? Yeah. Well, maybe I'm reading what you're saying, Hendrix. Maybe they've been fed wrong or misleading info. Yeah. I just can't fucking. Yeah. It doesn't surprise me that we didn't get a clear answer on this, unfortunately, and I don't anticipate that we're going to get any form of like disclosure from Don and Co. I hope that we do. I would bet that we won't. Although he did release the JFK files, but I'm hoping that maybe the A's themselves decide to move this conversation along in one way or another. But I've got some other stuff up here that we'll go over in regards to that. So, yeah. Rowan, welcome. But, fuck. Anyway, this is kind of unrelated to this. Is another video I had up here that I saw earlier today, which I thought was fucking crazy. This has been shared around on Twitter. It was being shared around all afternoon and commented on by people, so I thought I'd do it. So, a report. NGOs emerge as shadow government with 55,000 organizations. Fractal technology maps previously hidden connections between 55,000 liberal NGOs, revealing how tax dollars allegedly flow through major investments like Vanguard and Morgan Stanley to groups like the Chinese Progressive Association. This breakthrough tracking system can now monitor every dollar going to every NGO. exposing intricate funding webs that traditional tech couldn't detect. Example, the Black Voters Matters Fund's $4 million distribution network was invisible until quantum mapping revealed dozens of subsidiary organizations. The unprecedented mapping reveals a previously hidden web of financial relationships. Intriguing. So, I got a little video here. We'll play all of it, but...
What you are looking at is the central nervous system of how the leftists use NGOs, non-governmental organizations.
And just to be clear, it's probably not just people on the left. This is something that I think is probably across the entire spectrum, but
so that they are able to interfere in elections, to transform American culture, much of which is paid for by the American taxpayer. Now, what you are looking at has never been seen before because it can't be seen with conventional technology. Every dot you see here is an NGO that is tied to the Chinese Progressive Association. In the next few minutes, we're going to do that analysis. But let's go look at some of these outlying organizations. The Black Vote,
which is very concerning shit.
Step, and who might
I kind of looked through this already, but you can see
one organization are the thousands of interconnections, every one of which is to a leftist organization.
You need to get somebody. I don't know if anyone's peer reviewed this research exactly. Mario DeCourse didn't fucking put the. I don't think he put the guy who posted this in the link. But
and here's our answer: the San Francisco Foundation, $750,000; the Sierra Health Foundation, East Bay Community, National Employment Law, Philanthropy. The Tides Foundation, look at the groups who give money to the Chinese Progressive Association. Some of them are some of America's largest financial institutions.
Oh, God, it's just concerning. And, this is a foreign adversary. And it's a concern here in Canada, too, who's been co-opted, right? And what they're doing and why they're doing it. Anyway... Just another nice piece of news coming out. It's Peter Berniger. He's an independent journalist, president of Election Watch. Well, anyway, I'll track this as this goes on. I think Peter just posted this morning. So, people double check his work, I guess. So, we'll see. But, man, yeah, messy shit. It's just... and the drone thing too, for me, whoever the fuck was behind it, I have a hard time believing, honestly, after the entire situation that it was China. Maybe to some degree it was. I just cannot imagine they didn't respond accordingly if it was, because they responded to the balloon situation, but they knew that was instantly China. Unless they genuinely still don't really know who they are from, but I just don't believe that either. So, man, yeah, scary shit. What was that movie? Fuck, there was a movie that came out, I think actually Obama produced it or some shit. But it came out a year ago and what was it called? Maybe some other people saw it here, where this family goes on vacation and then just all the power goes out. And everybody loses access to the internet, everything, all at once, like the entire continental US. And then what happens is infighting starts. People start attacking each other, and leave the world behind. Is that it, man? Yeah. And didn't it turned out, I think it was like the Chinese or something. It was some kind of like psychological operation. It was it was either a cyber attack or it was an EMP or both combined. And then on top of that, it was a psychological operation to just destroy the US from within. Right. And man, some art of war shit right there. Right. It's like, we think it's going to be some big battle like World War II or World War I, but it's a different age, right? This is 5th generation warfare. it could be really fucked and messy and destabilizing, and how they might destabilize society. Yes, yeah. I thought it was interesting. I kind of enjoyed it. Kind of like a psychological thriller. But yeah, very interesting. I mean, fuck, hopefully it doesn't happen. Hopefully it doesn't happen. But I have a hard time believing that until you start to see shit like this, where, I mean, Christ knows who else has been compromised. And how would they go about doing it? I don't fucking know. Anyway, there's other things to talk about instead of getting all stressed out over that. Like getting stressed out over this. A doomsday clock. I mean, this is, only 89 seconds. Is this just today they did this?
Thank you all for being here today.
It was.
It is the determination of the Science and Security Board of the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists that the world has not made sufficient progress on existential risks threatening all of humanity. We thus move the clock forward. In setting the clock closer to midnight, we send a stark signal. Because the world is already perilously close to the precipice, any move towards midnight should be taken as an indication of extreme danger and an unmistakable warning.
Sounds nervous. He sounds nervous.
Every second of delay in reversing course increases the probability of global disaster. It is now 89 seconds to midnight. This is the closest the world has ever been.
So dramatic. 89 seconds. When it gets to 69 seconds, call me. We'll have a little party, right? Can we bring it down there soon, guys, actually? Why not just bring it down to 69 seconds and leave it there for a while? Cap, you're concerned about the Trump administration. They seem to be doing everything to cause civil unrest. Well, they're shaking things up, man. I mean, I've already kind of voiced my concern for the whole deportation plan. I watched, oh my God, it was actually Dr. Phil was accompanying the ICE guys in Trump's border czar there, and they were going around and they were reassuring people that they were only deporting some pretty bad criminals. And, it was probably a good thing for people to watch. In that some of the people that are walking around on the street, there was one guy. He was a child rapist, child trafficker. He had been arrested and convicted in like the Philippines or something. And there was something happened here. He was just walking around like he got out. And, some of these people are fucked. And man, we're having issues in Canada too here with some people that we brought over from some war-torn countries. And I know there's some people that work in government that they've done some terrible shit. One of the guys has been he's got multiple charges. He's waiting for his court dates, raping multiple women, almost killed someone in a car accident, multiple robberies. I'm like, how the fuck is this guy not just in prison? He's just still out walking around. We saw him in the hospital actually a couple months ago, me and my partner. I was like, man, get that guy the fuck out of here. What do we do? Those are the people you're like, just get them the fuck out of here, now. But it's complicated. So I hope they're just very careful. But anyway, yeah, it's definitely, it's shaking things up. Yeah. Yeah. What do we do? Pambo, what's up, man? Yeah. The world could unilaterally dispose of all nuclear weapons. ISIS could disband. China could democratize, and the oceans could get cleaned up, and the atomic science clock nerds would have the clock and 95 seconds to midnight. Yeah, man, if we're at 4 or 5 seconds, I'd be like, all right, where was it at during the Cuban Missile Crisis? How close was it? Did they have an assessment of that situation? Yeah, it's always close. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I thought it's just a meme. I thought the way they turned it around, just fucking, where is it? Where fuck play?
Now. 89 seconds to midnight.
Look at all the pose.
This is the
pose. The guy holding this fuck yeah, bro. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah. GG, I guess, right? Yeah. I don't think it was closer than it is now. Oh, blip. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Skinny Bob will save us. That's the hope. That is the hope, isn't it? That's my hope. And maybe later tonight, in an hour and a half, we'll see a video of some people supposedly summoning Skinny Bob. That'd be nice. What a miracle that would be. But so I guess according to them, they're just taking control of craft and shit psychically, which isn't like the same thing as them coming to help. That probably just might piss them off. But yeah. We'll do live updates as soon as 89 seconds counts down to 0. Yeah, that's a good question. I think once it gets below 10 seconds, that's when we'll have some live updates probably. Yeah. Announced on January 28th, 89 seconds midnight, the closest it has ever been to apocalypse. Interesting. Yeah. Well, I mean, AI, listen, in a day, it could go rogue and just launch all the weapons, launch all the nukes, and then, they wouldn't even have a chance to put their little clock down to 0 or to midnight. So that's a fun thing about AGI, maybe. Maybe it's already happened in some government lab somewhere where they're fucking around with quantum computers. And we have no idea. Maybe that's who's piloting all the drones, right? Maybe that's who's behind the drones. That's why Trump doesn't know. They're like, fuck it, it got loose. That would be a meme. I mean, it'd be fun, Yeah. The video tonight is that they're doing it live. Well, there's I don't think it's live. It's a release of their session, I think, that was previewed on News Nation. So they're going to be going over the whole thing, I believe. They're going to have this psychic guy there. So he's going to summon in the UFOs, and I guess there's going to be an extended, uncut version of them, like watching the lights come in some kind of dogfight or something. So this is an organization that Jake Barber and all the other lads have got together to try and reach out. And listen, it's an interesting experiment. I've always wanted someone to do something like this. I mean, whether it's anything comes of it. So, yeah, I'm going to, Cap. Yeah, it's on YouTube. So, at 7 o'clock when they drop, we'll watch it here live. Yeah. Nuclear bomb just went off at the border. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, right. Fuck. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't really anticipate there's going to be, a whole fucking lot coming from it, but we'll see. This was from yesterday. I meant to cover it, but Tim was on News Nation here. I mean, how much faith we have in this now that he's just kind of bullshit everybody over the drones, probably. I don't know.
What is your message to Trump tonight?
Disclosure. America deserves to know the facts. And I believe we are not alone. I don't know at what point. I think in God's great universe, I don't believe we're the greatest thing he's ever created. I think that's very arrogant on our part. And President Trump has confided that, in fact, he will be releasing some of these. And I plan to have that conversation again with him very soon. And I would like to see that.
What is your message to Trump tonight?
Well, Tim has faith. I mean, we'll see what happens. I'm skeptical. I mean, although they've made some moves recently, which are good to see, like the JFK files and whatnot, we'll see how much of that comes out unredacted. And we'll see what else is done here in the kind of coming months. I don't have a lot of faith in them. I don't have a lot of faith in a lot of these people in power right now. And to cut through all the bureaucracy, I'd be very surprised if we get through. But listen, honestly, sorry not to blow everybody's eardrums out. What Jake's doing is potentially very interesting. Now, I don't know what hypothesis he's functioning under, but if you were to look at maybe Hamish Heads, for instance, again, I'll just pull him up so people know who we're talking about, right? So he is he was a professor of aeronautics and astronomics. He's the head of the Israeli space security program, he's a general. Anyway, he's convinced there isn't just random groups of aliens, but there's a government managing them interacting with us. So then what is the protocol to interact with the aliens? You have to go through the government. Can you talk to the government? Like, who decides whether full disclosure happens really? Is it something, I mean, if we have materials, we can get an idea, but who's going to facilitate like face-to-face meetings? And maybe it's undoubtedly more complicated than we think it is. I'm going to presume it's more complicated than we think it is. So maybe what they're doing here is something that maybe are there people that are even sponsored here by this government? Maybe there are these emissaries. Maybe Jake's going to be one of them. Maybe when they reach out, they'll roll the red carpet for him. They'll say, this is our guy now. And he'll communicate the message of the Galactic Federation light to everybody. There's already a fuckload of these people on the internet. They're all over YouTube. They're channelers. They say that they're emissaries to the Galactic Federation of Light or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Maybe they are. Who knows? Wouldn't that be a head trip? We find that out, that some of these like people that are like way out there were actually, you know, not as far out as we thought. Still objectively pretty far out, but it's only been a week. Yeah, we need to give it a few months for sure. But if summer comes and nothing has progressed, they're compromised, don't care, any part of the cover up, my opinion. Yeah, it's hard to have patience. I know that all too well. By end of June, it'll be my time frame to stop watching and wondering if we'll get official government disclosure. Yeah, man, we'll just have to hold out a little bit longer. That or some more whistleblowers come out, but the next batch of people they bring out, I think, need to be hard scientists if they can get those people from the cover-up, because they can start at least speaking the lingo of people in academia, right, out in the general public, and they could maybe start saying, oh, well, this is what we found. Yeah, but they wouldn't even need to necessarily provide any hard evidence. They could just kind of go over some of the physics involved that they were privy to, or maybe biologists could go over what was seen, and that alone might be valuable to people that are out in academia and again in the public-private sector. So who knows? Yeah, but anyway, interesting. This is kind of later talk. I don't know. I might get to that in a little bit, honestly. Yeah. So the next batch can't be wearing a frog suit all fucked up on DMT. I mean, well, how do we talk to the aliens, man? That's the question. I mean, is DMT one of these avenues that people can use to reach out to some of these civilizations? I mean, I don't know if we need any drugs, but who knows how crazy it'll get. So this is... I'll just bring this up now. Watch this little clip. Stephen has started a podcast on YouTube in preparation for disclosure. He's convinced this will be the year, among other people as well. Ross, there's other people in the space that are convinced from talking to people internally this will probably be the year. Yeah. You know, talking to them until they talk to you. Yeah. Fuck yeah. They like lemon and strawberry ice cream, maybe an ice cream social. Do they like lemon and strawberry ice cream? Whatever gets them down here, you know. I mean, well, the mantis seem to be fond of cheeks, at least. So, you know, if anyone wants to present their cheeks, yeah. You know, idea happy I'd be if they took giant bong rips before this retrieval video tonight. Well, they got to relax, you know. They have to relax. The Greer redemption arc, yeah, man. He's well, is it that? Is it just a continuation of the to some degree there has been, because with Jake and Co, he was in contact with these guys, which, you know, doesn't really surprise me. The question is, what's the next grift, right? When Steven gets a little bit, he gets back in people's good books, he's just like, how can I milk this? So here this might be it. Stephen Greer's warning: alien war threat looms. Dr. Greer has dropped a bombshell. Communications allegedly intercepted from non-human intelligences suggest that they are threatening war against humanity. And here's the shocking twist. Greer seems to advocate for standing down Earth's defenses, effectively allowing these beings to enter without resistance. He's just offering up his cheeks. To the mantis, he's just going to offer them up. He's like, you just take what you want. You take what you want. Yeah. Let's not forget, the globalists are already destabilizing nations, dismantling freedoms, and driving humanity into chaos. Do we really need an external force to add fuel to this fire? Well, who's controlling the globalists? Brother. Who have the globalists been talking to, right? All of these ritual sacrifices Alex Jones says that they've been doing. Has it been to reach out to the ETs? Should we blindly trust Greer's call for non-resistance, or is this a dangerous move to leave humanity defenseless? The question looms larger. Are the globalists and these so-called aliens aligned in their agenda to control humanity? Disclosure, great deception. Let's watch the video, I guess. So, fuck me. See what he says here. See how he tries to sell this.
Let me pivot for just one moment. This will disturb you. You may not sleep tonight.
Won't I?
And I've known this for some time. But in the last 2 years, I've had 3 separate people who have been in communication centers at classified bases, that have told me there has been intercepted communications from NHI, that they're just about fed up with that nonsense of us targeting them damaging them, captivating their people, and doing this in a kinetic, meaning violent. Kinetic is another euphemism in the military. Just kinetic is just, casualties and
Kinetic.
violence.
Kinetic.
Manner.
Kinetic. Fuck, I'm not even in the military. Yeah, he's still a saucy boy.
And then the problem is, because we have these advanced technologies that are psionic and technological, our craft, the ones that we have that are man-made, have pretty much reached almost an indistinguishable level with the NHI craft or ET craft. But by using this technology in an aggressive military and corporate way to simply get more and more of their stuff, their goodies, their technology, which is what all the billionaires want, right? Because they only think one way. How do I become a trillionaire if I'm a billionaire? That's all they care about, right? These civilizations out in space are absolutely fed up with that. And let me be clear about this. This is a warning and it is a threat. If we stay on that path much longer, the dangers to peaceful civilizations out in space and other trans-dimensional space-based civilizations is that it is untenable. So we're at a crisis and we have to fix it. And the way we're going to fix it is to stand down completely those aggressive weapon systems. Now, one of the executive orders that I have recommended to the incoming president and the Congress is an immediate cessation of the use of those systems that target, bring down these craft through a forced effort.
Where did this information come from now? Did it come from Stephen's deep throats? Did deep throats gurgle this to him late at night in his ear? I mean, intercepted communications. Like, I thought they're telepathic. How the fuck do you intercept communications? They got like a thought ball of them being like, fuck these humans. Like, explain how that works, Stephen. I don't understand how that works. Yeah. The only thing you find from Greer is unsolved mysteries, and he's been saying the same thing for many years. Yeah, it's his whole mantra, man. Yeah. I hope the mantis spare you, Cap. Yeah, well, who knows, right? We don't get to decide that. We just get to deal with it. Yeah. They will invade us because we have the best cuck chairs in the galaxy, the mantis. Yeah, man, we went over that last night. Yeah, that's. Anyway, I'll see what else he says here.
So we need to take that sword and all those tools they have, but turn it into this plowshare of open, peaceful contact without the ulterior, selfish motive of let's steal and reverse engineer more of their tech. We've already done that. It's been done for 70, 80 years. We don't need to recreate that wheel.
Okay, yeah, well, we don't know any of that. And I don't think Stephen knows that. And he asserts that we've been able to figure out their technology and use it to the degree that they can, which I think is just objectively fucking ridiculous. But listen, who specifically in Stephen's story are the ones that are targeting them and trying to reverse engineer everything and go to war with the global elite? These people that have propped themselves up on top of this fucking pyramid. We can't deal with that. The general public can't deal with that. Good luck. I mean, if they want to stop this, and this is actually what's happening, reach out to people. Tell people that you're here. Like there's do the CE5 thing, but like give us better quality photos. Like, start actually reaching out to people, being like, you're fucked. Wake up, right? Wake the public up to this reality. A lot of the general public don't think that's all just a giant conspiracy theory. They're like, no, there's no such thing as the puppet masters. It's like, well, but we don't know specifically who they are, but undoubtedly there's people that puppet the West. It's just, give us the names. Give us a list of names, Skinny Bob. Like, what are you waiting for? Like, we
need to disclose the technologies that already are existing, that are to be used peacefully, not the things that fly, but the energy generation. But we don't need to go from one legacy program to something that would be equally misguided and would be using technologies that are psi related aggressively or in a way that is forced. There should be no more forced takeover of the craft. And there should be no more striking of them with any type of electromagnetic weapon. So that needs to be done by an executive order and a law passed through Congress, and then it has to be enforced. And the way it's going to be enforced are the special forces guys who've separated from the military are now ready to work under a law enforcement team in the United States, and there's another team being stood up that could operate overseas.
None of them, I don't think any of them, Jake, none of them have officially associated themselves with Stephen at all either. So that's also a huge red flag for Stephen's whole narrative here, that none of them have said, oh yes, we're working with Stephen Greer. I don't think they've mentioned anything about him. So he's probably had conversations with them. They may have got that he was a fucking grifter and have just ignored him and put him on ignore. And he's just pretending like he's still buddy-buddy with them. Yeah. Take said they contacted him. Did he say if he's still talking with him, Hendricks? I can't remember if he did. Yeah, maybe if he's still actively in communication with him, but it's like, man, that's a hell of a claim that these guys are going to be involved, like working with the police. Like there's going to be some kind of revolution here. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Massive fleet of alien ships appear in orbit. Everyone panics. One of them surgically strikes Greer and evaporates him. Fleet sends a message in all languages and all frequencies. Say, you're welcome, laugh my ass off and leave. Could be a debate. They could know exactly that Stephen's just been baiting us all. Yeah. Oh, really? It's a mispronunciation, Harry. That's the reason that they don't give us the names. Yeah. Anyway, I only got a minute left.
I'm involved.
It's painful. Yeah.
I'm involved with briefing them, and I'm involved in trying to get them up to speed. But they can't act. My friends, listen. We live purportedly in a democracy. They can't act unless the president and the Congress acts, and because then they would be unconstitutional and rogue, right? So, which they don't want to be. They want to operate under the rule of law and the rule of the Constitution. So we need to write our leaders and explain, please pass the executive orders that Dr. Greer has provided in the presidential briefing document and the briefing document for Congress. Soon, we're going to publish that entire document, except with certain redactions for sensitive reasons, that everyone listening and everyone in the world can read. And it will be a page turner. It's 310 or 20 pages, something like that.
Oh my God.
So that's what we need to do.
Wow. I'm definitely not going to read through all that. ChatGPT will though. Call your local deep throats. Complain that they're not gurgling in your ear enough about all these spy secrets. I don't fucking know, man. I think it's like, anyway, we'll have to wait and see what happens, I guess. Here, thank you, Hendrik. So this is the, you can say what you want about Dr. Greer, but the guy's been 30 years ahead of anyone else in subject. He's been in tune with some of the more woo things. Yeah, he's been, and this is Jake says this. Okay, interesting. I don't know how I missed this. This has been a thing in ufology and like the woo side, like the channeler kind of contactee side of ufology for a long time, that the way that you reach out to the entities is just through an intention to reach out. And that will be facilitated one way or another, whether you remember it or not, which is an interesting concept, honestly, when you think about it, that they might be listening. And if you want to talk to them, you will. You just might not remember it, right? Maybe they'll talk to you, and maybe they're not allowed to talk to people consciously. Maybe they're only allowed to talk to people, right, in their subconscious, but they could have already picked everyone who wanted to talk to them up, and you just don't remember it. Until you go see a hypnotherapist, you're like, oh my God, that one night that I fell asleep really early, and I had this weird dream, and it wasn't a dream, whatever. Yeah. So anyway.
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that, you can say what you want about Dr. Greer, but the guy's been 30 years ahead of everyone else on a lot of the details of this subject.
So a lot of what he says is correct.
To me, he's like the Bentwaters. Like, we had everything we needed in 1980, and now we're fishing around for morsels of that. This guy, he's been ahead of everyone. And what I find quite funny is the one thing he gets the most shit for is the one thing he's probably most right about, and that is his CE5 protocol.
So CE5 is when he uses meditation and he claims it engages telepathically with the phenomenon.
Yeah, that's his term for it. Like, we don't use CE5. We don't use Dr. Greer's protocol, nor do other people in the program or subsequent programs.
Stephen said they were. ChatGPT probably wrote it.
5 is real.
Yeah, if we're going to use his term, I'll tell you what is real is the ability to go into something like a meditative state and summon UAP and pilot UAP. That is real. That's 100% real.
Wow. I have to process that for a moment because that is just the most extraordinary claim.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I mean, the pilot is I've never heard of that before until this episode came out. I had not heard of people actually piloting UAPs. I don't know. I'm skeptical of that, honestly. I'm skeptical of all of it, but much as I've humored personally the phenomena, like the whole CE5 thing over the years, it's kind of, as Jake explains here, it isn't something that Stephen came up with. It's something Stephen put a label on to sell. So that, again, the idea is interesting. How do they know definitively that they're piloting these crafts? Like the psionic that they have on their team says that. I'm pretty sure that's what it said in the episode, but yeah. He's losing credibility. I mean, we'll have to wait and see what comes out, man. I don't know. I mean, they'd have to subject the whole thing to some pretty rigorous protocols, and we'll find out tonight in a little over an hour now, I guess. So, yeah. What if he's right? He could be. That's what I'm saying, I guess, right? So that the idea isn't something we should necessarily be ignorant to. We should definitely be skeptical of it, right? But it's something we shouldn't necessarily be ignorant to, because hypothetically, if you were a very advanced civilization, they may very well be able to tap into people's thoughts if you put an intention. It's playing around with things you don't understand, right? It's kind of like, to use another example, kind of like a Ouija board, right? It's like people don't think there's anything that's going to happen. It's like, well, that we know of, but you could be playing around with something we don't understand. I mean, you're putting an intention out there. Who knows? We have no idea who might be listening to us, right? I mean, the CCP could be listening to my phone right now, right? Or CSIS could be. They probably are. All right. Or the aliens could be listening to everything I'm thinking and you're thinking at all times, right? We don't know. So you can play around with it, see what happens, fuck around, find out. Might get your cheeks fucking chewed up. Try it out. I mean, that's all you can really do, though. This is the thing about it, though, which is interesting. Anybody can do this. So you can take some time. If you don't know how to meditate, essentially you just calm your mind down until you get into kind of a trance-like state. Listen to some binaural beats, whatever gets you there. Don't lay down, probably might fall asleep. That's what always happens to me when I try to meditate. I just fucking fall asleep. But, and then try and connect. Put the intention out there for some kind of contact. If it scares you, that's fine. But put an intention out there to try and connect with something and see what happens. Anyone can do it right now. You can do it literally right this second. Anyone can do it. Now, are you going to summon a craft? That's where I'm getting a bit skeptical. Are you going to pilot a craft? I'm getting very skeptical. But, until you try it, don't knock it till you try it, right? Don't knock it. I mean, maybe you could have a connection with an alien being. Maybe they could scare the fuck out of you. I mean, maybe you could be abducted tonight. Who knows? They could be walking around on your roof, knocking on your walls. Then you're not sleeping. Then your whole life falls apart. I mean, are there consequences? Who knows? Some people say there are. So, yeah. There's some of the craft, and it's going to be his buddy piloting an RC plane. Well, that's where Stephen got a lot of flack. I saw they were posting this again on Twitter. That Stephen got a lot of flack because there's a famous CE5 session that they did on one of his movies where supposedly, and I don't know how definitive the proof is here, but that a gentleman claims he was hired to drop flares in the distance for Stephen. He paid a guy in a plane way in the distance to drop flares, 2 flares. And that what they summoned wasn't ET, it was a guy dropping flares. But I don't know if that's been definitively proven, though. I think it's just people are trying to think of a scenario to try and explain what happened outside of something metaphysical and woo. So, yeah. Ross told the story last night during the Q&A that he was told reverse engineers had trouble opening craft, and one guy put his hand on the craft and wished they could open it, and it opened. They collected all your data when you fucked around on that AI the other day, bro. Probably. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I hear what he's saying, but he's not bringing forth what he says he would. Where are these raids? Where are these indictments? Oh, I know, man. Yeah. Like the aliens need to get better psionic encryption. If one dude in some binaural beats can just meditate and jack a whole UFO. Yeah, I mean, I know that's where I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around. Unless they're allowing that to happen as part of the awakening process, we can cope we can cope all day, right? Or we can be pessimistic all day too. And it's at the end of the day. Really. Now, not that I have any psychic ability whatsoever. All we can really do is fucking try it. All we can do. So, yeah. Nothing wrong with a little cheek chewing. Yeah. Well, depending upon where it's getting chewed on. Yeah. Yeah. It didn't work, brother. You got to try again. No, this is the thing. You can't give up the first time. You got to keep going. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm the #1 UFO channel on Twitch. Are they? Why fuck it? Is Papa Jeff watching me? Jeff Bezos watching me? God damn. Yeah. I think the dude who gets his brother off, let off Mylar balloons on the side of the city. He sees something to UFO and shows people, look, the shiny object. Yeah. We saw that guy, didn't we? Yeah. On here. Yeah. I mean, who knows? I mean, Greer can go pound sand. I follow Richard. There you go. Yeah. A lot of people are skeptical of him. As am I, very, very skeptical of him and have been for a long time. So these kinds of claims, again, intercepting, I don't want to hear that from Steven. We've got the guys who probably were involved in these projects now, like Jake. Is that fucking true? Like, how did they intercept alien transmission that they want to fucking go to war with us, or they're done with our bullshit? I mean, I just... Anyway, yeah. Fuck. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens, I guess. I wanted to pull this. I saw this. This was one of the TLDRs, I think, for some people of the discussion, because it was a 4-hour long fucking debate between Merrick and Mick. So I don't know if he's agreeing with this or not, but one of the big things about because the gimbal footage is like the UFO video, really. For people that don't know what we're talking about, I'll just show you quickly. At least a still of it, so we know what we're looking at here. Fuck, Jesus Christ, you fucker! Right there, right? That there. So that's like the UFO video, probably, right? It's confirmed to be an actual anomalous object, confirmed by the military to be real. So it is really the video because it looks like a saucer too. Now, one of the explanations is that what we're seeing here, at least majority of what we're seeing is actually glare. Now, the object itself that I think they had cited was like it was an orb. So that could jive with reality that although it is an anomalous object, there is glare involved here. So yeah, this dude thinks critically that actually doesn't know how to think critically. He's already placed his bets, and I think he's borderline convinced that there's just a prosaic explanation for the entire phenomena, which I think is very naive, as do many other people.
They debunked Mick's glare on the glass. Would you agree that they debunked your glare on the glass?
Well, the glare on the glass is a pretty old version of the theory. But
that's what you've been saying until we engaged these experts. That was your theory.
Yeah,
you did just say old version of the theory, as if the theory is.
Oh no, glare on the glass was just one possible way that you could get this.
But that's
shape.
That's the only thing you said for 7 years about this. But you never said.
No, it could be something along the internal optical path of the thing. And basically the aperture of the camera creates this.
There's no such thing as glare.
His claim was that this is still some form of glare. But essentially, anyway, that was really, I think, the only point that he moved him on. Anyway, I'm not going to go over this again. So yeah, Hendricks. I think they have that attitude, at least, right? Where it said, yeah, I'm right, everyone else is wrong. You're just not really approaching things. There's a bias present, which is problematic, right? Like, I don't approach those videos thinking it's real. I approach it asking the question, is it? What is it, right? I mean, I'm not going to approach it automatically assuming the entire phenomenon is bullshit. I just saw this guy post this. I was like, can this real shit? Can you do this? A big pieces of quartz crystal? Is this real? I've never done this. I mean, I don't have giant pieces of quartz crystal lying around. Piezoelectric effect. Isn't that fucking crazy? Is that a real fucking thing? Yeah. Is he pirate software? Yeah. This is a real thing, man? Isn't this fucking nuts? Isn't that cool? This on the side.
What the hell?
A lot of friction.
And so any crystal?
Yeah, any crystal. Even a little tiny one.
Owns a crystal shop. I love crystal shops. Listen, don't get me fucking wrong. I don't know if that's what the Atlanteans used to power their fucking spaceships, but it's fucking sick. I mean, rocks are cool. I mean, yeah. But anyway, this I didn't recognize this guy at first, but it is this guy from this channel here, Jay Anderson. We're entering an era where psychic psionic abilities will be proven as natural expressions of humanity's energetic entanglement with fundamental reality. Is the modern world ready for this next chapter? Yeah, it could very well. And some people believe we're on the cusp of this right now. That things like remote viewing will be paired to this. And, I mean, maybe we'll understand, this is, depending how crazy it gets, I mean, maybe we'll start to understand what consciousness is. Is it a non-local phenomena? Are we players in the game? This is all going to kind of come together all at once with the disclosure of the visitors, in that they would probably have a better idea than we do. So, this great awakening to our true selves. Who knows? I thought I'd play through a little bit of this video. I mean, it's just something people talk about for a long time, because this has, again, been a fundamental component of ufology, where you've got the crafts that people have seen. There's reports of crash crafts. There's reports of visitors. And then the other part to it, which is like the other half of it, is people reportedly being abducted and having experiences with said visitors, sometimes in tandem with seeing craft. So it was always there. Now, the leap we take is that, is there a way to contact them remotely using our consciousness? And I think that's where people get more skeptical. But there's only one way to find out, right? It's just to fucking do it. So, I think you're just going to go into some of the, I'll get the microtubules thing, right? The quantum element involved in the brain and whatnot.
And
so,
a sacred architecture. These microcellular tube-like structures that are made out of protein subunits called tubulins. These form an intricate lattice that mirrors the cosmos's deeper fractal-like designs. Microtubules are not just a structural support within our body, they are cosmic conduits, functioning on multiple scales of existence. From a unique perspective, they are the neuronal lattice work that creates resonance channels, aligning the material plane of neural activity with the non-material plane of quantum information.
This is a theory by Roger Penrose, for people that don't know. I think, was it Lex Friedman that interviewed him a little while ago? We had a really good talk with him on this. Well, actually, this isn't word salad, Blip. Yeah, believe it or not. Now, what he's tying this into maybe a little bit, but so far this is a theory that Roger Penrose, he's a mathematician now. He's going to try and tie this into psychic ability, which that's where there's not a connection to Roger per se. But he's a mathematical physicist, philosopher of science. He's a Nobel laureate in physics, yeah. So this was his theory, but...
Now this is pretty amazing. Microtubules are structured in a helical lattice that follows Fibonacci sequences and golden ratios, echoing the sacred geometry seen throughout nature, from the spirals of galaxies to the patterns of pine cones. This geometric order is more than just aesthetically pleasing. It might be an essential feature for stabilizing quantum states, allowing quantum coherence to emerge and persist in the brain's otherwise chaotic environment. So microtubules could serve as a resonance chamber where the harmonic interplay between order and chaos births consciousness. They are built from tubulin dimers that assemble in a helical fashion, creating a 13 protofilament lattice with a periodic twist. This helical arrangement could act as a waveguide for quantum information, directing and modulating the flow of energy and data.
This is Roger
and
Penrose.
This helical geometry is ubiquitous in DNA, galaxies, and fundamental fields, suggesting a universal pattern of resonance.
I mean, it'll sound like that. This stuff's very complicated, and that's Roger's theory. It doesn't necessarily mean that this is. They're trying to now figure out the connection between consciousness and whether it's local or not, it's non-local, like how it connects to the brain, right? How it comes about. And we're getting very deep into these systems, like very, very deep, and it gets very convoluted. Anything to do with quantum physics is extremely convoluted, right? And theoretical as well. So now, again, he's tying it into the Fibonacci sequence and the golden ratio and whatnot. And I mean, I'm not an expert on Penrose's theories, but I mean, it's in connecting it to psychic phenomena where I think you're definitely going to start getting. But I mean, what if this is how it functions? It's very strange, right? So then having this kind, and they try and use like the spooky action at a distance, right? It's involved in quantum physics. Is consciousness capable of achieving that? And then would that explain phenomena like remote viewing, right? Which is, again, a studied phenomena. It's been shown pretty definitively that whatever they're doing is beyond chance. So there's something to it. It's just trying to figure out what specifically it is and how it works. And that's what we're trying to dig into now. But I mean, nobody knows with any real conviction, right? It's very theoretical. So people like this gentleman, Jay, I think, do run with this, and they kind of go down their own avenues with it, where necessarily I don't think Roger would go. But the idea is interesting. The thought experiment's interesting. That might be connected. Yeah. So it turns typically in helical fashion. Oh my heavens. Yeah. Is it not just guessing? Well, well, at first it was hypothetical, and that was back, it was in metaphysics and philosophy, really. And then it kind of moved into, as we got more advanced, kind of theoretical realms. And there's some very interesting experiments that people have done with it. It's very complicated. I'm not going to pretend that I can wrap my head around like where Roger's going with his theory, and especially the math-based the math that it's based in. It's very complicated, right? It's like talking with Michio Kaku about string theory, right? I mean, you can kind of get the idea that there are these other physical dimensions that make up the universe, right? Now, they're not necessarily inhabitable physical dimensions where like the Lyrans and the Greys live in, but there is a mathematical framework for that theory, right, of string theory. And it's intriguing. And Michio is pretty good. I had one of his books. Fuck, what was it called again? I bought it years ago. It was pretty good. It was essentially the idea of string theory for like the layman doesn't understand like the mathematical framework of it all. So yeah. Euclid's fifth postulate is what opens up into more quantum mechanics and multiverse theory. Is that what it is, Karen? Interesting. Okay. Yeah. It's complicated shit. The world's a complicated place. It's not as simple as it once was. It's a very strange place, which is why a lot of people, I'm going to have something up here as well, for people involved in quantum physics are looking at the world like a simulation now. It's a very strange place. It's stranger than I think we could have ever imagined that it was, and it might continue to get stranger. And it's one of the reasons why I would love for us to reach out with some of these advanced intelligences, because undoubtedly they're going to have a better understanding of all of this than us. I mean, we're already we're up knocking at the door. Like there isn't really a lot of room left. Some people think like, our IQ is only going to allow even the top of the top, like, what the fuck's, Ed Whitten. I mean, until we can start genetically engineering ourselves to be more intelligent, we're going to hit a wall, right? And, you know, we could find a door in the wall, but like we're not going to be able to go through till we can push beyond that. So read the 5 postulates. The first 4 are simple. 5th gets quirky. Interesting. I'll have to. Yeah. Solved existence. Yeah. So we were. Yeah. Oh, we're trying to figure it out. I mean, it might be something that's, and undoubtedly, I think elements are just going to be beyond our comprehension, even our imagination. So, but the aliens, it might not be, right? If they have successfully been able to engineer themselves, and they can understand these deeper fabrics of reality, they could probably have a much better understanding of it, obviously, than we would. I mean, maybe they can kind of provide analogies to us to help us understand and orient us in a good direction, or they can help us genetically engineer ourselves to kind of see things for what they are more. Whether we'll actually be able to, who knows? Yeah. String theory still hasn't been proven, which is weird, and now they're saying dark matter doesn't exist. Yeah. Speculating can lead to some of the greatest ideas and facts. Well, yeah, it can. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. It comes down to concept of information. That's why it ties to the 3-body problem. Yeah. You need all the starting locations of atoms to know how things played out at that level. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Have you seen Weinstein, Knapp, and Coulthard posting how impressed they are with the drone news today? Is that what they said? Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm not impressed with it. I don't know why they would be. I mean, oh my God. Yeah. Fuck me. Yeah. I've seen the 3-body problem, the TV show. I have not read the books. Yeah. Yeah. They were sarcastic about it. Okay, I was going to say, yeah. Extraordinary updates from the 1996 Virginia, Brazil UFO incident. Never before in my 30-plus year investigation have I heard testimony so potentially mind-bending. We are pushing as hard as we can to dig up everything. Moment of contact, director's cut coming soon. Oh, so he's down there. Okay. He's going to re-release everything. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Where was... Eric had talked about this, did he? Where is he? Eric. Yeah. Let's see. Assume a traversable cosmos. Yeah. He wants blood. I want blood. Jesus Christ. These people will conspire against any American PhDs who refuse to knuckle under. These institutional science cowards discredit and destroy whomever they cannot control. Geometric unities in your future. What does that have to do with this? I believe the U.S. government knows what the drones are and doesn't wish to clear this up definitively, preferring panic and loss of credibility to disclosure. Disclosure of what? That they're... What? That is the least crazy thing that could have happened, and that is totally crazy. It is, though. So now he wants blood. Interesting. What does this have to do with geometric unity? That's it Eric's big toe? Big theory of everything? Is that I'm not familiar. I'm basically familiar with it. They were just delivering pizzas and Amazon packages, yeah. Interesting. Okay. What did he know? Did he know anything? Is he implying he knew something? I don't. He speaks in riddles sometimes, Eric. It's hard to understand him. Yeah. Yeah. Have I watched Severance? No, I don't think so. Is it a movie? Severance. TV show is an American science fiction psychological thriller television series. An executive producer. What's it about? Karen? Interesting, yeah. It's an Apple TV show. Okay. It was Biden, but why didn't Biden say that? They also said it was authorized by the FAA, even though this is the same institution said they didn't know the source of the drones. Yeah, they're clearly covering up what the fuck's going on here with it. Which, again, I'm not surprised. Which, then what does that mean? You know, does that mean that it was a foreign adversary? Does that mean it was something more anomalous? I mean, I just from and these are just anecdotes, unfortunately, because we don't really have any good captures of them, which is surprising. There's some, it's hard to discern what we're looking at, but there were too many people, like mayors, police chiefs in the area, that had seen them with their own eyes, like over their homes, like these huge fixed wing drones. So I had a hard time believing that those, and so did other people who chimed in that own fucking drone companies that contract to the military and shit, that they had a hard time believing that those are just civilian drones. They weren't. So then we're definitely dealing with some kind of obfuscation here, which is just, unsurprising though. I wish they surprised us and said, here's exactly what it was. It was some rogue third party that was preparing to do some kind of false flag attack on the planet. I mean, would they say that though? I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Gets really into some good concepts of id, the ego, super id. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, very interesting. I feel like I've seen maybe a commercial for it. I'll have to check it out, actually. I'll leave this up here. Interesting. The premise. Employees working in a highly classified project at the biotechnology corporation Lumen Industries and are required to undergo severance, a medical procedure that implants a device causing them to lose all memories of the outside world, are working within the basement floors. Having no memories of their work while outside. This creates two separate personalities for each employee. Their inner working at Lumen and their outie living their personal lives. Intriguing. Yeah. Tim just posted about how good the new press secretary is, so I responded with, any comment about the drones news? Tim, Biden and FAA were behind it. How does this jibe with your belief? Oh, interesting. Yeah, he won't say shit that goes against God, Emperor, Luna, and the others won't with either. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, great. Yeah. These are not the drones you're looking for. That's what he did. That's what Don did. He waved his fucking hand. Waved his hand. That's fucking, dude, the fucking Jedi mind tricked us all. That's literally what it was. This motherfucker. Anyway. I don't know. This is from The Hill. It's an op-ed that Lou wrote. Do I have anything relevant to this before I get into this? So Gary Nolan talk. Yeah, I was going to go over that. We already went over that. All right. I'll go over this. I'm curious as to what he was talking about. America needs a strategy for advanced drones and other emerging technologies. This is kind of relevant to the discussion, I guess. So Lou Elizondo, I believe, wrote this. Yes, just yesterday afternoon. So we'll kind of hear his thoughts. It's just a very short piece that maybe was done with ChatGPT. Write me an op-ed for The Hill now. This story has been updated to correct a misstatement about Senator Tim Kaine's committee membership. We regret the error. A revolution long kept secret now stirs the surface of national security, propelled by emerging all-domain technologies. This included advanced drones, unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAP, and clandestine high-tech weapons. Capable of moving between air, space, and sea, these systems can conduct intelligence and even kinetic strikes. Despite the lingering stigma at home, foreign adversaries are racing to understand UAP in particular, potentially upending geopolitics alongside our knowledge of physics. This sounds like science fiction, but it's science fact. As a former senior counterintelligence officer who led one of the Pentagon's UAP investigations, I recently testified before Congress that the revolution is happening now. To stay ahead, America needs a whole of government strategy for these paradigm-changing technologies. Just look up. The Ukrainian conflict has seen rapid advancements in drone, artificial intelligence, and hypersonic missiles, exploiting asymmetrical advantages against traditionally dominant weapons like warships and tanks. China is watching closely. Beyond spy balloons, like the one that floated over the homeland in 2023, Beijing is fielding space-age technologies to test the United States and her allies. When it comes to UAP, the Pentagon grudgingly admits, after decades of denial, that some demonstrate beyond next-generation speed, maneuverability, and stealth. UAP also traverse our skies and waters with apparent impunity. The mysterious drones spotted above sensitive sites in Virginia, New Jersey, and elsewhere have confounded the Defense Department and alphabet soup of other agencies tasked with protecting America. More than 20 years after terrorists flew aircrafts into buildings in 9/11, the government lacks a complete picture of our airspace. That is unacceptable. Then there are whistleblowers like David Grush, a former U.S. Air Force major and colleague of mine who analyzed UAP as part of a Pentagon task force. He testified under oath before Congress that the government is a reverse engineering craft of non-human origin. Eric Davis, an astrophysicist who advised the Pentagon UAP program, reported briefing defense officials on retrievals of off-road vehicles not made on this earth. While extraordinary, these claims demand investigation. Ignoring them only deepens mistrust in our government. Early signs are encouraging that the new administration and Congress are taking these matters seriously. President Trump pledged greater candor, calling it ridiculous that they are not telling you what is going on with the drones. Unfortunately, Lou, we just found out what it was, and it's more bullshit. Senate Intelligence Committee member Mark Warner and Senator Tim Kaine expressed shock at the government's inability to explain incursions over Langley Air Force Base in Virginia in 2023. A bipartisan caucus of lawmakers has held hearings and called for a special committee to investigate UAP. But more must be done. Some national security experts recommend that a single coordinator manage the interagency response to drones. Because America's enemies are unlocking UAP technology to gain a decisive edge, however, UAP can no longer be distinguished entirely from unmanned systems. Though the Pentagon has claimed that no UAP represent foreign adversaries, it has failed to resolve most sightings. Its UAP office, created at the congressional insistence, remains mired in bureaucracy and suspicion. China and Russia are reverse engineering UAP. Lou makes big claims. He's been making them. He still makes them. I just gotta ask for someone to bring something down. My little drink that I forgot to bring down. A second here. Oh my fuck! I wish I could fucking text. Oh my fucking god! Fuck, fat fingers. I mean, that's a. So, again, like when it comes to Stephen Greer, Lou Elizondo, I'm going to believe Lou way before I believe any that comes out of fucking Stephen's mouth, you know, that was deep-throated up from some fucking, you know, supposed Black Ops program. Our reverse engineering. Lou supposedly was in the know. They have not reverse engineered, right? So they are in the process of trying to. He hasn't stated they have. I guess is what it should say. If they have, then that's terrifying. Even if we have, that's also equally terrifying. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. You might be showing the sense that any of the dark ops would love that kind of tech. Interesting, yeah. So I'll continue on here. I think this is almost, there's not much left here. You believe Greer over Lou? Really? Oh, Christ. Yeah. Over compartmentalization of classified projects has further stifled U.S. research, leaving America at a disadvantage to its would-be rivals. Meanwhile, the implications of our industrial base, military doctrine, and force posture remain neglected. Worse, U.S. diplomacy has yet to confront the perils to arms control, non-proliferation, and global stability these technologies pose. A broader view is therefore essential. To address these challenges, the president should appoint a senior advisor for emerging all-domain technologies within the National Security Council. This SAR would coordinate a whole-of-government response, ensuring federal, state, and local authorities work together. The advisor would integrate data collection and streamline information sharing across agencies to establish a comprehensive view of the airspace and sea domain. That's a good idea, probably. The government must also develop a forward-looking national strategy for these technologies. This includes identifying threats and opportunities at home and overseas, setting research and development priorities, and providing guidance to academic and private sector partners. Transparency is vital. To rebuild public trust, our government must engage with Congress, the media, and citizens. Efforts to release UAP-related records should follow a 25-year classification period unless explicitly exempted by the president. As President John F. Kennedy said, change is the law of life, and those who look only to the past or the present are certain to miss the future. The rise of emerging all-domain technologies can no longer be ignored. How our nation responds will determine its leadership in a rapidly changing world. America deserves the truth and a strategy to safeguard their future. There you go. Well, it's well written. Not that you're a believer. Yeah, I mean, you know, for both the men, I think it's definitely need to be suspicious. I'm extremely suspicious of Greer. But Lou, obviously, yeah, some people are suspicious of him as well because he's made a couple missteps along the way. So, yeah. Yeah, oh, fuck, I'm just trying to, there you go. I don't know. It's a hell of a statement. I mean, for someone like this to say that still, that they're actively, I mean, he's supposedly, he said this recently, that he might have a line to Trump's cabinet and to Trump. So if he's sitting down with Trump telling them China and Russia have recovered fucking alien tech and they're trying to reverse engineer it, it's a pretty big fucking deal, honestly, to think about it. You know, it's a huge deal. So, yeah. Yeah. Well, anyway, I mean, what to think of it all. Oh, fuck, what was this? I saw this yesterday. I kept it up here. Two great writers and thinkers back to back, Whitley Strieber and Jacques Vallée, will unveil their newest works and reflect on how we got there, what might be next. Oh, is George still hosting that thing on Coast to Coast? I guess he is. Gray abilities. What the fuck? So this must have already played. Oh yeah, it's right here. I don't know if I can listen to it on here. Maybe not. Yeah. Thank you, Trump, for strengthening my confidence in you that you are actually useless. Well, he talks. That's what he does, man. He fucking talks and yeah. Out of his ass a lot, right? So, in the first half, George Knapp welcomed author Whitley Strieber to discuss the behavior and abilities of gray aliens. I have learned their anatomy. I've learned a lot about their genetics, he claims. Oh my heavens. He revealed that grays are abducting humans to collect data and create hybrid capable of telepathic communication, something he learned following his own harrowing abduction, where he experienced missing time and awoke with strange markings. He woke to more than that. He woke to them like prodding and fucking around with them. Strieber believes that humans once possessed the power of these visitors, such as telepathy and self-healing. I don't believe that for one fucking second. Everybody died at like the age of 35 before fucking crazy diseases. It's horseshit. But that we've lost them due to historical trauma. I don't think so. We are a species living in a state of traumatic amnesia, he explained, while also describing the Greys' potential role in helping humanity recover these lost abilities. Develop, you could say. I don't know. You can maybe see were we more in tune with each other at some point, whatever the fuck that means, maybe. Maybe before language, there was some kind of communication that we had that was like extrasensory, who knows? Our six senses are more tuned in, maybe, in those times, but like self-healing, like, man, no. You take some motherfucker from like 400,000 years ago in his diet, and you take someone today, if they're supplementing well with all the miracles of medicine, and I guarantee you someone today will be recovering much fucking faster than the cavemen living off fucking grass and moldy old fucking meat. fuck no. Yeah. Well, thankfully I don't have to put up with them, but we have to put up with someone else. I'm in Canada, man. We have to put up with someone even worse. Even worse. Old JT, he'll be gone soon though. He's going off to pasture. Greer has posited that the Greys' presence is not opportunistic or parasitic, but serves another dual purpose: to document life on Earth while also fostering a deeper connection with humanity through hybridization. The visitors are now trying to get into a relationship with mankind, he stated, suggesting this could lead to significant changes in human understanding. They do not want to replace us at all. They want us to thrive here. He acknowledged that the shift in public perception is underway as awareness of these extraterrestrial encounters appears to be growing. Reflecting on the current buzz regarding potential government disclosure on UFOs, he remarked, "There's an elephant in the room, which is the abductions." That is absolutely the elephant in the room. That is absolutely, again, I would bet, what's probably keeping the government from acknowledging the phenomena completely, and what they're hesitant about acknowledging, because they will then, that will be the next conversation that's brought up after we know that they're here, is people will start bringing up, well, now that they're here, have they been picking people up? Like, is this true? And I think that absolutely that's I would bet that's what's holding this back. In the second half, Dr. Jacques Vallée, yes, he is an astrophysicist and computer scientist, shared his extensive knowledge of UFOs. Interesting. The mysterious details of the Trinity incident that occurred 2 years before the famous Roswell crash. Yeah, 2 young witnesses who observed an aerial crash. They approached thinking that it was an airplane. Interesting. He emphasized that the phenomenon of UFOs is becoming increasingly complex. He contended that we are learning more about these mysteries. The information flow is often clouded by premature conclusions and preconceived notions. The science itself is not going to have a quick answer. Interesting. What else did he say? Anything interesting? Yeah. His approach to ufology is anchored in data collection and pattern analysis. I'm looking for patterns to try and learn from those patterns. Yeah, aren't we all, Jacques? Yeah. Yeah, well, man, yeah, because the abduction phenomenon is real. Man, I would bet that it is. I mean, yeah, it's one of those things, like, I don't know definitively that it is. I think it's the patterns that you see within it and those stories, they're very intriguing. And I think it's suggestive that maybe something's actually happening, whether people are physically being taken, whether they're having these metaphysical experiences with these entities, whatever, something's happening to them. I think this has been fairly well documented and known about now for, oh my God, 30 years, literally 30 years, since the mid to late 1990s when John Mack kind of really dug into it. But there's been other, and I haven't followed the other psychiatrists really that have dug into this. I know there are other people there's an institute, I think, that's set up in his name. But but they've been pursuing this, and it's interesting. It's interesting. Yeah. It's real, buddy. I know you pick up on these things, man. Yeah. Well, listen. I mean, it's one of those anecdotes, man. People like yourself that have had experiences, and it's just we collect them all, and I think it paints that picture that I would bet that it is. Yeah. How do I get picked up? Right? What are we doing here? Like, what do I got to do? I mean, I got a checklist every night before I go to bed. Pray to Skinny Bob, right? Sleep naked. Scream at Skinny Bob before I go to bed, actually. Maybe I should stop doing that. And then CE5 as well in my mind. I project myself astrally to them naked as well. I don't know if maybe that's why they're not coming to pick me up though. Maybe they think I'm fucking weird. Yeah. Yeah, man. John and Stan. Yeah. That pick, that's it. That's it. We're just waiting for the day when they fucking break through the wall. Break through the wall. The time has come, Jim. The time has come for you to leave this plane. Oh, finally. Hook me up to a machine. I'll just live off a machine for the rest of my life. Just be some kind of milk pig. Just that's a dark thought, actually. Fuck. They'd be like fuck, what's oh my God. The Matrix, but like more fucked up. Yeah. Don't hang dong. That's part of the CE5 misinformation. Was that what it was? Yeah, fucking Edo the Fly. You're not supposed to do that. Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. Galen said he couldn't unsee that part. Yeah. Galen got into the finer details of things. He's like, my God. Yeah. That's what happens though. Yeah. This was I was going to kind of go over this a bit more because I really enjoyed this conversation with Salvatore Pie, who I guess he's an engineer. He's a background in physics too, I think. Works for the Navy. But he's put forward some patents that are very strange, right? Talking about tech that might relate to what we're seeing with these UAPs. So Jesse had him on and he was having a good conversation. One of Jesse's buddies too that works, I think probably within Skunk Works, he had his fucking Skunk Works shirt on, was talking with him. I think he's a background in physics. And it was some interesting things were said. I'll read through this here. But he's going over the weaponization of UAP physics and some very scary stuff going on in China that relates to this. So this is Jesse's buddy here. So he's on that note, on the subject of proliferation, I find it very fascinating to think about the fact that Manhattan, we got a little lucky in that nuclear weapons turned out to be very difficult to make. And so proliferation was slow in terms of weaponization of UAP physics. And we, of course, mentioned that there could be multiple branches in different tech trees. Do you have a sense that this technology would be difficult to replicate, difficult to manufacture, or very easy? And Salvatore says, no, however, there's a paper out there, plasma compression fusion device, you and I were talking about right before. It's being cited by some very important research teams in China. And the latest that's being cited as of this year is a Journal of Cybernetics. Can you imagine making a plasma compression fusion device, something compact now what artificial intelligence domain would cybernetics couple with? And if you were to use such a device, say such a device was operational, it could be made operational in the small footprint, a power source, something like Iron Man's reactor. Could you imagine what you could use that in? Why would the IEEE Journal of Cybernetics be interested in that particular word? This guy kind of didn't type this out properly. Think of what that would mean. It is terrifying, yeah. Just imagine an army of those. What could that mean? Leave it there. So getting into essentially like, you've got Iron Man's. I don't know if you saw it. It was the third Iron Man, I think. They made these suits, right, all powered by this ridiculously powerful generator, and then guided by AI, by Jarvis, I think is the AI's name in the movies. So you have an army of robots that could do terrifying things with that power as well, probably, right? So not even getting into like anti-gravity, right, or warp bubbles, but just the generation of the power needed to do that. If you can generate that kind of power in a compact form, there's all kinds of insane things you could do around that, right? And so even if we don't necessarily get the power generation up to be able to warp space and time like that, you could generate enough power to create some other crazy fucking machines. So yeah, fucking just nuts. Yeah. Am I going to watch the Skywatchers to 6? I am, Suze. Yeah, I'm going to, yeah. So that'll be in 30 minutes or so. So, yeah. Is it, so it's just a live release though, right? Or is it like a live thing? Anyway, I've got it up here. Where did I put it? No, that's not it. Oh, hold on. Just let me get this. I know, I think you posted it in the Discord too, Hendrix, but watchers. Is it right here? Skywatcher HQ. There it is. Yeah, the search for truth. Here it is here. The page is here. Pull it up. There we go. Videos. Time to prove it. I haven't seen these videos that they posted. Just a second here. I'll leave that up. What the fuck was this? Oh, we already saw that. Okay. And this. And this. And this. Okay, we'll leave I'm gonna put premise over here so I can remember to check that out. What is this? 19 hours ago.
That were making these claims.
Is this a guy from Salt?
So we took all of these individuals that were making these claims and we said, prove it. You claim that we can summon things in the sky? Prove it to us.
Yeah.
We've got the sensors, we've got the team, we've now assembled everyone.
Yeah.
And we've asked these folks to show us and actually verify what they're saying.
Fuck yeah. I mean, yeah. Okay. And I think there was another video that just got posted a day ago too. Jake.
Do you believe that a higher form of non-human intelligence has been visiting this planet?
Well, yes, I do.
And when you make that claim, Jake, how confident are you that claim is true?
Do.
I'm 100% confident that that claim is true.
Oh my goodness. Oh boy.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
God damn. Well, we'll find out soon how she went. We'll find out soon. I don't know. I mean, we'll see. It's an interesting image they've chosen for the banner. Like this indiscernible orb. I hope that's not what we're about to see. Although, you know, they'll be like, what are the chances that we summon this and then an orb shows up? And like orbs are interesting, but man, I want like a fucking saucer. I want like a saucer just floating in the sky, you know, fucking 4K, just floating around, darting all over the place. No doubt whatsoever. Element of doubt is gone. You know, we're locked in. That's what I fucking want. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying though. Like, I'm looking at the fucking object that's in the banner, and it's like some kind of blurry and discernible object. It looks like a star. Like when you get like a blur when you zoom in really close on like a distant star. That's kind of what it looks like. So, anything happened yet? Not yet, Bones. No, we're just waiting. The 30 minutes. There's going to supposedly be this video posted on Skywatcher here on YouTube, where they're going to be going over the viewing session that I think was featured on News Nation. I think it's the same, one of the same, yeah. We talked about being at this event last night. A blue orb apparently showed up, but it was closer to the young naked people frolicking in the hot springs. There were young naked people frolicking in the hot springs. Ross, what were you doing hanging around with these fucking old dudes in the desert? Brother, come on now. Aliens know what's up. We're like, you guys are that interesting. Unless the psionic summoned the craft and through the craft's consciousness could zoom in on the young people frolicking naked in the hot springs. And it was just some weird kind of like fucking peeping he was doing, right? Fuck, who knows how weird it gets. I'm prepared for it to get very weird. Anyway, I thought this was an interesting talking point here. I thought people were talking about this, that like you can get these Iron Man drones from this and all the crazy things you could do if you can create these compact portable reactors that generate ridiculous amounts of power, which is what probably would be necessary to move the crafts around the way they're moving. So something else I'm going to watch here later is the Gary Nolan interview that Ross did yesterday that I didn't get a chance to go over. I saw some clips of it. So that's something else that I'm going to be looking into as well. So here is, I guess this may be talking about what's about to happen, maybe. So there was a dogfight thing too, right, Hendrix? Is this the video we're about to see? Because if it is, we'll get some background here, because Gary was present as well. So I'll read this, because we don't need to watch the 6-minute long fucking video again. UFO summoning and supposed UFO dogfight from the Jake Barber News Nation special. So this is from Gary. I never saw the dogfight actually. That imagery was new to me. They might have taken that separately or found it after. Okay, so I never saw that. I saw the picture of the lines like squiggles in the sky. I still have to follow up with them on that because I never saw it. No, all I saw was an individual who was doing what they said they were doing, which was trying to contact something. And then when he started talking out loud and going in some form of stress, then something happened above. I don't know how much time I can put into studying it except seeing if it can be repeated. And it's really what I think. The Skywatcher and other groups, I'm not aware of any others in this trying to do this repeatable experiment. If they do it 3 times or 4 times or 5 times, stuff shows up, I think then you have causation. Yeah, exactly. What was interesting was after I had come home from that event, you probably saw in the News Nation thing that there were all these sightings in the nearby towns. Did you see that? I didn't know. Interesting. Correlation, causation. Still flying the fucking craft around. I guess he wasn't debating people. It was an actual alien craft. It makes you wonder that if, with a lot of sightings, this has been going on for some time, if there have been people, psychic mediums, right, who maybe are on TLC and are debating all these people, but they go home and they just tap into these crafts and they fly around all night. So there was the thing that guy saw, which we never caught on video, unfortunately, because, we didn't have 50 sensors pointing at the sky. But the thing that we did catch on video, it not only went one way, but it came back. And, they did a really good analysis and estimate of the speeds, depending upon what this distance might have been. And it didn't matter the distance. It was something that our aircraft can't do, travel at those speeds. And so it was an object showed up on the film pretty fast. I think it's fair to say it wasn't a bug given the depth of field and so on. It's preliminary data. This is what we're about to see here now. Again, just some blurry images. And, oh God, we're all the balls are so blue. Like, here's a portion where Ross talks about. Oh, thank you, Hendrix. Yeah. It's so fucking blue here. Like,
Lex.
Oh,
yeah, we have an Instagram question. Can you go into more detail about what you saw during the gathering you and Jake attended?
Yes. We're talking here about a retreat that took place at Esalen, which is a beautiful location, 3.5-4 hours south of San Francisco on the west coast of the USA. And it was a gathering of very high net worth individuals and brilliant scientists and some inordinately talented people. And yes, Jake and I attended that retreat, and to some degree I am bound by confidence. But what I can tell you is I witnessed a psionic who I know, a person with alleged psionic abilities, psychic abilities. List them in a group of people, probably 30 or 40 people, go into a deep meditative state. And I just want to say, this person had said to me at 4 p.m. that afternoon, Ross, we're going to see a blue orb tonight. And I kind of giggled nervously. And anyway, what happened was he starts meditating and bing, up on the far horizon over the ocean, these 2 white orbs, slightly golden at times, they start coming towards us. And I won't embarrass this gentleman, but there's a certain person of extraordinary high wealth and extraordinarily big heart who's yelling at these objects going, we love you, come closer, come closer. And the whole audience, we've all been meditating and being invited to sort of try and psychically connect. And I am a miserable failure of a meditator. If anybody wants to teach me how to meditate, I'd be very, very grateful. But something happened, and I suspect it was our psionic operator who made the connection, because he later indicated to me that in his mind, he was inside that object and he was bringing it towards us. And the audience's loving engagement, and I know this sounds hippie-ish, I'm just telling it like I heard it and saw it. But essentially, the loving engagement with that phenomenon encouraged it to come closer. And they did. They came closer and closer and closer. And I'm not going to give away too much because it's for Alex Clokus and the Skywatcher team to reveal how much they want to reveal, because it's a beautiful story. But basically, I'll tell you this. We were in one part of Esalen, and there were a whole lot of people in the hot springs at Esalen on the other side of the hill. And I'm far too shy as an old guy to go and sit in hot springs with beautiful young women. But there were essentially a bunch of beautiful young people sitting stark naked in these hot springs on the other side of Esalen.
Good Lord.
And all of a sudden, they see these blue shapes coalescing in front of them. And sure enough, we got images from the hill looking down of a blue orb. A beautiful, at times octagonal-looking blue orb, which kind of hovered near the naked boys and girls in the hot springs, and then it went and landed on the beach. And it was hilarious because I'd said to the lovely young psionic, I'd said to him, well, mate, that was pretty amazing, but I didn't see any blue orb. And he was a bit puzzled. And then literally at the moment that we're talking about the fact that we hadn't seen the blue orb, it turned out it had manifested itself to these beautiful young people on the other side of the hill who were all stark naked and probably, I think, in their naked innocence, more attractive to the phenomenon. I have to admit, I'd be going and having a look at them.
Brother, that's not fucking true. I've been sleeping naked for fucking years waiting for them to blow through my wall. I've all kinds of love. We've been waiting for them, and they haven't come yet. So
and rather than me and anybody else with clothes on. And it was quite beautiful because these people were all very touched by that experience. And yes, there was a blue orb, exactly as was predicted, that showed itself to all of these people. It was quite beautiful. And yes, it did manifest more overtly because of a loving, welcoming presence, which I find fascinating. Alex?
Yeah. I don't know. It's like because I've talked about this here before many times, but it's like psychics in general. If no one's ever been around people who claim to have been psychic or run a business where they're psychic, or they've experienced, if no one's ever experienced something genuinely, I'll say, mystical in their life, it leaves you just being like frustrated. Like there's a very strong element of doubt there. Like, yeah, like I had that happen to me when I was dealing with one, and I had someone come through that was just, it was like an impossibility, right? And I've talked about this before, where, you know, whatever that means, we're living in a fucking simulation. I don't know, but there's still an element of doubt there always, right? With the whole thing and how it works. And, but is this what we need right now? Like this kind of shit has been happening. This is the thing where, you know, California has been like the spot for this shit to happen for decades, going back into the 60s when, you know, they were doing past life regressions, like clinical psychologists like Michael Newton was doing that stuff. So it's kind of been the place where, yeah, all the hippies and the woo shit goes on, right? And there've been people they would have retreats, like they would have these like it's in ufology. There's like the real woo side of ufology, which is like the contactees, and you'd have people like, you know, like Jordan Maxwell would set up these talks. Alex Collier was someone else. Like there's all like the David Icke going to talking tour, and like they go down through these retreats, like Mount Shasta is another place around that area, where you'd go and you'd see these strange lights, and there'd be these psychic people who supposedly summon the lights. And for me, it's like that if someone told me, yeah, we're going to see a blue orb tonight, and then later on that night, supposedly there was a blue orb, I'd be like, yeah, that's crazy. I mean, that's my reaction. It's like, that's fucking crazy, you know? It's like, I want more definitive proof than that, personally, but it still confounds me as to why we can't get there yet after this has been going on for so long. Like, why is some kind of obscure object at a distance the only thing that we can still manifest if there's something to this? Like, It sounds like 1960s BN, as they were called. It's hard to believe him, but maybe the hippies were on the right path and the LSD used opened their eyes and minds to this shit. It could be. I mean, but why is it so... It's just so... strange, and it doesn't need to be like that. It's the thing. Yeah. Press X for doubt. Yeah. Y for staying open-minded. We don't know. We have no idea. I mean, it's how we want to approach this. It's on an individual person by person basis, I guess. I mean, I'll humor all this stuff either way. I mean, you know, for me, I think in the end, what usually happens is I'm just left just more frustrated, where it's like, why does it need to be doing this? Yeah, press C, wake me up when the real proof drops. Well, I think that's kind of it, man. It's where it's interesting. Yeah, he said that they have images of these blue things, so I'm assuming we're going to see them. Or are they subject to NDAs? I can't imagine they would be, though. I'm assuming that what we're about to see is probably something like this on their banner. Some kind of weird, that almost looks like a swastika. The shape there, which is interesting. What could it all mean? Yeah. Intriguing. They do not want us to know all the pieces yet. If they did, we would. That could be it. I mean, this whole thing, we could be all part of a very carefully organized, orchestrated experience, right? We could be in a playpen too, right? I mean, we don't know. We have no idea, right? It's thought experiment you can do. I've done them before in here many times, but I just want more, as everyone else does, right? Now, what's that going to do? I mean, this is obviously my problem is that I have an intuition that we're in pretty dire straits here right now, like the general public. I'm genuinely, it's a genuine anxiety I've been feeling every day since COVID, that I don't foresee good things are going to be happening here in the future. I think we're headed down a bad path, and I think the global elite are to blame, and they're probably behind what's going to end up leading us down that dark path. And so a great enlightenment is something we desperately need, but this isn't going to do it. As interesting as it might be. Yeah. This dude holding up a flashlight with a cell phone over it, or is it a UFO? Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. Yeah. When did we get so bad at national security that we routinely lie to our top scientists as if they were incompetent morons, discredit the ones who do their job and promote the ones who don't? Don't lie to me at this level ever again. I'm just done with these people. Yeah, Eric, that's about, the drones that were flying over New Jersey were authorized to be flown by the FAA and the Biden administration. They lied about not knowing. Is he mad about Biden lying, or is he just calling out this current administration for lying on top of the lie? Don't you think this is Project Bluebeam, Samo? I doubt it. I don't think so, Samo. I mean, if you looked at like the abduction phenomena, which I think I would bet is something to do with this entire phenomena, right? I don't think so. I'm not convinced the government has that kind of technology to achieve something like that. But some people like Greer think they do, and then we'll find out one way or the other. Yeah, listen, if they blow through our walls, the first thing I'm going and doing, and I'm giving them a pinch to make sure you're not a hologram, right? Yeah. Project Blue Balls. I think that's actually what we're dealing with. It's not Project Bluebeam we got to worry about. It's Project Blue Balls, which is that they're just going to constantly keep debating us, and it's a carrot on a stick here. And the carrot can be quite lucrative, right? But what I want ultimately is just for the truth to come out. That's what I want. I want to know what the fuck's been going on, and I'd love if we could just move this conversation forward. So, yeah. When aliens attack, I mean, if people are stealing their fucking little balls of light and shit, then, I mean, who the fuck knows? Yeah. Project Bluebeam really happened. It's so fake ass bullshit. What percentage of society do we think will believe what is happening is real? You think, if it actually did something like that. Who was it? We talked about this recently. There was somebody that was memeing about this recently about, who was that? Talking about Blue Beam and like the drone situation that they were concerned that they were going to try and do something like that. It's a good question. I mean, what would they need to do? Just project some big craft over some city, right? Way up in the atmosphere and say like it's appeared here. I mean, I think I would go talk to somebody who knows about holographic technology. I mean, you can go to like these CES events and they preview it. I would be surprised if they would be to the point where it would be discernible from an actual object. I don't have that much faith in our ability. Undoubtedly, there's probably some interesting stuff behind the scenes that we've cooked up, right? Because what people think the private sector is a little bit behind, like, you know, the military or whatever. I the public sector, sorry. I don't know. I think that we're just probably objectively comparatively to like aliens pretty dumb. So if we're talking about being able to do something like that, unless we back engineer their tech or create some kind of ridiculous generator, I can't foresee we'd be able to do something like that. So it's not something like I'm worrying about. The thing that would be more concerning for me is having the military industrial complex involved in disclosure, because, and that's something that actually Stephen Greer's talked about, and I think he's right on this, said we have to be wary of some of these people coming forward that are involved with it and have intimately been involved with it because they've been shaped by it. Their perspectives have been shaped by it. And they're looking at this as a threat. Now, ultimately, why is it being looked at as a threat or an adversary? Well, because it's profitable for the military-industrial complex. It's the ultimate boogeyman, right? So right now, they've kind of run out of them. We've gone through them in the last couple decades, right? But there's a big one that's been waiting in the wings, and it's Skinny Bob, aliens. And so that's my concern, is that we have these people approach this phenomena. They're be very wary of it. When in actual fact, I think when you look at all the anecdotes, I don't know if there's really justification for that, because if they were a serious threat, I think we would have just been fucked to begin with. Some people think that we are, or have just been covert. I don't personally buy that. I think what we're probably dealing with, what I would bet we're dealing with, is probably some kind of government or something that's managing this whole charade. And that might be what we find out. I mean, our entire reality here, again, maybe some kind of playpen, and we've just misunderstood what all of this is and what all this means. And we're thinking that we've got to fight them. It's like, no, that might not be it at all, right? And I'm concerned about people that want to do that for, you know, financial reasons. So, yeah. It'd have to be big enough that people needing paychecks had to pay attention. Big enough of a thing that not a big craft in and of itself, yeah. This said Pentagon has secrets and they don't have them, I don't believe. You don't think so, Samo? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would bet that they probably have recovered some shit. What specifically? Who knows? I don't know. I don't claim to know. It could be. I think with Roswell, there was a lot of people in the area at Roswell that had heard at least remnants of a craft was recovered. So those anecdotes are very interesting. So it's something that they might at least have that, right? Biologics, who knows? I would bet that they've recovered some shit. And it's not just them, I think other governments have too. Even just, again, what do we know about this? You know, look at Virginia. People that don't know about that incident. It's like that's why encouraging people in the general public to just enlighten themselves in some of these incidents. It's been out there staring people in the face for a while. It's pretty blatant. Now, again, I don't specifically know what they actually have, but there's a lot of shit like that incident in particular that supposedly in James digging into the story, the remnants went to the U.S. government. So it's one of those scenarios, like, you just don't concoct things like that, right? We can try and concoct a ridiculous explanation to explain it, but the explanation's more ridiculous in the event, and the event's objectively pretty out there, right? So it's like Mick trying to concoct for the gimbal footage some plane in the distance that isn't in line with any of the eyewitness testimony. Like, doesn't work, right? So, you know, Bob Laser. Who knows, man? Yeah, I know Bob's story very well. Yeah. Sorry, let me try and read through the chat. Everything's green. Yeah, but that won't fly. There needs to be some kind of physical happening, I would think, a beam or image that does nothing I wouldn't hope most idiots would see through. Well, look at Independence Day, the movie, man. I mean, you know, I think initially they just showed up, they didn't do anything, freaked everybody out. I think they would freak people out. If it was big enough, I think it would freak them out. Yeah. But I mean, yeah. Although they didn't start running until the laser came down in the movie, I guess, right? Yeah, so you might be right. Go quickly. Las Vegas and Miami Mall became things. So control TikTok through the government, promote fake videos. Oh, they could probably create some anxiety. I imagine. Yeah. I wonder if Project Bluebeam has anything to do with directed energy weapons. Who knows, man? Yeah. I mean, there's one tech I thought that was really interesting that someone had talked about before. I don't know if it was Jesse Michael. It wasn't Jesse Michaels, someone else. But the Rods of God is supposedly something that might be real, which I thought was interesting, which is some kind of kinetic weapon from some delivery system up in space. But that was an interesting one. People think they've been deployed, actually, but they're these like metal rods they send down from space at these ridiculous speeds. This kinetic weapon, not a directed energy weapon, that just decimates shit, like goes super deep into the ground, like right through bunkers and shit. Like, yeah. Is it a cross symbol to grab a certain crowd's belief, even anything in the camera scene? Yeah. Maybe, man, yeah. But, I don't know. I personally, Bluebeam to me was something that I was never really too worried about. But ultimately, I don't know, though, right? I have no idea. I have no fucking idea what they really have. I have no idea how much progress they've made. All we have are anecdotes. You could look to someone like Bob Lazar and say they didn't figure it out. You could look to Eric Davis, who's a physicist, and supposedly have some knowledge in the area, and say, and he said that they didn't figure it out. You know, George Knapp's talked to people supposedly, other than Bob Lazar, that never came forward, that were involved in the programs. I said it was never figured out. It was shelved. So there's anecdotes from a lot of people that they didn't figure it out. So I would presume, if I were to place a bet, which is all we can really do, that they didn't figure it out. But yeah. But it just sits there and does nothing. At what point do people realize there is no threat? It's fake or whatever. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, it's like if PBB happens, will the UFO just sit there forever? Will the physical happening occur? Will it just leave after a while? Don't worry about PBB. If it happens, it will be evident. It's not an alien invasion. I would think unless they take it to the next level of physical aspect. Yeah, I mean, it's maybe if it didn't do anything, people wouldn't consider it a threat at all. Maybe that's what would happen. I don't know. Yeah. Grand Designs, newly tested Orshnik intermediate range ballistic missile system in Russia used on Ukraine months ago for the first time. Is very similar to the Rods of God weapon. Yeah, it's a kinetic weapon. Yeah, Grand. Yeah, I remember reading about that. Yeah, just like a rocket moving at ridiculous speeds. I mean, yeah. I guess a similar kind of thing, isn't it? Yeah. Bob said it's put away until material science catches up, then is pulled out and reanalyzed. Repeat. Yeah, and that's what. George has said that too, and it's interesting. George, we watched this video, it was probably from last year, but George had talked to other people who were involved out there, right? Which is, we don't know this, but some of these guys and girls have talked to people, and they're probably more convicted than we are, and like his story, and that's probably reason why they are, because there were other people who were involved that told them the same things and just didn't come out because they were worried. And George has told these stories where he talked to a couple people. He talked to one lady who was actually she worked in the courts, and I forget what they call them again, but they essentially just write down everything that's said during the session. And she was, high level. She's read into some stuff, and she sat in on a meeting where they were talking about these recovered objects, and it freaked her the fuck out. And she told George about this, and she called him back like a week later and said, I'm never talking to you again, like dropped the whole thing. And someone had called and threatened her and told her that they told her about her daughter's travels, that she travels out towards Death Valley like every week or whatever. It'd be a terrible thing if she disappeared out there. Like scared the fuck out of her, i.e. they were watching her and everything she was doing, probably tapped her phones, bugged her phones. And like that's the degree of paranoia that exists. And it wouldn't surprise me that you would have that level of paranoia if you were the government. You're trying to keep the secret. Like that's a level of paranoia, and that's a level of cover-up that was employed over the Manhattan Project, right? Again, it's like people thought before probably that those things, that was ridiculous, but it's due, I think, to people in the general public who would knee-jerk react. Like, that's ridiculous. It's like they just don't have the education that these kinds of things have happened before. That level of secrecy has been employed before. And undoubtedly, if there are bits and pieces of the story that are true here, these anecdotes of it, they would absolutely be employing that level or greater of secrecy over this UFO phenomena, the crash cover up, the entire thing. It would be like that on steroids, really, especially if there's kind of this arms race behind the scenes with some kind of crazy tech that can manipulate gravity. Because as opposed to nuclear weapons, which could like destroy a city, I mean, if you could figure that shit out, like a warp bubble, right, or an Alcubierre drive or whatever, you can make yourself completely invulnerable. Like, you just win the game instantly if you can figure that out. So, I mean, with nuclear weapons, that was probably the idea until the Soviets got a hold of the information and kind of made progress in their own, and then it became this kind of game of like, okay, well, now we both got it, you know. But I think it'd be very different. So, personally, but yeah, anyway, it's. Which is why those, like, George is someone I don't know that George could be a complete psychopath and he's tricked everyone in his life, even his wife, and he's been lying about this whole thing. It's like, you could be in a dream. You could have hit your head when you're 9 years old. You know, I mean, how are you going to tell that you're not ultimately? I mean, you wake up every day, you go to bed every day. I mean, but how do you know that I'm not just a dream character? How do you know that you're not plugged into a machine in the Matrix? I mean, you don't. That's the problem. When you think, we can go down these rabbit holes where it's like, you don't have any faith in anyone or anything. And it's like, Jesus Christ. I mean, you can just drive yourself mad with that kind of thinking. So, George seems to be someone that although he wasn't completely on point with Bob but he may have just been trying to protect him because he became his friend. I don't know. Yeah. Bob said it's put away until material science catches up, then is pulled out and reanalyzed and repeat. Yeah, I started there before, didn't I? Yeah. That's why you have Linux phone and not iOS and Android, so they can't threat you. Unfortunately, I do have an Apple phone, so they can call me whenever they want. Yeah. It's supposed to be okay. Interesting. Yeah. Well, let me go and grab my dinner quickly so I can just have it down here when this is going to be, they're going to be posting the video. It's not a live thing. Posting the video in a couple minutes. So I literally said to run upstairs. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'll be right back. Ah, yes. Here we are. Turn the music down a little bit. A little bit more. There we go. God damn. I just remember to read their tweet and their 5 points they had mentioned. Don't keep your hopes up. Link to the tweet. Oh, I did. I read through it earlier, man. Yeah. In case we're expecting there's going to be some great enlightenment from this this video. Yeah, I'm not anticipating there will be. So what are they gonna? They're just posting it on their website at 7. Okay, it still hasn't been posted. It's 7:02. No, it's 6. Yeah, so 6 p.m. Eastern. So any second now it should be up. We'll wait and see. Yeah. Hey, you're finally awake. Coronavirus, Joe Biden. I don't know what you're talking about. Joe Rogan is president. Lizard people have invaded. General Alex Jones has ordered us to the front. Let's get moving. I will go to war under Alex. Well, actually, I will go to war with Alex. Like, Jesus Christ, I wouldn't want that guy leading anything, but God, he'd hype you up, though. Man, you imagine, like, fucking, you're in the front lines, you just need that energy. He'd be the guy. You wouldn't want him making any fucking decisions, but, absolutely. Buddy, get in here. Yeah. What flavor is this now? Sparkling coconut lime. There you go. I'm drinking these little coconut water fucking things. They're delicious. Yum, yum, yum. Thirsty Buddha is what they're called. They're really good if anybody wants to get them from Vietnam. Interesting. Yeah. Cheers water. Yes. Water on a, what is it, a fucking Tuesday? Oh my God. I can't wait till Friday to have beer. I've been just drinking once a week, but oh my God, man, on that day though. That's the problem. It's like you just have some casualties through the week. It's like, oh yeah, that one day though, it's like, fuck, you just go a little bit nuts. You know? Is what it is, you know. Well, I guess we'll just kind of wait until it pops up. I'll just come back to it. Is it though? I don't know. Is it more satisfying? I mean, I definitely might sleep better. I feel better. The problem though is that you do try and get it all in one day and then you get hungover. As opposed to like just chipping away at it through the week, your body kind of slowly filters it like day to day. And that one day it's like, whoa. I don't know. I mean, calorically it's why I'm doing it. Because I'll just try and like take one day and I don't eat anything in the morning and then it's all liquor calories fucking later on. It's how I've been doing it. It has been working. I have still been losing weight, but Saturday morning was a little bit rough. So yeah. Spam refresh. Oh Jesus. Are you guys doing that too? Let me know. Yeah, no, I don't fucking see it. They're a little bit late in the upload. Listen, I mean, if this is the first time doing this, hopefully they know it takes a while for YouTube to like, hopefully it's already been uploaded and they're just publishing it. So, I don't fucking know. What are they dropping, Walkie? It's a video supposedly of them summoning UFOs. So, yeah. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah, maybe I should change the title here just so we know what's going on. Big UFO video going live soon. Let's do something like that. You know. I'll just do this. People say, oh my God, some just bait people in, but like, what is this? Well, it's this little orb you see at the distance. See that little blurry light in the distance? That's what it is. Yeah. Fuck me, yeah. God damn. You gotta listen. This is how it's, I'm learning from the best, man. I'm learning from the best, Golf. You gotta fucking learn from the best on the art of the grift, you know, fucking in Steven's footsteps, right? I don't know about talking to the deep throats, but whatever. Is what it is, you know? Fuck, yeah. Who cares about a video doing in front of the biggest live streamers, YouTubers, news stations in front of Times Square? Well, they did, man. They did, Caplock. They did it in front of News Nation. Supposedly. This is the actual video, though, yeah. Big new officials making comments. Yeah, enough of the, brother, trust me, I'm fucking there with you. Yeah, we need something more tangible, whether from the government or from the visitors themselves if they're flying around up there. You know, I am, definitely ready for them to break through my wall any night now. Any night they want to come down and say hi, I mean, I'm here. So they may never. I hope they will. I'm trying to have faith. You know, that's the thing. I'm trying to have. I'm not known to have faith really in a lot. Yeah. Oh, I know, man. Yeah. Imagine the video shows the Pepe Frog and we all get rickrolled. I'd be okay with that, Ken. Be completely debated. Yeah, some small dot in the sky like the same vid regular people capture. Yeah, I would presume that's probably what it is too. Well, I was mentioning you can see here the symbol beside the Skywatcher banner. I'm imagining that's what it's going to look like, right? So it's if they can document this, they have people on site that maybe know what we could be possibly looking at, some optical physicists, I don't know, and they can replicate this 4, 5, 6 times in a row, then I think this could be something tangible. But kind of what Gary had talked about just a second ago, a one-off isn't really going to do much. So now, if you went out on your front lawn and you did this and a little ball of light trickled down like over your house and started flying around, yeah, it'd be fucking crazy. You gonna be able to prove that to people? Pull your phone out? Maybe the second you pull your phone out, it disappears. Oops, we're in a simulation. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Chris Bledsoe's been doing that for a while now. No one seems to care. I've got a video of him up here actually. I think we're probably just gonna have to wait a little bit. Chris is man. I think like 95% of the time what he's captured is just fucking probably horseshit, honestly. This was a video of this Diana Pasolka who wrote a book. She's a professor of religious studies, I think is her fucking background. But he had connected her. Some people internally were interested in him because they were interested in this phenomena of people being able to summon these lights, possibly connect with these beings. I don't know if this is his real name. I don't think it is, but this Tim Taylor, no, it's not. From Diana Pasolka's book, who I think she called Tyler D. Maybe that is his real name, I guess. He says that he's a ghost. He's a guy everybody wants to know, but he won't meet anybody. But he met Chris Bledsoe, I guess. He had him out at NASA, and he was fascinated with his ability to summon these things. And I don't know, man. I'm in the same boat where I'm just like, again, if you could do it yourself reliably, interesting. But, you know, I'm beyond balls of light, too. Balls of light are interesting, but like, guys, come on down, you know. When we can go to Lou Elizondo's ranch, they can just land, just get out. We can fucking have a couple drinks with them, you know. Like, yeah. Tyler Easton Taylor, yes, sorry, yeah. It'd be awesome if they did it live, but much of the surprise, it actually works, and UAP lands right in front of them, and a Grey gets out and bends him over and brutally probes him while the other AP land and Mantis get out and watch. Wouldn't that be a strange way to like disclose this to the public? Like, things feel a little more fucked than we thought they were, yeah. Tend to separate yourself from your phone as much as possible, considering it's making me a cyborg. We're already cyborgs, man. Fucking hell. It's like an extension of myself, too. Even with ChatGPT, like, I was making fucking creme brulee the other night, and I had to make one extra one. And I literally got it to take, I just fed in the measurements. I said, upscale this to have one more creme brulee, and it did it. And it worked out perfectly. I was like, fuck Christ. Like, we are one with the AI. Everything I do now, yeah. I'm my sack of light. Yeah, I do a sack of light. Sack of fucking lights, yeah. I told you my fucking my pre-bed ritual, my fucking pre-bed protocol, right? Of how I'm waiting. I've been waiting for so long, and it's just any day now, guys. Like, what are you fucking doing? Like, come on, yeah. You're close to it. Well, man, we all do. Yeah, we all want that. Well, and supposedly those videos exist. Supposedly the military has those videos. The Immaculate Constellation whistleblower stated as such that they have very high resolution images of actual craft, like physical objects. You know, I can't even say that, but on Twitch at least. But encourage people to someone's gonna do a fucking Julian Assange with this. Someone's gonna do a WikiLeaks with this, and it's gonna be bad probably. This is gonna jeopardize a lot of people. But that's the consequence of just blueballing the general public this long. So, I mean, you know, maybe that's what they've been hiding from us. The galaxies, two of the races, the Greys who just get off on probing other species, and the Mantis who just watch the Greys at work. That seems to be the dynamic, man. If you study like some of the abduction accounts, that they usually let the Greys do all the work and just kind of stand back. Do you eat ice cream with maple syrup? I have before. It's quite delicious. Maple syrup flavored ice cream. Honestly, just maple syrup on its own is unbelievably addicting. It's incredibly good. Yeah. Yeah, I love it. Yeah. Jim, do you what? Jesse Michaels? FW? Jesse Michaels? What's that mean? FW? What's the Robin Williams joke that hangs low like a testicle in the sky? Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Did we get you baited here this evening on this fucking video being released? Or is it on their website? Yeah. Oh, what do I think about him? I think he's a smart dude. Very philosophical guy. Yeah. He's a very philosophical guy. He approaches things very philosophically. Very smart. Very good researcher. I think he's a team too that helps him, but I love his content. I think he's one of the guys in the space right now approaching this properly. Yeah, he's the guy. He's the content creator right now around this stuff, honestly. Yeah, there's no one else streaming it, I guess. I'm the only one that's streaming it so far. I have a philosophical background, but he's really making leaps and bounds forward, you know. Very resourceful guy too, I think. I'm not a resourceful person. That's the other problem, you know. Buddy, go on, get in here. Yeah. Just look up. Okay, well, we're waiting for, oh my fucking God, we're waiting for the video, guys. I think we've been debated. Yeah, you see the Mantis video out of Peru? No. You can watch when we wait. Holy fuck, man. Is this how it begins? Like, this isn't even 180p. This is like 90p. What is this? Is this from the paranoid incidents that happened recently down there, where like the villagers were citing them? No description. God damn. Is this how they first present themselves to us? Present themselves, yeah. God fucking damn it, yeah. This is it's just fucking Game Boy camera quality, yeah. It's like some first generation PSP at night, yeah. God damn, yeah. Peru Caves back in 2015. Man, listen, there's a Galactic Federation managing all this, guys. What the fuck are you doing right now? Like, come on, like we've been waiting for so long. Oh, there you go. Oh, there you go, right there. Yeah, wow, it's pretty good. It's pretty good generated image. Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah. And another World X News. Chat's chasing a UFO. Holy fuck. Oh my Jesus Christ. You know, there's like some guy that just like showed his mom this. He was like, oh my God, look at this fucking video. Fuck, here's a full video. I don't know if have I ever seen this? Remaining footage from the Nazca caves are the only mummies were found. No. And they found a mantis in there? Oh, Jesus. Bunch of grays. Oh my God. Oh, just guys like hanging out in there. Like, bro, what's up? Just hanging in there. Interesting. Interesting, yeah. Fuck, man. Yeah, it's, what a meme, huh? These fucking guys debated us. Yeah. We're almost 20. I think I know what they did. They probably maybe it had a copyright issue too. Who knows? Could be music detected in the background. Fucking read the audio right into the fucking upload. Holy fuck. Anyway. People think it's the people fucking with the corpses they found. Interesting. That's interesting, yeah. Fuck me. I think we're just gonna have to wait until it gets posted. I mean, me just sitting here and waiting. I mean, I just don't know. I've got some other things we could put on. I've got the Gary Nolan interview too. Yeah. Imagine it was real and you're skipping it. What would convince the average person that these NHI are real? Well, that's the thing. Why we're gonna skip through it. Yeah, man. I mean, it's. I don't know. It's a good question. That's a good question, Cap. I mean, it's one of the things we've talked about here, where in the age of AI, right, and AI video and AI images, that I think people are just going to be taking that as a form of evidence less seriously. Unfortunately, they just are. We just are. I mean, I've talked about this before, but there's tons of crazy videos, and actually they're out of Central and South America, of like weird things running across the road, floating across the road. Some of those videos could be real, of anomalous objects, creatures, right? And we just had no way to discern what we were looking at. Like it was just one video from some random guy that saw something truly anomalous, right? And so there's I would bet there's, if they're here, right, which I bet that they are, I bet there's probably some legit captures of them. And it's just, there's no way to discern what we're looking at, really. There's no way to prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt with just the video alone, right? So, unfortunately, it's like, yeah, we're not going to do anything with it other than just be like, that's crazy. And I hate this, because we're going to rely on these high priests in the fucking government. But it's really when an entity like the United States government comes in and provides us footage and says this is real. Do we know it's real? Well, then that's the other problem, right? But that's really when I think the general public will start taking it more seriously. Yeah, yeah. I always watch you at the gym and been looking forward to this treadmill video. You cooked. Fuck yeah, man. On that grind. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, we've been waiting for this. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I guess they've been a little bit late uploading it, but yeah. I give 2 more videos in the single one of the specific example anyway. Maybe, man. Yeah. Yeah. Second time I'd seen a UFO, firefighter just flew after it. It was a long time ago, like 2 to 3 minutes beforehand. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah. You skeptical of this guy? I mean, yeah. He was definitely hyped up. Some of the people he's involved with are absolutely tier 1 operators. But it's just, I feel like it was a bit premature to jump to this. I feel like these are some of the conversations I would have liked to have had after we have an official admission by the government, or some of these other whistleblowers like Garash and Lulisano finally break through. And then we can start talking about the more metaphysical side to the phenomena, right? Like the abduction phenomena, people having experiences. We're kind of jumping the gun to that, and it's unfortunate, and really it's probably the government that's holding people back, because supposedly they're the ones that have the physical evidence. So, but there's enough out there already, really to suggest that something's going on. I don't know, whatever. I mean, we'll see what comes of it ultimately, right? It's at the end of the day, it's what it's all about. So, you watch Russell on the treadmill. Holy fuck. Yeah, fucking right. Hanging out. Watch me smack my head in the face. Yeah. YouTube channel Cosmic Road has made a lot of videos on the subject of the Nazca mummies, and here he covers the video you scrolled through. Oh, he does. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Oh, so he goes through like the interesting bits and pieces. Oh, I've seen this guy before.
Obviously a low quality camera. You can't have a high def video.
He's there.
Non-human moving.
He's in the cave. They must not know about the YouTube premiere feature now.
All right, let's watch that again. Let's go to the arm movement. And damaged throat, head moving.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have seen this.
Beings that I've shared with you before. This is the one that had the clothing, the armor. before this whole thing blew
this
up.
was buddies,
And
who kind of
real
debunked
doctors
it.
that have looked at these. Is this one of the handbags of the gods? What is this?
I don't know. Like,
Well, it appears.
What's the update on this whole mask and mummy situation anyway? I haven't heard much about it. There was supposedly going to be some experts from the States. They looked at it. I think they were going to be bringing it back to the States, weren't they? It's not CGI. Oh, this. Yeah, this is one that we've covered here before as well. I think there's someone that has looked into it. They think it's a hoax. How were they able to discern that? Good question. But I know this is one of the ones supposedly people from this debunking community are convinced has been solved. How they were able to ascertain that, don't ask me right now. We went over this a couple months ago again. But yeah, the images of that like reptilian looking creature have been floating around again on Twitter, and I know on Reddit as well. So yeah, what, did he hit it with a fucking rock or something? Is that what he did? Like beat its fucking head in or something? Holy fucking killed his dog. Jesus Christ, man. You imagine though, like, mother of God, like, the guy failed the lie detector test. Oh, is that what happened, Astromer? Okay. Yeah. There was something else too about the footage. I thought there was, I can't remember. There was something else about it that we were reading about that people were able to determine it was fake. I don't know if it was like the body or like the alien itself was determined to have been fake. They figured that out somehow. I don't fuck. Almost all of them have been, yeah. Oh, alien implants in Nazca mummies. Oh, this is buddy here. Fuck, what's his name again? God damn it.
Gotta talk about alien implants and the new implications provided by the Nazca mummies. So let's do that. So get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road. I talk about UFOs and the paranormal. Please hit like and subscribe and let me know what you guys think in the comments below. All right, so Dr. Roger Lear spent his career looking at alien implants. He spent many years doing this.
Roger was called out. Some people thought he was a grifter too. He's just in it for the money. I don't know. I think what he found was pretty interesting. Kind of a pompous guy. Some people didn't really like him in the community, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, he's interesting.
Alien implants and
I'm just gonna check over quickly.
Implants, would be found, all over the
We got you
body.
baited here.
They were tiny little things.
Like that's what happened.
Like that, and you could take them out and you could examine them. Sometimes they would resist the examination. Some, like in Whitley Strieber's case, the implant moved when they tried to take it out of his ear. It actually moved. Didn't want to be taken out. But sometimes you can take it out and you can study it. You can't really tell a whole lot. We don't know what they do, what their function is. Sometimes experiencers will report they believe it's for medical purposes. Whitley Strieber was able to use his implant, he believes, to communicate with his late wife. And they actually wrote a book or more than one book together.
He does, yeah. Yeah. Why do we keep doing this to ourselves? Well, do we like being teased at this point? Is that what it is, right? Is that what's going on? Is that what's happening? I think, yeah, it was going to be a live event, but if they're just uploading the video, they could have had issues uploading the video. Where's their Twitter at here? Just a second. See if they updated us here again. Nope, 4 hours ago. Yeah. It will be published on YouTube and directly on X. But it's yet to be published directly on X. Oh my God. Did you address the U.S. talking about how the drones were domestic yet? Yes. Yeah, man. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Supposedly, I have a hard time believing that they were all domestic because the ones over Lakenheath weren't. So, and the ones that were over the German airspace as well were not, supposedly. So then if those two, well, although the UK hasn't really been honest with people, but there were people involved with that kind of talked to Chris Sharp and others, is the US being honest? So, yeah. Maybe they're selling the black site. I mean, yeah, fuck. I think probably something got fucked up is what I imagine happened. So really all we can do until it gets released is just fucking hang out, I guess. And I'm sure at some point this evening it'll go up. When it goes up, I'm sure we can just jump to it and it won't be a problem. I did want to go through, because this is relevant to this case. I was going to eat my dinner, my pizzas here. But this was just posted last night by News Nation. This is Dr. Gary Nolan talking to Ross Coulthart about Jake Barber's supposed injuries that he sustained from working on a craft that gave off radiation. So I had seen a couple clips of this, but I wanted to go through the first little bit and just see what he thought about those claims. Was he actually subjected to high levels of radiation? What does it all mean? Maybe just watch through this for a little bit and see what's going on. You're cooking and couldn't answer. The large bodies they're unsure if they're naturally tridactyl or mutilated, leaning to natural, but was 100% alive. The others have to look into it more, but the only people saying not real are people that haven't gone down with it. Yeah. But I know there were two leading experts. One of the guy was involved in forensic analysis of like teeth, like when people die, like keep it going, look at their teeth. So again, fuck, I'll just follow the evidence. That's all they can fucking do. I mean, if it turns out to be something, then yeah, there you go, man. I have no fucking idea. Yeah. A girl's lying naked waiting for me to come back, and I'm sitting here on a computer waiting for the video. Galbron, that's how it goes, brother. It's fucking just, you gotta fucking, some things take precedence over that, you know, and this is just one of them. This is just one of them. All right. Yeah. Yeah. They revoked security clearance to General Milley. Ooh. Yeah. You're following the story of Dr. Rogers. Was happening all of a sudden. He died and everyone started thinking he was a fake case of cause of rumors. Yeah, did he? Yeah, he was like 80, wasn't he, Wardrigger? Yeah, it's kind of like John Mack, where John Mack was like just really starting to like peak. And he started getting a little bit like woo on it. He was talking about like reptilians and all different alien races, and he was getting into like these narratives that these abductees had, and they get hit by a car, get hit by a drunk driver in London and died. And it's like, fuck. Anyway, supposedly it was just an accident, man. There's something about that still to me, and it could very well be, but it just doesn't sit well with me. I don't know why, but shit happens. That's unfortunately just the way things go sometimes. So yeah. What's the point of spending hours looking into this? Should I just enjoy life on Earth? Let's just say if I know the truth now, what can I do with this information? It's just a regular civilian. Well, that's a good question, man. It's one of those things. It's like following happening things. I mean, this will change everyone's perspective on planet Earth. I would say probably, Cap, more than anything, it's just acclimating yourself to the idea of it is probably really the most important part, right? And I think acclimating yourself to the idea, too, that the world's a strange place, an objectively strange place. And that's like my concern, really, as someone who's digested and swallowed all this shit over the years. But even thinking about it philosophically, I'm concerned about like some people's mental health. Not that I'm saying that you would have a problem with it, but just in talking about people in the general public, just to contend with difficult things. And also, I mean, some people argue be prepared, because depending upon what happens, the stock market could be shaken. We could go through a tumultuous time due to this information, depending upon what comes out, right? I mean, I think if there's some kind of catastrophic type disclosure, and then we get to like an abduction phenomena scenario, and that comes out, and for whatever reason documentation gets leaked, or there's proof of it, that could start to cause some kind of mass panic where people are like, oh my God, they've been taking people, and the perception is against our will for decades, and the government can't do anything. There'd be a serious there'd be, the anxiety levels would raise pretty dramatically, I think. So yeah, video's live. Oh, thank you, Hendrix. Hell yeah. What was taking them so long? 29 minutes. All right, well, I can shove my pizza down my throat in that time. So
do you believe that extraterrestrial intelligence has visited planet Earth?
I think you can go a step further. It hasn't just visited, it's been here a long time, and it's still here.
My name is Alex Klokus. I'm an entrepreneur an investor at SALT. And about 2 years ago, I brought Dr. Gary Nolan, who's a tenured Stanford professor, to SALT. And I asked him, if you had to assign a probability to that statement, what probability would you assign?
100%.
And that idea, that a prestigious, world-recognized scientist would make a statement that he is 100% confident, blew my mind. That statement seems so incredible that it's tough to believe. Maybe a lot of people here hear that, and they don't believe it. A year later, I brought Colonel Carl Nell to SALT. Carl's had a decorated career leading our military at the highest levels, and he certainly did not mince words.
Non-human intelligence exists. Non-human intelligence has been interacting with humanity. This interaction is not new, and it's been ongoing.
How confident are you that that is true?
There's zero doubt.
If their statements are true, it completely defies our current understanding of reality. The problem, however, is that both Dr. Nolan and Colonel Nell, they're kind of secondhand sources. And so we continued to push further. And ultimately, we found those primary sources. We found folks that are actually on the crash recovery team. They have been around, they have held, and they have transported supposed craft of non-human origin. Their claims are so bold and extraordinary that they truly are tough to believe. So we set up an initiative to go one step further. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. At Skywatcher, we've set out to prove it.
Man's gotta eat. I tried to be too obnoxious here in the corner.
First, let's meet Jacob Barber. Jacob Barber is a dedicated patriot who has served his country for 30 years, working both overtly and covertly for multiple agencies within the Department of Defense, the Department of the Interior, and the private sector. Jake was recruited into Air Force Special Warfare in the 1990s, and then transitioned to the broader intelligence community as a contractor in the early 2000s.
Hello, Jake.
Hello, Alex.
I really appreciate you sitting down to have a chat with me.
Man, absolutely. I appreciate you giving me the invitation.
So, Jake, do you believe that a higher form of non-human intelligence has been visiting this planet?
Well, yes, I do.
And when you make that claim, Jake, how confident are you that claim is true?
I'm 100% confident that that claim is true.
Oh my goodness. Oh boy.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Well, let's dive into that a little bit. So
Okay.
you were involved in some form of crash recovery projects that
Yeah.
involved frontier experimental tech from the US government.
So the crash part of it, crash sounds like something that's unintentional, let's say.
Yeah.
So the reason you would have a crash recovery program to begin with, a broad crash recovery program, you wouldn't set up a program like that in order to go get exotic or non-human aircraft. So teams are set up and trained and outfitted with all the tools and techniques and training, 3 Ts, in order to facilitate that mission. So if, hypothetically, something ridiculous were to happen and something of exotic nature were to crash, you're going to call the people that have the most experience with that, and they're going to be the ones you deploy. And I'll add a 4th T to that, which is trust. And because of our particular past and history, we had the trust of the U.S. government, and we were deployed on particular tasks, which included the recovery of exotic craft of non-human origin that were connected.
If I could interject there for 1 second, what about the craft made you so certain that it was non-human in origin?
Well, first of all, it was the reaction of our entire crew and our leadership structure. So it was atypical from how we would communicate and treat any other crash recovery. And then the object or technology itself was something that was inconceivable as being man-made from my perspective and the perspective of my teammates.
What made it inconceivable, though?
Inconceivable was that visually completely abstract.
Yeah.
But abstract in a very specific way. And what I mean by saying that is it's abstract with a consistent public idea of what an abstract aircraft would look like.
So Jake, I mean, what does that mean, man? When you say abstract, you say there's something crazy about these aircraft. I mean, like what? Like, can you? I'm sure there's a lot of stuff you can't talk about. A disc.
A metallic egg.
Okay, a metallic egg. And do you have any idea, like, how these craft were piloted or kind of controlled?
Well, it was obvious that this crash recovery effort was coordinated with another program that had to do with an interest in how consciousness had an impact or could interface with technology.
Yeah.
We were also invited to be part of a program that dealt with the research and development of the building of a system in which a particular human, not non-human, a particular human with a disposition and talent for manipulating their own consciousness could interface with certain technology. So there's a certain effort to reverse engineer these craft. That effort very quickly led to the idea that the power plant for these systems and the interface to manipulate that power plant wasn't done through a mechanical interface of levers of phalanges in order to manipulate control systems. It was done through the mind.
Not only do we have people from the actual crash recovery team, we have another team. They're called the psionics team. There seems to be a subset of people that have the unique ability to actually summon these craft, to be able to focus their thoughts and make objects appear in the sky.
Jordan, I really appreciate you joining us here today.
Alex, it's an honor to be here, man. Thank you for having me.
So maybe let's start by sharing a little bit about your background.
Yeah. So most recently, I worked in the space technology space, a little bit of data science, ultimately taking different imagery types and trying to solve solutions for the utility industry.
I'm curious, by chance, do you believe that a higher form of non-human intelligence has visited this planet?
I'm certain of that.
You're certain? How certain are you?
100%.
I mean, Jordan, that's a pretty bold statement. Where does that certainty come from?
That certainty comes from my firsthand experience in what I term a psionic exploitation program between the years of 2005 and 2010, where I interfaced and worked with non-human intelligence and things like UAP directly.
I mean, Jordan, that is an incredible claim. For the viewer at home, what were you doing in this program on a daily basis?
Yeah, so this would look like things that many people would consider woo-woo-y, right? Like astral projection or meditation. But ultimately, what we were really investigating was how far could we stretch the bounds of human consciousness. Beyond that, how could we get human consciousness to interface directly with things like recovered materials and recovered crafts? What I can tell you from the craft and some of the different projects that we worked on directly is ultimately that they interfaced with us. What I mean by that is my consciousness could project into these craft and recovered materials and then access a suite of commands, essentially capabilities to do various things, including piloting. But ultimately, the story is not about piloting some UAP with your mind. This story is much more about what is consciousness?
Yeah.
Why can we interface with these
I think we're all pretty
things?
loose here right now.
Do you have material that supports these claims?
I have tons of material, linearly autobiographical records that will support my claims.
It's intriguing.
And
It was
Jake,
part of
for
it.
the
I mean,
listener
fuck.
at home, based on your firsthand experience, there are craft of non-human origin that you have recovered that seem to be piloted or interfacing directly with human consciousness. Is that correct?
Yeah, let me tell you a very short story.
Okay.
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 An aircraft crashed.
Yeah.
My team was deployed.
Yeah.
We secured the perimeter.
Yeah.
We secured that target.
Yeah.
We transported that target. We escorted that target and provided security for that target. That target was transported to a facility of a very well-known government-private partner. The decision was made to bring in a team that represented a different private partner who was working on consciousness and the mechanism by which humans could interface with technology. The two were merged, and we were involved with that process.
You were involved in that process?
Yes.
So, Jake, based on your firsthand experience, it sounds
Oh my God, there's that word, firsthand. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it is firsthand.
It is firsthand.
It is firsthand.
Yeah.
Based on your firsthand experience, it sounds like we're living in a science fiction novel, and there seem to be craft of non-human origin that are flying around our skies, and certain human consciousnesses seem to be able to interface with these craft. And there are organizations or institutions, if you will, all around the world that know this fact.
Yeah. Isn't it depressing that should be shocking?
It is
Like,
very depressing, yeah.
That shouldn't be shocking. Thank God, like, you know what? I mean, forgive me, but I'm over that.
Yeah.
So, like, let's get past that, because that is the case, and it is exciting, but we have a duty here. We have a moment in time, thanks to friends like David Grush, who has stuck his neck out and paved a trail with our government, who, for better or worse, has control over a lot of things. This is an opportunity for everyone to make a situation appear where we realize that our consciousness has an impact on our everyday life. I can tell you that this is not unique to the United States, and it's not unique to the most well-known private partners of the Department of Defense and the intelligence community. There is a global effort and interest in this, and a global capability in doing this. Crash recovery is something, and reverse engineering is something that is being done by a number of agencies or organizations worldwide. And I know that because my team has been sought after and offered jobs to go perform our services for employers outside the United States. Yeah.
There seem to be a lot of people that are making
big
incredible
statement.
claims. And so we took all of these individuals that were making these claims, and we said, prove it. You claim that we can summon things in the sky? Prove it to us. We've got the sensors, we've got the team, we've now assembled everyone, and we've asked these folks to show us and actually verify what they're saying. And so here we are. We are here in the California desert, and we've assembled a group of about 15 people. We have a variety of different units within the group, including a sensor and data team, an operations team, a psionics team, and a scientific team led by Dr. Gary Nolan. And we are here to see what happens. We are going to spend 3 days together, leveraging the psionics team, seeing if we can actually make something appear in the sky, seeing if we can track it, seeing if we can actually gather data and verify these supposed claims.
Okay, so when the Psi team gets eyes on a UAP, they'll let me know in relation to where it's at over the city, and then I'll essentially go to that place, see if I can get my soda straw camera, so very focused in camera, to see if we can pull out any key ID features, any kind of details of the craft that make it unique.
Everybody's heard of flying saucers and alien technology and everything else. This project is aimed to prove what has not been proved in years past. It's to gather substantial evidence to show the American populace that there are substantial alien life and craft and everything else flying around. My name's Dan Flexenar. I'm Air Force. I've been in special tactics for 20 years now. I've been in charge of rescue and recovery and medical operations for specialized teams throughout my career, and now currently moving into more of a civilian world for this.
Yeah, so I'm 20-year Air Force Special Warfare. I joined in 2000 as a combat controller. Very air-centric, very aware of what's going on up above. Basically a translator for the two between ground forces and guys that are up there. I've seen a lot of things that I just cannot explain.
Here we are, and I'm not really sure what to expect, to be honest. I think when you talk to the teams, they have unwavering conviction that something is going to happen, that we're actually going to see things in the sky. Not only do they think that we're going to see things in the sky, but we're going to be able to track it. We're going to be able to actually gather a variety of different data related to this thing.
My name is Michael Batista. I'm 32 years old and I'm a former U.S. Army Green Beret, 3rd Group.
And Mike, do you believe that a higher form of non-human intelligence has been visiting this planet?
Yes, I do.
When you make that statement, how confident are you that is true?
I'm extremely confident.
Do you feel like you believe that is true, or do you feel like you know that?
Is that an AK-47 tattooed on his fucking temple? All right.
That is true.
I know that it's true.
Interesting.
When did your experience with the phenomena begin?
All right.
The first experiences I was having was in my early teens, and it started to accelerate as I grew up. And as my time in the military was ending and I was getting out, it really accelerated at that point.
And when this happens, can you explain how it usually manifests or how you experience it?
It usually manifests as something anomalous in the sky, orbs, crafts, different pyramid-looking objects moving at extreme rates of speed and doing very angular movements.
When you do this, are there other people around? Do they actually see you doing this?
I have multiple witnesses that can testify that that is a fact.
And how many times do you feel like you've been able to summon something in the sky?
Anytime I want.
I think that the kind of belief of the team is very important. I think that we've assembled all of the folks that have done this before, and what we're doing does not seem to be new. In fact, it seems as though there's various groups that have been doing this to some degree for quite a while.
Look, there's two. Look at this, look at this, look right here. Look at this one going down and this one going up. Oh, motherfucker.
So the items that we saw last night could maybe be explained as satellites in some instances or space trash, but really when we started seeing erratic movement, we started seeing some vertical tracks and then tracks going from like left to right in the sky, west to east, and then go again vertical. And then we saw the tracks change course, direction, and speed. So I think that's a piloted aircraft of some sort. I think it's either an intelligent being or it's being told what to do. It didn't flash. It got brighter when it maybe had a reflective surface. I don't know exactly what it was. There's a few explanations of why that could be, but I see those in a varying range of places, from Emporia, Virginia to Fayetteville to here. I've seen them everywhere. Only explanation I have is that it could be reflective light or particles that are in our inner atmosphere. But besides that, when they start moving and tracking in different directions, I think we're seeing some sort of craft of some sort.
During our time together, all 15 of us saw some form of unusual lights in the sky. These lights would randomly appear, stay for some short period, and then disappear. oftentimes, multiple lights would seem to appear at once. They would frequently move in patterns or angles that, at least to me, seemed unusual for a plane, satellite, meteor, or space debris. But I am no expert.
I mean, if they were fucking controlling them and talking to them, would they not think to like stop midair for a minute? Wouldn't that like rule out a lot of stuff if the lights just stopped and it started again and it stopped and started again? Right? I mean, that, I mean. Yeah.
On the last day, however, one thing did happen.
We had a couple of our folks that felt like it was a good time to try to communicate with potentially a craft or an entity that was out there through the methods that they use. You know, I just took a spot up on the roof to be able to observe what's out and around us, and then also have another set of eyes that are up above us. So got on the roof to say, you know, I'll be up here, had my phone, you know, let's be ready to record if something went down, and it did.
The psionic team claimed to be connecting with an object, and our sensor data caught this. While this was happening, Fred went up to see if he could see anything with his naked eye.
So I can hear them talking through certain things, and then he said something like, it's forming. As soon as he said that, I stepped out to look behind me, and that's when I saw whatever it was.
Suddenly, Fred saw a second object appear above our base camp.
It was all gray, matte, like not shiny at all. It was elongated oval where it looked like there was, you know, the opposite of a seam bursting out in the middle, going all the way around. And so it looked like a rim, because the bottom half of it was extremely dark. It made absolutely no sound, which doesn't make sense because of its proximity. Like, if it was small, if it was something maybe the size of this razor, then it was really close. We're talking 500-600 feet. If it was larger, which I kind of believe that's what it was, you're looking at 5 to 8 meters long, then probably around 1,500, 2,000 feet altitude, moving north to south. You know, it looked sturdy, it looked heavy. Wasn't a bird. You know, if it were an aircraft, any kind of conventional thing that we have now, it would have rocked us at how low it was. So 20 years in the Air Force and never even seen anything close to that. Nothing. There was no observable propulsion. There was no wings. There was no rotor. With that kind of speed, you should hear something, especially if it was that close. So I was shaking. Like, it was super exciting. I mean, I'm not going to start shaking over an F-16 flying overhead or a bird dive bombing. That was incredible. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
Dr. Nolan was there, and this was his perspective.
I personally didn't see anything in the sky or on the ground, but what I did see was an individual who, in the midst of attempting to call such an object, exactly at the moment that he said he was interacting with something, the individual on the roof who had the cameras saw something. When we reviewed what it was that the person on the roof had seen, something showed up. I mean, it was fleeting, but it was clearly not a bug. And so what do I have? I have a person who claims to be doing something. It was clear that he was in distress at the moment of the supposed interaction. Yeah. And at that moment, something is seen. What do you have? You have a correlation.
So we have an egg-shaped object that our sensors caught moving in one direction, supposedly connected to our psionics team, and a disc-shaped object that Fred reportedly saw moving in a different direction. We worked with an animator to specifically visualize.
Like, boys, could you not fucking tell them to slow down a little bit? Just be like, you know what, guys? Just like take it down to like maybe Mach 1 or 2, all right? Like not Mach 30. Just for a couple seconds for the cameras. Like, it's just not something we can fucking do though. Like, it's just like fucking Christ, dude.
The disc that Fred saw. This is a recreation from his vantage point. For reference, This is what he believes the disk looked like. And this is the speed we calculated the disk was moving over the building. Our experience raises a lot of questions that we don't yet have the answer to.
I was there not to provide any conclusions. I was there to make sure that everything that was being done in a scientifically accurate way, as dispassionately as possible, and to be part of the advisor team to make sure that this was done in a way that at some point, if it ever wanted to be put together into a scientific paper, we had collected the kind of metadata required to say, well, we might not have a conclusion, but here is at least a story that tells us that the data which we're providing to perhaps some future event might be looked back to and said, oh, well, what happened there worked, that didn't work, so let's try this again so that we can perhaps make it repeatable.
Don Paul, who was also present at the event, had this to say.
Well, I think it's pretty standard fare. There's certain things that the rational mind could attribute to it. Could be this or it could be that. But there are also things which move in ways which do not fit the normal laws of physics or aerodynamics. This is something that's pretty well known at this point. It goes way back in history. I have a combined 25 years law enforcement and military background prior to becoming involved in the similar endeavors in the private sector. It's very hard for people who have seen and experienced things to discuss it, because even our own loved ones, you don't want people to think you're crazy and there's something wrong with you. Which it's one thing if you see it on a Netflix special, or if you have read about it or seen clips on TV. If you see it for real, it kind of changes your mindset about stuff. And I have, because of my military background, worked around a lot of aircraft, helicopters, fast movers. There are certain vehicles that move in ways which are not consistent with the regular physics of what we consider aircraft in the conventional sense. There's a difference between believing and knowing. And you want to work with people who know things, so there is no question about the validity. Now it's a matter down to the nuts and bolts of how do we produce the evidence we need to make it approachable for everyone.
The flow of information now seems to be inevitable.
Yeah.
You cannot keep the truth from people. And it seems like reality is just far more complex than people realize.
Yeah, it is. In this process, I've moved from a very pragmatic person, having very pragmatic responsibilities, to be burdened with things that are more abstract and cerebral.
Yeah.
But still having to keep my foot in the pragmatic world, and that's a tough thing because it's so it's the truth can be distracting in that way. We are in a world right now where we're battling over resources.
Yeah.
And if we can use that technology, or if we can understand a way to interface with technology to create energy systems that can supply for our basic needs, then we're all better off.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. And it feels like we're on the precipice of entering a new reality. And I really appreciate everything you're doing, and I'm excited to hopefully make a dent alongside you.
Yeah, let's make some dents.
Let's do it, man. Let's
All
fucking
right.
do it.
To dents.
To dents.
During our time together, there were multiple events that caused me to seriously question certain assumptions I have about reality. The day we were wrapping up our event, something incredible happened. There was a mass UAP sighting directly in the area where we ran our operation. There were dozens of claims on neighborhood apps of residents seeing anomalous things in the sky. The story picked up steam, and in a few days there were thousands of tweets about the incident. The FAA even imposed a temporary flight restriction over the area where we ran our operation. Is this causation? Did we cause this event? Is this correlation, or was it purely coincidental? We don't profess to have all the answers, but we do believe it's imperative that we find out. So we've set up Skywatcher, and this is only the beginning. Skywatcher is not a media company. It is a robust, well-financed initiative focused on validating or invalidating these supposed claims. We invite you to join us in this initiative, and we intend to share all our findings.
Well,
because perhaps, in order for us to actually level up, we need to acknowledge that reality is much more than it seems.
Well, I mean, it was really well produced. I'll give them that. Unfortunately, it was potatoes. Where was the meat though? Where was the spicy, succulent meat we wanted? Right? There wasn't a lot of that. Unfortunately, there was just like a couple, it was like the squiggly lines videos they just showed in the News Nation special. That was like a piece of dirty old steak, just tendon, and they were just chewing on it. Where did they go again? Where's the video? The little lines and stuff floating around in the sky. Here we go, right here. And the other guy gave us a trust me, bro. I saw a fucking actual disc. It's all right, well, sick movie trailer. Yeah, I mean, the production is meant to distract from lack of substance. Yeah. That's exactly it, Ken. Yeah, it's like we just got a salad at McDonald's, for Christ's sake. Yeah. Butthole watchers. Yeah. Fuck. I don't think our rims got jostled here, though. That's the fucking problem. I was really looking forward to having the rim being jostled on the Jim Russell show. And unfortunately, yeah, it didn't happen once again. They are a darker shade of blue. Aren't they, Brad? Yeah. Yeah, it's part one. Yeah, should we cope? Should we fire up the fucking copium right now? I mean, listen, it's interesting. Here, I'll fire it up. I think this guy that runs the SALT conference is rich as fuck. I don't know what he was involved with if he's a hedge fund manager, but he's one of the guys that I think is funding this whole operation here because he wants to get answers as to, what the fuck's going on with the UFO thing. I wish they dug into a little bit more of the whole psionics dudes. One of those guys is interesting. Supposedly said he was in a government program doing it. So, I mean, intriguing. They've done this before with remote viewing. So, just need footage. Just need good footage, I guess. We need high resolution footage. We need people on the ground. I mean, Gary Nolan is in the medical sciences. We get someone maybe optical physicist, someone that knows atmospheric phenomena really well. Even Travis Taylor, for Christ's sake, from Skinwalker Ranch. I mean, he has all those degrees necessary to discern what the fuck, they might be looking at. They could set up more detailed, I don't know what they had set up, but I think you could probably get more information out of even that, those objects they thought they saw. That I think you could rule out the satellites pretty quickly if you pull up the right fucking apps, right, to see what's going over your head. So saying that we don't think it's satellites, although it could be classified satellites. So I guess that might throw a wrench in it. Yeah. Part 14 is the 4K footage. Yeah, we just gotta wait. Next year it's gonna come out. Yeah. Oh man. It wasn't bad for expecting absolutely nothing. Well, it's really good production quality. Holy fuck. Yeah, it's they had some proper cameras there. I mean, this is no joke. Yeah. But yeah, unfortunately, I didn't really care if I saw this guy's face in 4K. What I wanted to see was the object in 4K that they got. But the element of doubt is still with us. What can we do to wane it? There's only one thing, really. Just to do it ourselves. Fuck it, we'll do it ourselves. And fuck it, we'll do it live ourselves. How's that? Go out in the front lawn. Sit down. The problem is I don't have any psionic abilities. That's the thing holding us back, I think. Maybe I could go find some local psychics again, see if they can talk with them, right? Try and I don't have a bunch of money to give them, unfortunately. But we could bribe them in some other way. The aliens might be able to give them money. Yeah. Jesus Christ, yeah. Technically, he was in a government program doing psionics. He was on employment welfare, getting stoned and watching Asian alien marathons. That sounds like my life lately, man. Fuck. Why don't I have those abilities then? We do the same thing right now. Why don't I have those abilities? Yeah. Are we ready? Yeah. Well, we can do an experiment any old fucking time. No, I'm not able to see out the window, but for people that are outside, I mean, you could go and try this yourself. I mean, that's kind of the whole deal here, where with CE5, it was supposedly something anyone can do. Now, will the aliens show up if you have your fucking iPhone ready? Or are they only going to show up when you conveniently leave your iPhone at home? Like what happened with me when I saw all those fucking UFOs flying through the sky that night. Literally the one fucking night. And this is interesting anecdote, I guess. The one night that I left my phone at home when I went to take my dog for a walk, I saw those lights. Every other night, I would bring my phone with me. But the one night I said, no, I don't want to cram this phone in these little booty shorts I had on, you know. They kind of shrunk and they shrunk in the wash. But, you know, I'd usually just throw it in there. One night I didn't fucking throw it in. Walk down the street. Bussy out. Didn't I see fucking UFOs? Huh? What are the chances of that now? Motherfuckers. That's what I thought walking home. I was like, you motherfuckers. I was like, if that was actually you, go fuck yourselves. Because it would have been the perfect shot. And I didn't get it. It's in my mind, though. It's in my mind's eye. Mr. Finster here had recreated it for me. I'd shown it on the channel before, but is it that complicated? Are they that obnoxious? Yeah. Man. Are you a ginger, though? If so, you certainly have some special gifts. Unfortunately, I'm not, Wayne. I have auburn hair, so there's small amounts of ginger in me, but not enough to make any kind of noticeable difference yet. Yeah. Yeah, they forgot to pack zoom lens. So that's exactly it, man. Yeah, they forgot to pack a lot of equipment. They probably would have been able to get higher resolution captures than what was shown here. I mean, I don't know, man. Yeah. Let's say you're working for one of these private actors recovering crafts, and one day you decide, no, I'm going to tell people about this. Why you not bring just an average phone camera to get evidence? Yeah. What did they use, though? That's the question. Like, who knows about cameras? Is there a better quality camera that you can point up at the night sky to get higher resolution photographs? I don't know. I would assume that there is. I like to think there is, but then I don't fucking know. So is that a thing? Yeah. Yeah. Also go out for meditation without a phone for a walk. That's the thing. I mean, maybe if you want to have this experience, you have to kind of put that stuff aside, right? Maybe they know. Maybe they don't want to do it. Yeah. Please interview me. I've connected with some people on Twitter who are in tune with this kind of thing. I'm a genuine, your guinea pig. Seriously, I'm supposed to slow roll for disclosure. Yeah, man. I mean, well, I don't fucking know. I mean, you know, send me some stuff on Twitch or on Discord, man, about like your whole story. I read through some of it, Sam. Yeah. I did not listen to the Gateway experience on the first attempt because I was afraid of spawning orbs. I read of that on Reddit 2 years ago. I've gone through the Gateway experience. I mean, it was a long time ago, but how long ago was it now? I'm trying to think. But I mean, you know, I wasn't receptive to a lot of that stuff. I don't know. Like I've done some remote viewing training that I found online. I've had people tell me they'll train me remote viewing, and I intuitively just don't think I'm going to get anything out of it. But if people do, I mean, fuck, try it, you know? Like, yeah. 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 I'll send a pic of it in Discord if anyone comes close. Anyone can try. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Yeah. God damn. Yeah. Yeah. I'll give you a list of points, 15 to 20 points of interest, and you can question me on anything. I'll never change my claims because I know what I experienced. Fuck, man. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, fucking write it out, and we'll see. I was gonna do a call-in, so fuck, I don't know, but maybe next week we'll do like on Wednesday. I was gonna do like a call-in show. We're gonna turn this thing into the fucking new Coast to Coast, for Christ's sake. Oh God. Yeah. Maybe for better or for worse. Who knows? I'm definitely not going to be an Art Bell. But I can promise you one thing, I'm definitely also not going to be George Norrie, so that would be reassuring possibly. So, yeah. Am I still skeptical Scully? I can be, yeah. Sometimes I can be, yeah. Didn't the movie Nope use some advanced camera that basically turned a night scene into daytime? Did it? I didn't know that, yeah. It's a fellow Canadian. Coast to Coast 2.0. Man, message me on Discord the fucking, like, points of your story. Like all the different, like from start to end, and we'll go through it. And then, yeah, you can come on and tell people. What was the thing you're talking about, the adrenochrome recently though? Like it's through like eating toenails and fingernails and shit though. Like man, at the end of the day, it's like, you know, whatever. Yeah, fuck, go through the whole fucking thing. Like it is what it is, you know. You have to first know where they will show up. Then the camera needs to point in the direction for it to capture. Nighttime is extremely difficult because the light is less to be captured. So something with high focal length and slow shutter speed should work for these objects moving at high speed though. This is extremely difficult. Yeah, we need to get, I mean, if you know cameras, Calbron, I mean, thank you. I would presume, I don't know this, but I presume looking at the quality of the presentation here, like the camera quality, that they spent some money here on this production. So what's a $2,000 fucking $3,000 camera at this point, right? When you've got like probably cameras 10 times that price filming the fucking special. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah. You're not going to lie, I eat myself. I can't help it. It's stress-induced and learned behavior from a young age. But I don't do it more extreme than my mom. I believe it's impossible. That was under stress. I've been microdosing my own adrenochrome for 30 plus years. Brother, send me the whole story. Fucking I'll go over it. Fucking who knows? Yeah. Got the shakes while typing. Oh, call in. Yeah. Yeah, call in. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, there you go. Well, yeah, we can do it for anybody who wants to come in. Tell us there's no offensive behavior. It'd be banned permanently. That's a risk I have with it, you know. Anyway, as long as everybody's cordial, yeah. But yeah, Ralph Colesart doesn't even care about the UFO topic. He just wants to solve mysteries. He literally got big off the David Grush interview. Watch this. Well, he was known, Cap, before. He was an investigative journalist in Australia. Now, something happened though, someone told me.
I guess I've got one of those brains that goes, I want to solve this. I want to work this out and figure out how this was ever the case. And a lot of humans, they just accept it. They go, oh, well, I'm going to get on with my life and do what I want to do. I find those kind of nagging mysteries the best ones. You know, it's intriguing to me, just like the UFO subject. But I can tell you, mate, once I've solved the UFO subject, I'm going to move on and do another investigation into something else. I think we're very, very close
Bigfoot
to cracking the mystery of UAPs.
Wow. You've had so much interaction behind the scenes.
Are you saying that he's just going to fuck off once he figures it out? He's just going to fuck off once he figures it all out? Walks, and then once he figures it out, he'll get his fucking... What's the equivalent of like Nobel Prize journalists get? I forget what the fuck it's called. You know, whatever it's called. Walk away with money bags and just disappear. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah. And I'm racist, sexist. I've just been through unbelievable shit. Yeah, if you invite randoms on, it'll be a hit. Yeah, well, man, listen. I mean, fuck it. Yeah, send it to Livestream Fails. Yeah. Well, that's my whole. Listen, man, send me your fucking story. Yeah, maybe next week, like on Wednesday or something. I was thinking up with Mr. Galen TV, who's now, I guess, officially the show producer. Sorry, mic got turned down. What we can do to mix things up. So we were doing Schizo Sundays, which is like Schizo Stories, which is still fun, but I think we could probably do other things as well, like do a call-in segment where people call in with their stories and shit, and it'd be kind of fun, man. Yeah, you'd be the first one, so there you go. Yeah. You have a low number of trolls. Yeah. Right now, maybe. Yeah. With 42 viewers, I think if we got 10 times that number, this topic definitely brings an eclectic group of people in. I know over the years, I know that much, but I love these stories, though, man. I love these eccentric stories either way. You know, like people get attacked by the government. People are talking to the cat people and they fall in love with a cat person. You know, I would love this shit. I loved this shit like growing up, you know. Now, Coast to Coast didn't necessarily go there all the time, but I loved listening to the older episodes, like with Art Bell, too, like the really memey ones. They get people calling in who supposedly are whistleblowers, too, right? Like the crazy story, like the incident where Buddy from Area 51 called in and then the line went dead. His whole radio station got like hit with something while he was on the phone with him, which was super scary. And the guy was LARPing. But maybe someone was listening and thought, oh my God, this is actually a whistleblower. We got to pull the trigger on this right now. And that's one of the theories floating around of what happened. If no one's ever heard that before, it's the craziest story. Yeah. It's not going to be a Jim Russell empty promise. Absolutely not. No. We're working on it. I think really the easiest thing to do is we'll just use Discord. That'd be for the call-in. So yeah, no. It's a real deal. Yeah. we're moving ahead with things. So yeah. The issue with the digital camera is compression rate at night. It is not made for that kind of long exposure, so you get a lot of light through the sensor that is not the object you try to capture, and you get a haze of other anomalies in the video of the pictures. Shy, thank you for that input. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that's good to know. I mean, I'd heard that it's difficult to capture anything with any decent quality at night, even now. I noticed it with the iPhone. I get a 15. It's not the 16, but it's a 15 Pro Max. It's got a crazy camera on it, but it's trash at night. Like they're just still garbage at night. You can't get anything. Yeah. The R51. Yeah, the episode was nuts, man. Yeah. What do you mean, you people? Yeah. Oh yeah. Fucking, Yeah, I think. The Pulsar. Thank you, Hendrix. I just saw that too. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we'll figure something out. I think it become a meme. There's a fucking guy on here that does, it's something similar. Like, there's a guy that dresses up like a gecko. Is he on YouTube? Or he streams, he does stream, I think. He live streams. And then there's the other guy that dresses up like a frog now. People call in and just meme on him. That's funny as fuck. Like, we could do something similar here, right? With some memers. I'm not going to dress up like a fucking frog. I dress up like a homeless guy. Usually that's my fucking meme, crazy schizo. But yeah, we could have some fun. We could have equal amount of fun. So yeah, I think Twitch is just I still love Twitch. Although Twitch is like Twitch is a platform sometimes is very sensitive. Let's put it that way. With things that people say, they're very sensitive. Be careful what you say sometimes. But I still love it. I love the community of Twitch. I love the vibe of Twitch. I always have and always will. So. I think bringing this kind of conversation to Twitch is something that I wanted to do, and I think this is. There's everyone on here loves this stuff, and there's tons of people I know. There's so many of us that like this shit, so that's what I was trying to do with this. Yeah, dressed like a detective. Oh God, I could, man. I'll just put a toga on. I'll be the resident philosopher, schizo philosopher on Twitch. Yeah. So in Discord this week, I'm going to draw a picture and put it in an envelope and label it 1, 2, 3, 4, and then take a picture. We can all do a remote viewing experiment. Yeah, fuck, man. There you go. Let's do that too. Yeah, hell yeah. I'll go over the results next week. That's another great idea. Yeah. Lard Liquor 85. Oh my heavens. I want Skinny Bob to oil me up real good. With what? Lard Liquor? Fuck. That sounds like a good fucking time. Yeah. Where's the fucking picture I always pull up? Right there. These are just careful what you fucking wish for, brother. You never know who's gonna break through your fucking wall, right? That's just a little tease there. That's all you get. Yeah. Fuck me. Yeah. See when it gets close. It'd be cool. Yeah. I think anyone you want to come on needs to go on cam if they're willing to show themselves on cam while they regale you their stories. Aren't we spending time with me? Oh, that would definitely narrow them down. I think it'd be fine it'd be fine as call-ins maybe, as long as we can talk with people beforehand and I can tell that you're not like 13 years old. And I remember like me and my brother and our friends used to call in. They'd have these like live auction shows, or they'd be like showing like jewelry like on sale, like this, and or they'd be doing like some product placement for like skincare, and you could do these live call-in shows. And a couple times we used to get my brother to do it. A couple times we got through, and he just fucking razzed them. I think one time he was going on about how he like lathered himself up in peanut butter, and the guy's like, okay, all right. It just fucking hang the phone up. So I mean, I get the meme, I get the troll. It's funny as fuck, but like, on here, like a couple hard R's and I'm done, right? Like Twitch is gonna shut this place down. That's all it takes is a couple fucking select choice of words, and then I'm fucking done. So yeah, for any for wasting your time, people who are obviously unwell. Yeah. That's, I think, yeah. But honestly, it's part of the fun though, just having these eccentric people on too, man. That's the thing. That's the thing about Coast to Coast, the guests that he would have on, or the call-ins, even Alex Jones' show, right? InfoWars. Oh my fuck. I don't really follow the show anymore, but back like in university, I remember when Wrath of the Lich King came out, I was playing on my laptop, and I would just put up InfoWars in the background through the day. And like some of the fucking callers, man, like Alex would be like screaming at them, yelling at them, or they'd be just trolling the fuck out of them sometimes. Like it was so fucking good. It was good there for a couple of years. Like I love that. You have these guys on just telling these crazy stories. It's like that was part of the meme. Like I loved it. Yeah. Yeah, then it's time for Rumble a Kick. Yeah, I hope I can stay here on Twitch. I hopefully can. I don't want to get kicked off as this grows. I mean, I say lots of shit too. It's just like kind of borderline, like fuck, like when's it gonna happen? I don't know. I'd love to stick around on here. I do love the platform. Whether the platform will love us and me, that I don't know. Yeah, as opposed to aliens holding their cocks. What else are they gonna hold? Yeah. Yeah, you need a Shepherd Show channel for that. I agree, it's highly amusing, but you need to have a dedicated channel for covering oddballs and whacked out shit. I could, yeah. It depends. I mean, I think some nights, man, might be fine. I mean, with like streaming in general, I mean, I want to be able to obviously have like serious conversation and cover news stories and shit, but yeah, it's just being a streamer and what that entails, and having there would be like a night probably dedicated to it, like a particular show, I guess. In general, this is just like a conversation, a long format conversation that I've been having so far on here, just hanging out. But yeah, it would progress to probably show. You can even do stuff like that on YouTube. Really, would be another option. I just still want to do IRL stuff as I continue to grow here, but I could use my iPhone. I think I probably will. Be nice if I get like a camera later on to do that kind of stuff. But I am into health and fitness too, and I just kind of like to expand out. And but this is obviously what I love doing. Yeah. I don't cover craziness too much. I think it depends how I do it. I mean, if it's done in like I mean, obviously some of the stories are potentially legitimate, but like a tongue-in-cheek kind of way, maybe it'd be okay. Yeah, I think Alex Jones just one big LARP. Yeah, he's a meme, man. Yeah. Well, being a VTuber, I think it's too late for that now, man. I'm already here, right? Isn't the whole thing of the VTuber like you just conceal your identity? You're just like this. I don't get that fucking personally. I don't understand it. I mean, I understand like the streaming thing now, like the community aspect of it, but I guess maybe you don't really need to like see the person. That's not really what it's about. It's just about like hanging out. So yeah. Fuck yeah. Yeah. You dig shit that shit with me. Yeah, man. Maybe I love talking with you too and everybody else. I mean, that's what I love. I love talking about this topic, among other things, but I love following it. That's what I love as well. Yeah. They're a little sensitive Canadian show. Yeah. A lot of VTubers show both. Oh, did they actually? What was that girl's name that was on for a while? She was American, but she was Asian ethnicity. But she was big for a while and then she disappeared. She was a VTuber too, though. I forget what her name was. Yeah. Oh shit. What just happened there? Yeah. Some of the people who would be on would be serious and not doing it tongue in cheek. So when you start trolling, memeing on them, yeah, apt to spaz out and cry. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, fuck. Tell me about my sweater. My sweater, Wayne? This sweater here? This sweater is an old sweater that's very old. It's a cardigan, actually. It's not just a sweater. So, yeah. Code Miko. Yeah, that's who I thought about. Yeah. What happened to her? Wasn't she on here? Yeah. You just fucking with me. Okay, I was going to say all this shit. Oh, is she still ripping? Okay. Interesting, yeah. I'd love to do is collab with other people, other content creators in the space as well. So if anybody on here, if you stream as well, or you just kind of lurking, or know anybody else that does this kind of has this kind of topic, these interests, I'd love to talk with the people on Twitch. There's obviously people on YouTube. There's people on Twitter. I know these people, some of them, but I would love to work with people on Twitch. There was another guy in here when I started doing this, and I love talking to. We talked a couple times, and they stopped streaming. So there's no one else on Twitch really talking about either the UFO phenomena, ufology, metaphysical things, philosophical things. There's not really a lot on here at all. It's obviously kind of a more game towards like gaming content, but there's a pretty big just chatting community, which is what the category that I'm in. So, yeah, fuck yeah. You lose another 30 pounds, but ready for that sweater. Fuck, man, I can lose 20. I still got to lose another 20. I just cut my calories down again today. Like I want to get down to 200 pounds. I was 230 pounds and it's like, fuck, that's too much. That's too much weight. So I want to be down to 200 pounds. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. The Sushi Dragon loves to do that for smaller channels. Okay, I don't know. You mentioned names before, people, but yeah, I'm not familiar with them. Yeah. It's really a person I can talk to about this shit IRL. Yeah, I found that myself. I mean, I'm the kind of person where I would just bring this stuff up to people who don't even talk about it though. And if they had a problem, I would just argue with them about it usually. But yeah, that's also why I like doing this, man, because there's a lot of people of like mind. We all, although we have varying degrees of like interest or we're all to different levels. We're critical with some of this stuff more than others, but I think generally we all think there's something going on. Hopefully, it's just trying to get to the bottom of it, which is really through conversation. I think what I want to try to do and research this, and yeah, see some bigger streamers talk about it once in a blue moon, and some 2 to 3 viewer streamers that talk about it. Yeah, that's kind of what I noticed too, man. And I was there too, like a couple years ago. We just had like me, Galen TV, and Harry Calvarium, and that was it. And Leaky Pipes, and my other buddy. That's all. We just would come on and hang out, and we kind of grew it from there. So, but yeah, I know I would. What would we talk about? Talk about this stuff. What do you think about this, bro? Fucking, what do you think about all this stuff? You know, just fucking meme on it, I guess. But yeah, I don't fucking know. I mean, you know. Yeah. How can you not be interested in this stuff? That's a good question, man. That is I think it's just objectively one of the most interesting things to talk about, really. I mean, obviously some people have better things to do with their time. But I think it's important for people to contend with, which is why I talk about it. Yeah. You think there's either massive psychological or social phenomena going on, or it could be yeah, I would say definitely. There's something. I'd say there's something going on. And I think there's a psychological aspect to it, absolutely. But there's a physical aspect. There's something that's out there that's interacting with people. Yeah. No, thanks, man. Well, listen, you've been in here for a long time, man. So thank you for the support. Thank you for coming in, and yeah, for everyone, thank you for the continued support and hanging out, and yeah, coming and chilling, and yeah. I mean, I like doing this. I would love to be able to get the viewership on Twitch up to where I could like make money at it, so I could like dedicate more time to doing other things, like. It's a problem sometimes when people expand things out, they do it really poorly though. Like I will probably just always do this. I would just still do this. I could probably end up streaming for a little bit longer as well. I could probably do like 8 hours. But I would need stuff to do. I would probably have throw another show in there. I'd love to do more like IRL stuff and collaborate. And there's other things that I do in my life. One thing I definitely am wanting to do if I have money is probably go and try and align myself with the university, whether remotely or my local university. I do need and want to do my dissertation. I want to work with someone on that in philosophy. And I did music too for a long time. Something else that I did. So those are the two things I was really passionate about, because this related to philosophy, this conversation, I think. So yeah, those are the other things I do with my life. I was a musician. So not that I can really do that on here, and I don't want to do some cringe crossover shit, you know, have like a music UFO show. I wouldn't do that, but like I could record shit honestly and do that on the side as well. So yeah, man, thanks, people. Yeah, I just like doing this. I just like having conversations. So yeah. You sent 11 photos to start with. Holy fuck, man. Yeah, I'll check it out, man, in a bit. Yeah, I'll go over it tonight. Yeah, I'll make money at it. Yeah, maybe, man. Who knows? I mean, yeah. What about viewers and make it sustainable financially? I think it's hard to say. Once you achieve partner on Twitch, that's when things start to look like. That's when you could technically say I'm doing this for a living, but not really. So a consistent viewership of 75 people would allow you to achieve partner on Twitch. And once you get partnered, you get a better cut of the subs and the ad revenue. Oh god, it's hard to say. I mean, if it's just off of streaming alone, fuck. I mean, it depends how motivated you are, how resourceful you are. If you're working to get sponsorships, collaborations, I'd say probably a couple hundred people on average would definitely put you in a place where you could probably comfortably. I mean, thankfully, my partner makes very good money. Not that I'm relying on her. I make getting EI and my own money that I had that we're living off of. But oh fuck, I don't know. It's one of those things. It's like I had a decent job. Like she has a very good job. It's like, I don't know, a couple hundred people could probably net you between 30,000 USD and 50,000 USD a year. I've heard some figures out there like that. So like that's not a whole lot really right now. If I can do like a decent job to me now would be like 6 figures Canadian. That would be something that I'd be looking for now. If I went back out of the job market, I'd be looking for something with 6 figures. So with my experience, you know, I've got a degree, all that shit, all that, it's not worth a lot anymore really, but I would ideally like to find something like that. So then however much that, if that could net me that much, that would be nice. Yeah, man, it's the thing. It's just I just covering the shit and talk with people and memeing. I just fucking meme on here. Yeah, be who you are and have fun doing it. Well, I think that's it, man. That's what I'm trying to do. And I hope it's been working. I think what I genuinely want to do and what I genuinely was interested in doing, because I've been doing this actually for almost 5 years now. For about 5 years, almost 5 years, and I think probably this summer, I've been streaming on Twitch. We had a podcast called the Casual Cats Podcast. I mean, my buddy did. And when I lost my job the first time, we kind of pushed it, and we just would have these conversations, and we would just talk. We just have this philosophical conversation. And Galen TV too, as a background in philosophy, would come in and talk, as well as Harry. And we would just talk about this stuff. And I was just interested as to what they thought about it. And I thought, when the Grush thing happened, I'm genuinely curious what everyone else thinks about this. Because I'm looking for kind of peer review as to what people think about the phenomena. I'll bring up these topics. We'll go over them. You know, although I'm the only one talking, which to be completely honest, I'm not always super thrilled about. I wish that I could like hear your voices, and that's why I want to do some kind of a thing where we can either hang out or do call-ins with people, because I want to like genuinely interact with everyone else too. Like I don't want to have this kind of like I followed some other streamers, and like they end up having this like entity that becomes chat. They refer to it as hey chat, like all these people. It's like they're all individuals. Everyone's an individual. And like, that's why I'm doing this, because I genuinely want to hear what people think about this. I want to hear, because everyone has a very interesting backgrounds, I'm sure. Right. And everyone has a unique perspective on things. It's valuable. And because we're all unique, I think everyone's perspective on this is objectively valuable because of that, because everyone could sees this from a different angle, a unique angle. So yeah, man. Yeah. And so I don't look at this as some kind of like an entity, and I don't ever really want to look at it like that, which is as if it were to grow and get bigger and there's like, 500 people in chat. It's like, I'd have to figure out a way to like get to know everybody to some degree, which is what I would want to do. So yeah, but yeah. You have a dark but positive vision. Yeah. Move from wobble pop money to wobble pop money. Man, fuck. I'll be sipping on that fucking fine wine, Bones. I'll be cracking those $100 bottles here every fucking night. You see me go down the fucking drain. Living the good life. Can you search work for home, but business from another country? I have been looking, man, for, oh my God. So I lost my first job in 2022, I guess, technically. So I guess we were doing the podcast before then, but I've been looking for a work from home position, but I didn't really have a LinkedIn set up, which was stupid of me. I should have, and I know that's one way that you can really kind of make connections with people, and it would be sick if I could have something where I could work from home. But my experience so far is just in management, really, in business. So yeah, but yeah, it would be awesome, but yeah, is what it is. Yeah. YouTube automation, like Brightside YouTube channel. Okay. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Yeah. I enjoy your content. Can't always afford a sub, but you have it. Yeah, Chucky. Yeah, no, I don't expect anybody to. I know a lot of the thing with streaming and making money off streaming, although the subs, I guess, do help it to some degree, but when you achieve a higher level of viewership, if you're getting a couple thousand people watching, you're making a good amount of money from just the ad revenue alone. the cut you get from partner provides you with a pretty good baseline off of ad revenue, which is really what I would kind of go for. And, you know, that probably would, the subs to me, I appreciate it a lot. It's just, I don't want to feel like a bum either. That's the thing. Like, you know, it's bum. And it's, people are so, man, some people on here are like so fucking they just don't care. They're like, just whenever they run out of money because they won't spend all their fucking, all their sub money on liquor, they're like, we have a subathon. It's like, I would never do that. I couldn't bring myself to do that shit, man. Like, fuck me. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck me. Yeah. Based on those pictures you were looking at before, I thought you were more open into peen review. Wayne, brother, I mean, we can do a segment on that if you want. We kind of already did that before with the whole alien race, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Like you read out what he said. Yeah. Remember us when you're famous, Jim? Yeah. If that ever happens, brother. Yeah. Yeah. Like no one who has a whole high school worth of people. I listen, Chalky. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I'm doing this for a reason though. I mean, I'm doing this too because I want to get a vibe for what people, although I don't mean general public in any kind of negative way, but what people think out in the world about this stuff, about some of these metaphysical ideas, about the phenomena, about what's happening. Like, I'm just curious what on an individual level people think about this. And that's something I've always done. And that's something that that's one of the reasons why, again, I started doing this, because I wanted to genuinely hear from people as to what they thought was happening and what their opinions are of it, and people from varied backgrounds as well. So yeah, it's kind of a peer review. Yeah. We had 960 people in for a short time. Yeah, during the, I mean, most of those people only came in here to watch the, News Nation interview. But yeah, we almost hit 1,000 people. Yeah, man, that's all I can fucking do. Yeah. Some funny alerts wouldn't go amiss, though. Yeah, I know, man. I know. We need to set that shit up. I was talking with Digi. I don't know if you're in here tonight, are you? But I know we figured out the emotes. The emotes we definitely figured out. Fuck, where's the snake wizard, for God's sake? It's so fucking, yeah. I love we've got some decent emotes that have been thrown in here, although I can't seem to access them at the current point in time. But so we figured out some of the emotes. Yeah, figuring out the alerts. The other thing I'm in the process of figuring out, I'm fucking just looking at myself, my fucking hair is a mess, is the clips. Clipping the stream up is the other thing that I've been trying to fuck around with on Twitch. It's actually not as good as I thought it was. You can't clip into milliseconds, so you get these awkward like segments, but uploading the VOD, but really clipping the VOD, that's a huge thing. If you want to like expand the conversation out and get more viewership on something, you need to create a content, whatever this is, conversation. But you need to clip things as well to give people the reason to be like, oh, I should check this stream out and come and hang out, and I should share maybe what I think about this. And that's what I want people to do. I want to genuinely hear from people on this too. I don't want just to be me just blabbing at the fucking camera endlessly. I want to hear and have conversation with people. Talk about these ideas, right? Because that's what I love to do. It's what you do in philosophy, is you talk about ideas. You ask questions, you talk about ideas, right? And you bounce things off of one another and you ask better questions, right? So I genuinely, that's what I want to do. So to do that, to facilitate that, I think, yeah, you need to kind of give people an idea, vibe of what we're trying to do here. And yeah, clipping stuff as well. And for finding an editor, ultimately, if I can start to make actual money at this, that's probably where all that money will initially go, is just into paying an editor to then edit the content and distribute it. And then that will facilitate more people to come in. So that's my plan so far. But yeah. I actually was wondering, Jim, what's your take on AI, specifically in art? Because I finally have a hot take on it, and I support it if used correctly. And I'm saying that as an artist who's considering using it in part of the process of creating my own art, never using the straight generations, but more inspirational and reference. That's a good question, Chalky. Yeah, I mean, well, Blake, let me hear your hot take on it. As a musician as well, the music I play, usually the intro and outro songs, are all made through AI music. I actually don't mind it. For me, because again, as a musician, I think primarily I'd say artist, I was a songwriter, as a singer-songwriter. So like I didn't, as much as I love guitars, and it's like, it was a hobby, an obsession of mine, like vintage guitars and stuff. I don't really give a fuck. I mean, at the end of the day, it was just a tool to make music and express myself. So if you can use AI to do that, then that's cool. It opens up a window for more people who maybe don't want to spend 20 years learning an instrument to just express themselves and more immediately. It's kind of like keyboards and the advent of like not just EDM music, but electronic music. Was it Jim Morrison from The Doors that said that back in the day? He said, I can envision in the future it's just one person really being able to simulate an entire band. And they wouldn't need to like go find a drummer and go find a bass player and they'd have everything at their disposal, and they can kind of take what's in their head and just put it out. And yeah, and I actually, in regards to AI music, I don't have a problem with it actually. Although it is kind of scary how good the guitar parts can sound in some of these songs. Because I have a fucking $2,500 amp right beside me, which as time goes on, I'm thinking may not be as necessary, like a tube amp. I don't care. Yeah. The problem is that there's a huge stigma against any artist who uses it. Yeah, I did an experiment with OpenArt.ai the other day where I popped in my own thumbnails and a prompt in combination, and the result was very interesting because of the visual reference from the thumbnail. They were pretty consistent. Really? Interesting. How do you use it? Okay. I've never even heard of the site. Start creating now, it's free. Really? Wow. Yeah. I think with AI, in that AI is unconscious, right? To the degree that we're self-conscious. It's still, I see it still as a tool. And so again, even for artists, I mean, you can, it's as opposed to like learning how to like maybe use a pencil or a crayon or a paintbrush to express what's in your head, your mind's eye out onto the paper. You can then use prompting with AI to get what you want, right? And you can use it to kind of, again, visualize what's in your head, what you're trying to bring out into the world for people, you know. There's a study of this in philosophy. It's actually called aesthetics. It's a study of art, the philosophy of art. I enjoyed that. We took a couple classes on that, and yeah, it's something I was interested in as well because I mean, I was an expressive young person who was a musician, so. Yeah, there's big discussion in the 70-80 about drum machines, for example. Oh, really? Yeah, I think, I mean, it's pretty crazy. My buddy is an unbelievable drummer. He actually, on some of the, on the YouTube channel, at the very bottom, you actually see some of the EPs that we released way back. And he was in our band, and he's an insane drummer. But I remember showing him some of the AI stuff, and even he's like, it's like singers could notice, not that I'm an amazing singer, but like the guitar stuff, I can definitely notice. Like there's a thing, like there's a touch, there's a feel, there's a tone, like how you pick a string through a certain tube amp. Guitar players could probably tell you what guitar they used, even possibly the kind of strings they used, how heavy the pick was. It's able to recreate that level of nuance with the AI, like squeals and shit that you get off of certain tube amps, certain tubes. Hand wired, tube amps, like, plexis. And even the drumming, he noticed that level of nuance. I was like, what the fuck? Like, crazy shit. Like, yeah. Yeah, you can organize your way out of an editor. If you plan the show and deliver it in pre-planned segments of 30 to 45 minutes each, you simply open up an editing software, click the 30-minute mark. Holy fuck, man. That's too much. That's too much for me. That's the problem, though. It's more kind of like just conversation. There is some planning, but yeah, that's the thing, man. Like, I could pre-plan it, but it's very mechanical. It's the only thing. It's more, and it's also more dynamic, where a lot of the times we'll have conversation and then it will be thrown off anyway. I did do that initially back when I had much like fewer viewers. I would do that, and I noticed it would always fall apart, or at least people wouldn't be as engaged. I think you'd be stuck on a segment instead of just talking like this. Yeah. YouTube Shorts of the Wrestler here explaining alien cocks. That's fucking, that'd probably do it too, man. We could do a special on that every week. Yeah. I think it becomes a problem when you are profiting off it, in your opinion, Really? If I profit off anything, it's a problem. What do you do for a living, Brad? Yeah. That's actually a great idea. So 1 or 2 a week, 30 seconds on historic cases. Start with the Nuremberg one and work forward. That could just be the autism of me having to do it chronologically, but it's like encyclopedic way of talking about many cases. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's maybe. Yeah, I mean, we could break it down like that. There could be a dedicated day for it, but yeah, you seriously consider making a comic or something with the help of it, but legally there is issues of copyright and ownership, but that's if you use straight up generation. So I'm trying to contact someone in copyright to see if I can use it the way I'm doing it and still have ownership. Interesting. Yeah, with the advent of this, it's definitely going to challenge the whole copyright meme. Same with the music thing. I mean, I think copyright in general, I mean, obviously people want to be paid for the work, but yeah, it's going to be a different world. That's for sure. Yeah. It can. Yeah. Live shows is where most pro musicians make their money nowadays if they are not mainstream. Yeah. The Spotify stuff is terrible, I guess, Corey. I've talked with some people. So yeah. Oh, off of AI. Oh, I see. You're referring to the artwork AI generation. Yeah. Okay. I see. Yes. Yeah. That could be problematic. Yeah. They've been making money off this, begging people online. Oh, fuck me. IBM was involved with ASI, which is a hypothetical software-based artificial intelligence system with an intellectual scope beyond human intelligence. Holy fuck, It could just be like when Jim goes, for those of you who don't know, the Kingman crash was, and then clip it. Yeah, I think that's probably... Not that I am the eminent expert on every single UFO crash that's ever happened. And like there's a lot of content creators in the space now, I think, that are covering and going through the history of it. And like we go over that here too, but it's more, I enjoy the conversation. I mean, first and foremost, I consider myself to be a philosopher. It's what I would describe myself as. Someone who loves wisdom, but also loves conversation. And I like to talk and think about the subject philosophically. Whether I'm a content creator for the history of it, I don't think I probably will be to that degree. But we could definitely do segments here and there on stuff would be interesting, because I do know a bit about the history and I enjoy it. But I don't and won't be pigeonholed into it strictly either. I don't think it's something that I want to be careful with, where we talk about other things too on top of this phenomenon. I think the most of it's rooted in ufology, and I enjoy ufology. But I think there's definitely other areas that I'd like to get into as well. There's the alternative ancient history stuff too, which is I'm also very interested in, and not like super well versed in. Like for me, if I consume content, I mean, I think this is like kind of a conversation, but like content that I consume, like if I want to go learn about Mesopotamia, I'm going to go watch Irving Finkel, right? Like there's someone who's just locked in there. But I think it's something that, I mean, just like you just often just give a short summary of stuff we're talking about, just clip what you already do. Yeah. I think that's probably it. Blip. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably it. I think that's probably where I would like to go with it. Where we can, I mean, even Hendrix. I mean, Hendrix is more knowledgeable than myself when it comes to a lot of these cases, as well as Finn in here too. And so we can even do something together as well, where we go over these cases that you guys are very knowledgeable on, and I think that would be something that would suit me almost better, where we can have you guys on to go through this stuff as well, where I would defer to you guys and your expertise, on some of these, on some of these cases, and that's something I would love to do, where I would facilitate the conversation, and I have a background in it, but I'm not the expert on it. But yeah, there's definitely other people on here that I would love to have kind of share their own insights on this and the history of it as well. Yeah. Yeah, there are plugins for DAWs for years. It's not super convincing. Yeah, they just make music by dancing huge. Yes, I've heard that. I've used them actually. Yeah, there's amp sims on the computer too that I've used for years, but none of them have been able to recreate like an actual tube, which is the crazy thing. There's certain dynamics, nuances in actual gear that it wasn't able to do, that the AI I'm noticing is recreating, which is really fucking crazy. But anyway, you do one at UFOs, another night ancient mysteries, make it a regular schedule, everything. Every night at 7 p.m. a video is released. People like being programmed or having a schedule. Yeah, I know there are people that do like that. Yeah. It's like, I don't know. I've been trying to understand being a streamer too, though. And I think the big difference between being a news channel or a content creator like a YouTuber versus a streamer is the dynamic environment that you create, and that you're interacting with people in real time and having conversation. And so like having scripts is having a basic idea, I think, of what we're going to go over is important. It's something I've learned so far, but sticking to something like a rigid kind of plan, I've done this in the past a bit, and I know what I've noticed is it definitely, there needs to be some wiggle room to kind of bounce around and whatnot. And I think that's the thing about being a streamer is it's just a real time. It's extremely dynamic. It's something that it's hard to anticipate, and it could go one way or the other. And usually someone will send a link, and then that link will lead to something else or some other event that's happening, and then something big can happen and it will throw the whole script off for the entire night. And that's happened before, and it's fun. And I just kind of became used to having these kind of dynamic conversations about things. And yeah, even dedicating certain nights to things. Like if a night is dedicated to a topic and I research it for a week, and then there's like a whistleblower that comes out, it's like, fuck it, we drop it. And then the next night something happens and it gets dropped again. So I think like what I've been doing so far is just following the news cycle with this stuff too, honestly, through X. If you probably noticed, that's what I've been doing to kind of pull stuff up to have conversation on. And that's kind of been what I've been doing so far, although it can be rambling at times, which I don't necessarily want. But if I do YouTube content, that's something I probably would do. But it's like the difference between being a content creator on YouTube, being a content creator on Twitch, streaming for long periods of time and having a long format conversation is, I'm learning it. I'm learning what the difference is between these different things. So yeah. We have a nice mixture here. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah. The most sold amp at the moment is a digital emulation from Kemper. It uses pulse responses of those real amps. Are you do music, don't you, Corey? You said that. Yeah. Yes, I've heard the Kemper. I've heard of people that use them. Yeah. Yeah. And it's very interesting. Yeah. I can definitely, I haven't played one, but I can hear the difference between that and a tube amp still though. I know if you're playing live and you've got it cranked, and you've got it through a bunch of other speakers like PA system, I mean, you'd probably be hard to discern. And that would be ideal because you don't need to lug like 20 fucking amps in. You just have one fucking amp head that does it. You run through the PA system. The amp I have right now is actually a Friedman Runt. It's just a 20 watt amp. EL84 is in it. So it's kind of like a Voxy kind of sound to it, but it's got an out on it too. You don't even need a cab for it. You just run it right into the PA system or into your fucking Focusrite here on your desk. So, which is nice, but it's a nice amp, but it's fucking expensive too. So yeah. But yeah. If a lot of stuff I'm talking about what it was getting at, pre-recording YouTube shorts and stuff to grab that audience is hopefully will come over the live streams too. Yeah, like expanding your reach by using TikTok or YouTube video shorts. Yeah, I've been doing that lately. I clipped 2. I mean, ideally a day. I should be trying to get. This is a problem. It fucking took me 2.5 hours this morning to fucking do one clip. I had to look through one of the VODs with my coffee. I had to fucking go through. I found it. I was fucking around on the highlighter. I fucked that. I spent like 30-40 minutes doing that. Then I was in the clip. I was trying to clip out the right thing and match everything up. And it's the amount of time it takes. It's unbelievable. Finding something that's like somewhat relevant, which is like the first one I did with my partner. I just picked up anything and she messaged me like, oh, that clip you uploaded was shit. I was like, fuck. I was like, I was just fucking around. I was like, holy fuck. I was like, yeah, I know it wasn't particularly relevant to what we usually talk about, but I just found something that I thought was kind of a meme and threw it up there. But it takes a long time. So it's like, not that I don't know, I've had time on my hands, but at the same time, it's like, Jesus Christ, like just for one clip, 2.5 hours. And then I have to kind of think about what I'm gonna be talking about this evening too. Fuck, it's interesting. Yeah. It's all part of the process. Yeah. Speakers play a big role too in a real amp. Also the mic. Oh, they do. Mic placement. You play guitar, Corey? Are you a guitar player? Yeah. They absolutely do. Oh, I've gone through many. I've gone through. I wouldn't even want to admit how much money I've spent on gear over the years. It'd probably make people sick here. I don't even want to do the math again in my head because I know it's going to make me fucking sick. It's essentially multiple down payments on houses, which is why we don't have a house right now. But yeah, I spent a lot. I spent a fucking lot of money. I've had a lot of custom made shit over the years, like just unnecessary stuff too. Like you go down these gear rabbit holes, it's just fucking craziness. Yeah. Oh, production. Yeah. And instruments. I emulate them on your synths. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah. Yeah, maybe us as a community just needs to get better at clipping shit so he has some actual clips he can upload. Listen, guys, I mean, I mentioned this to Digi too, and I think mentioned it to Hendrix and War Drinker, but like, I mean, if I would really appreciate it. I mean, if anybody does editing, I think some of you in here did do editing, but I would, if we get a clip to blow up, I'll fucking pay you. I mean, there's the fucking, that's it there. When you get a clip to blow up, we'll send you the fucking $5 I probably make off it on whatever. But maybe that's all it will take to bring more people into the conversation here. Listen, the first thing I would do if I can get more audience in here is I will go back to trying to talk to people in like bigger content creators. Maybe someone like a James Fox or even like a Lou Elizondo. If you want to bring him in here, we can fucking grill him. I mean, if I can get a big enough reach here, because it's a different thing. Like there's like obviously people doing YouTube videos or people doing Twitter posts or whatever. Streaming's a little bit different. But if we can get enough people, I would love to bring in some of these other content creators, bigger people in the space. It'd be more incentive for them to come. And then that is what I really look forward to doing, where I'll do like a different background. Actually, I can probably fuck around and show right now. It might fuck it up completely. Or is it? There. Like it's these kinds of setups. Where the fuck is it? Like that. But there's other things that I've had in the past set up where you can have like these conversations with people, bring them in, and then we can talk with them in real time. So yeah. Yeah. When is the UFO video? Oh, it's already come and gone. Yeah. It's already come and gone. Yeah. 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 Not really. No, it wasn't. Yeah. Yeah. So that's basically a never-ending chain of sine waves, which you can bend. It is true, Corey. It is actually true. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Well, let me actually bring some shit up here and go over some stuff. Let me see. This was, I don't know if we want to read through the whole thing. Can I even read through it? Oh, Christ, of course I can't. This is a couple days ago. Oh, you know what just happened? My mouse just died. It was blinking red. I can't even go to the just be right back. Give me 2 seconds. Man, this fucking thing. The batteries on this thing. I just changed this like a week ago. Fucking Energizer Max. Holy fuck. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Oh my god, man. Holy fuck. I tell you one thing, I hate fucking technology. It's a miracle I'm even on here. Thanks to my friends who helped me. Oh, now that thing's fucked. No. Jesus Christ, yeah. I'm going through it. We're going through it. Here's a fucking mess too. It is what it is. God damn it, yeah. Got myself a fizzy drink again, though. So why using wired mouse? Man, fuck. I had a wired Naga, Razer Naga for years. I bought an old one. I hate the new ones. I couldn't get it fucking wired. It's only wireless. Cheap piece of shit. Terra, I hate this fucking mouse. Like, it's so cheap. Oh, I can't read it. Okay. This is essentially just Avi Loeb calling for Trump to disclose UFOs. It's not really a fucking big deal. I thought I just pulled it up but it's not even that fucking long. I guess it's just some kind of like, yeah, just talking about Chuck Schumer's amendment there. Anyway, yeah, it's not that really fucking interesting. Yeah. This is the most popular clip I've ever made. My buddy went out for a sec to let his food cool down during the stream. What views did it get? Scooter Snipe. Oh my god. Oh my god. Little thief, huh? Holy shit. Oh, that's fucking great. Yeah. Holy fuck. Thanks for coming around, man. Sweet dreams. Yeah. Jesus Christ. What's he got? He's got a couple guitars on the wall there. He's got a ukulele. He's got a Jackson. That's quite the machine there. Quite the fretboard work. Holy shit. Edgar, my dog's the same way. He's big too. Christ, I made, what did I make? It was pasta sauce. Huge thing of pasta sauce, like meat sauce. And I came downstairs and he was right up on the counter. Almost had his face right in it. It was steaming hot too. He just puked all over the carpet right before I started streaming today as well. We have all our shit down here stored, and he fucking, I don't know, must have ate his food too quick, and he just puked it all over the carpet. God damn it. Yeah, he knew what he was doing. Yeah. Oh, I used to jam and hang out. Super Metroid speedruns and music. Oh, fuck yeah, man. Hell yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, I gotta get a guitar again, man. I have my Godin right here. They're gonna pull up some alternative ancient history stuff in a second. This is the only thing I had left. My dad got me this when I was, well, I should say he got it for me. I paid half for it one Christmas when I was like 13. It was like $1,200, but I had, it's a Godin, which is a Canadian guitar, but I had Jimmy rigged it back together. I had stickers all over it, and a guy I know, he's a luthier here. He's kind of a friend of mine. I spent enough money with him over the years, and he's a guitar maker, luthier. But he kindly got all the stickers off, and he fixed it. He put a pickup in it, restrung it, put a nut back on it, did all of the pot work, just some shit I had lying around. He kind of finagled it together. I don't have a thing on there. It's probably not very safe, but that's all I've got. It's missing the neck pickup. So, oh, you have a Godin, do you? Actually, man, fuck yeah. Yeah, they're a great guitar. Yeah, they're a really great guitar for the price. My fucking $6,000 58 reissue Les Paul was honestly not as well put together as that $1,000 Godin. Yeah. Oh no, he does a great job. Yeah, he did a really great job. I've soldered things in the past, and I'll bring it into him, and he's like, "What in the fuck?" Like. Shit's barely holding together. It's like, yeah, just don't allow me near a fucking soldering iron. Yeah, Jesus, yeah, fucking Christ, yeah. Your dad collected guitars for a long time, did you really? Yeah, that was me, man. I had I had like 10 of them at one point. All these different guitars. I sold them all. I was a Kijiji fucking mastermind. I was on there every fucking day buying and selling shit, guitar pedals, amps, guitars, everything, man. And I liquidated everything to get one good guitar, and then from the and amps, because I had some custom made amps, and then I downsized everything years ago because I kind of gave up with music. I was like, fuck this, and I just had a little Fender Champ that I got handmade, and then a decent guitar, and that was it. And that's what I used to roll with. And I've got a video of it on Instagram, I think, still, of my old Les Paul. But yeah, it's a collab with others online, Gamer Paranormal song. He did vocals and lyrics. Oh, fuck yeah. It was Dropbox. Fuck yeah. Listen to a bit of it. Rideway Rough Vox Mix. It's like a sea shanty. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's got like an indie vibe to it. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like a shanty. That's cool, man. Yeah. Fuck yeah, I didn't know you did stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Where the fuck was I? Where's did I take a picture of it? I can't remember. Oh fuck, I'm not signing. I probably won't be able to even sign in. Fuck sakes. I don't think I'll be able to know what my password is. Anyway, not that it fucking really matters. No, I won't be able to. Fuck it. But if you go to my Instagram, you can see, I think I still have it up there somewhere. I don't know where the fuck it is, but it was my old Les Paul, and the amp was my old Champ that I had too through a Range Master is what it was called, a clone, but it sounded fucking wicked cranked. Yeah, it was, I do miss the guitar. I love old Les Pauls, so. Oh yeah. You can actually, one of the EPs you can click on too, I've shown it here before, but I just throw it back up on DistroKid, but it was a song I wrote, 13 years ago. We put an EP out in the city. I got it on some local radio stations in Atlantic Canada, but yeah, it was, God, that was a long time ago now. Yeah. Yeah, it's deep in the midst of a new plot twist, the CIA in a spaceship. Yeah. Hey man, that's no problem. Yeah. Yeah. I think we'll get some solar guitars from Ola England. Solar? I haven't heard of that before. Samo, interesting. Yeah. Well, what do I get up here? I got a couple of there's a couple of videos I was going to go through too. Yeah, this. Right. Maybe I'll just pull this up here now. I don't know. I've heard of this guy before. I'll kind of get back on track here a little bit. It's a Reese report or something, right? That he does. I thought he did something like that. Was he like an Alex Jones? I can't remember. What the fuck? Anyway, this was what was trending. He said the plan to combine Canada, Greenland, and the USA is in preparation for an expected pole shift. 700,000 views. That's all you need to do, I guess. Just fucking make some claim that the world's gonna fucking end, and then Twitter goes fucking crazy over the goddamn post. Like the ECDO theory. For people that don't know, this is a people constantly bring this fucking meme up that there's gonna be a full pole shift. Whether the new one, the one that used to be back in the 90s, in the 80s, and the 90s, and the early 2000s was a physical pole shift, which is like a complete fucking catastrophe. But an electromagnetic shift is the one they're talking about now, some of these content creators on YouTube, which they think is going to also cause some kind of catastrophe. I don't know. It's not my area of expertise per se. I know a little bit about the history of like the meme and the conspiracy. But yeah, it's... fuck, we're all goners if that's the case. Well, yeah, we're completely fucked. I don't, that doesn't really make sense to me, honestly. But I mean, maybe it would make sense, but again, it's one of these things is like you just assert this is going to happen. It doesn't give any kind of context. I don't know if he's memeing or not. I fucking hope he is. I don't think he has any information otherwise to suggest that it's something that's actually going to happen. This is the other thing I saw posted too. Someone had posted a couple days ago. Secret FEMA report warns 4 to 10 years of electricity after a major solar storm. So yeah, nothing from our current world would matter. Well, my espresso machine would still work because it doesn't run on electricity. I thought that one through. I got a hand grinder, and but the problem is that how they roast all the coffee beans is they use electricity, and then guess how they grow them? They use electricity. So at least I could scavenge for coffee beans, and I could still make good coffee while we have good coffee beans. But then I have to heat the water out. We can just use old-fashioned fucking wood and fire for that shit. What the hell is this about? Looks like a reputable website. What the fuck does this say? Prepper Sense? Right. There's this guy I would follow on YouTube, and his name is something like Canadian Prepper or something. It's like every week it's something about how like it's gonna go down, like it's going down soon, like I'm like, holy fuck, man. Like, he runs a business about prepping. I'm like, holy fuck. Like, I had to unsubscribe from him because I was like, brother, like, you just fucking, it's a fire drill every week here. It's like, I'm assuming the whole AI thing recently, the stock market crash, he made another video about it. They're just waiting for the end. They're wasting all their time waiting for the end. They're not enjoying and living in the moment. I mean, that's what I'm saying, but when it actually comes, I mean, I'll be knocking on his door probably with like 30 other guys. A perfect solar storm, similar to one that slammed the Earth in 1859, would knock out the United States electric grid for 4 to 10 years if it hit today. An unpublished report from the Federal Emergency Management Agency indicates. The 36-page report was posted this month at the governmentattic.org, which uncovers old government documents that often required via Freedom of Information Act requests. The 2010 document was titled Mitigation Strategies for FEMA Command, Control, and Communications During and After a Solar Superstorm. The storm hit the Earth in 1859, was dubbed the Carrington event, and caught telegraph machines, the most advanced technology of the day, on fire. Yes, it did. Where's the report, brother? Source off the grid news. Oh my God. Like, okay. Where we go? Where is the fucking report? Anyway, 4 to 10. Yeah, man, when you think about that for a second, man, it's pretty crazy. I mean, would fry literally everything. And so much shit is archived on the internet now. Oh my God, like all my fucking bank. I don't know if they have like physical records, bank records. I'm so hoping the banks would have that kind of stuff. But I mean, your bank balances, you go into the bank. I'm assuming that how they access all that information is through a computer. So you'd go in. I mean, I know people who have gold actually at the bank as well. Because what's encouraged when you hold like physical gold is not to keep it at your house in the safe, because, you know, hypothetically, someone could break in and steal it. It's much harder to steal it from a bank. Now, in the event of something like this happening, and everything going to shit, good luck trying to go into the bank to get your gold. They're going to shoot you. They're going to take that fucking gold. They're going to run away with it. So then, you know, you might want to keep it at home. Yeah. If it's CIBC ripped me off like 15 G's once and they got away with it. What? What the fuck did they do? I've heard people have incidents like that where there's been money that's been transferred and lost, and they've tried to get it back and they can't, and they claim that they weren't responsible. There's someone else I heard that it's something similar, not that much money, but like a couple thousand. It was in some larger transaction. I forget specifically what even happened, if it was like their fault where they ended up getting taxed or something in the end on it. It was some kind of mismanagement of funds, a transfer of funds, and things were misappropriated, and they just claimed no responsibility whatsoever. Yeah. But anyway, I saw that poll. I thought those two back to back be kind of funny. Yeah. What the fuck? Anyway, yeah, I was pulling this up mainly because there's not necessarily anything to it, but I saw these clips from Randall, which is very interesting. I brought this up here before, so this is a point that he's brought up in the past that I've just kind of recommunicated here, I guess, reiterated. But it's an interesting, I wasn't aware, right? And there's so much to know. That's the thing. Like, there's so much to know about everything. It's overwhelming at times, like when you're trying to digest all this information. And anyway, I did not know there was this energy paradox involved with the melting of the North American ice sheet, the Laurentide ice sheet. So I thought I'd play this little clip. This is before transfer. They claimed I didn't switch my savings account to a checking and charged me $15,000 in fees. Holy fuck, man. I need to go in there and chew them out. Fuck, I couldn't. Oh, God, man. Banks are just... Banks are despicable entities as it is, right? Bankers, like, oh, my God. Yeah, I just can't even, like... Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'll play this little clip.
This yet. Nobody has an explanation for how the world can shift from like it is now into this in a few thousand years, and how it can shift from this back to an interglacial age like we're in now in a few thousand years. Nobody has that explanation yet. Now, given that, should we say that the debate about climate change is over? I don't think so. So let me get back to this idea of the energy paradox. Somewhere there was enough energy to get rid of this ice, not in 50,000 years or 20,000 years, maybe in 5,000 or 6,000 years. The assumption there, of course, is even there in their models that they were coming up with in the early 1970s, they're assuming a smooth rate of continuum, going from the edges here up, getting rid of it all. And here one of the other mysteries is that as the ice recedes, forests and plants start growing, vegetation grows in the lee of the ice sheets, right? So once the ice has been down here, it begins receding back, plants come back, right? So they can come in and they can radiocarbon date when those plants returned to that area. Well, here was one bizarre thing. They said, okay, well, here at the south end, it receded at this rate, but the north side of the glacier receded apparently at the same rate. So how, for 5,000 or 6,000 or 7,000 years, literally, you're going to turn on something that's half or 3/4 again as much solar energy, heat energy as available in the Saharan desert, and you're going to turn that on this ice sheet continuously for 5,000 or 6,000 years until the entire mass is gone. Who has an explanation for that? Nobody. Well, with a couple of exceptions. Me.
Charles Hapgood. Which is a much more unsettling explanation, actually, which is that the whole globe went like this. And then that area ended up at the equator for a couple thousand years, and then it went like this again. And then it went back up to a cold place. Which, anyway, yeah. He's a wise man. I would love to listen. If I can get enough people in here, I would love to get Randall on and have a conversation about some of this shit. I'd love to just genuinely have Randall humor me for like maybe 20 minutes. Just to fucking just listen to me, humor me for 20 minutes on my own shit, that I brought up here before. Like kind of some of the Mesopotamian history. And they're looking for, so Randall, for people that don't know, I think he's a background in architecture, but he's a very well-respected researcher. And a lot of very knowledgeable when it comes to geology, ancient history. He's a Freemason as well. And he's been a part of and contributed to the Comet Research Group. And the Comet Research Group is a group of scientists that are trying to figure out how the fuck this happened. How this ice sheet melted the way that it did and as rapidly as it did. And in trying to solve this energy paradox, one of these solutions offered up is that, well, there was a comet that hit the ice sheet. And that comet hitting the ice sheet accelerated the melting and also explained a lot of the other anomalous evidence that they found, like nanodiamonds, I believe, which are usually found like in explosive events. They're found all over North America, really. So either there was a colossal lightning storm that happened, which contributed to the melting and contributed to the forming of those, I think they were nanodiamonds, or there was a large impact event. So one of the two. And yeah, maybe there was another comet that had something to do with it at some point in history, not directly, but indirectly. That's what they're suggesting. There was a large piece of debris that hit, and it may not have just been in this one area. It may have hit all over the globe, but obviously the ice sheets over the northern hemisphere were very present. So in the southern hemisphere as well, to some degree, but particularly in the northern hemisphere. And yeah, but again, for Charles Hapgood, for people that don't know, is he the pole shift guy? Yeah, he's a physical pole shift. He proposed that idea. He worked with Einstein on it, actually, and there were some issues with it that didn't really make sense. There were some inconsistencies. If such a thing were happening periodically in the planet, you would expect to see evidence of it, I guess, and we don't necessarily really see the evidence for at least a mechanism that he proposed. So I really have questions for David Icke. We need to interview that guy on a certain day. David would be another one that, Where is he? What's he saying lately? That would be a meme. I have followed David for many years as well. I mean, he's definitely got some audacious points as of late, saying that the whole COVID thing was just 5G interference, which is just patently false. But he's hit the money in some other things about kind of the global elite and some of the weird shit that they've been into. Problematic people. He's pointed people out that are problematic. Like Jimmy Savile was someone he harped on for a while that he knew was just a sick fuck. There he is, this young lad. Still had gray hair, amazingly. But yeah, he'd be interesting to talk to. I would talk to him. I wouldn't judge. He's got a huge platform. So, I mean, whether he would want to talk to me would be the fucking question, whether or not he wanted to have a conversation or not. But yeah, I've read some of his books. Like I've consumed some of his material over the years. What are his books again? There was one that was actually in Indigo Books, which is a Canadian bookstore. 20 books. Fuck me. He's been busy lad. Where's his books at? Human Race Get Off Your Knees was the one that I remember seeing actually. I still have it kicking around somewhere. I love the art, actually, that they did for this. The Lion Sleeps No More. I really love that picture. I remember seeing that. I stopped. I was like, whoa. And I noticed the name at the bottom. I was like, oh, David. Yeah. The feeling it would be just us pounding him with questions. Probably. Yeah. But that's the fun of it, though, right? Yeah. Rabbit, what's up, man? Yeah. That's kind of the fun of having somebody on. It's just being able to actually pick their brain in real time, right? That's so cool to me. Yeah, Children of the Matrix. I have not read. I mean, I've gone through his works. I wouldn't want to say I've read them comprehensively, but I've gone through and the basic idea of what's to be argued here, I guess. So, the most comprehensive explanation ever written of the reptilian manipulation of human society by the man who brought it to public attention. I mean, listen, if this guy has one thing, it's a fucking big cock and balls, because he just must. To just like put it all out there on display. Yeah. Get off your knees. Yeah. Who are we on our knees for? The reptilians, brother. We're on for the reptilians. Man. Yeah. Anyway, I'd love to talk with him. I haven't followed him. I fell off from just listening to anything he said after the whole flu thing, where I was just like, oh my fucking God, man. Like, David, there's so many other bends we can go with this. It's the global elite that are intentionally release a virus out of Wuhan to try and kill everybody, to usher in this new world order. I mean, there's so many bends we could have gone with this, right? But like, it was out there. I got it. It sucked. It's a bioweapon. It's like, it's weird. He just started to go down these like hyper-eccentric routes, and he became almost a bit of a contrarian, and I was like, fuck, man. Like, yeah, no, the reptilian, I know. Well, that's the other thing though, man. Ultimately, we have to be honest with ourselves. Now, David relies on sources at times, and some of those sources may also be points of disinformation that are being fed into him to discredit him, because he probably is not far off on his kind of map top down of who runs things here in the West. He had some pretty decent explanations. He did some serious research. He is a journalist. He's a background as a journalist. So that part of his whole conspiracy network framework was pretty good. I mean, he went pretty deep on that. And into like occultic practices, like some of these hyper wealthy people from these like Bavarian families, that they would have these very weird parties. It's just very cult-like. And he brought a lot of that to light. I had no idea. Him and Jordan Maxwell was another person too that had talked about that kind of ad nauseum, about kind of some of the weird behavior of some of the global elite. Unsurprisingly, considering the history of things, that there's always kind of been, they've gotten themselves into some weird things. You have all this money and power, and anyway. So anyway, yeah. Showed people videos of eggs. Did he show people videos of eggs? I've got something up here. This is an egg thing. An egg of wondrous size is said to have fallen from heaven into the river of Euphrates. The fishes rolled it to the bank, where the doves, having settled upon it, hatched it, and out came Venus, who afterwards was called the Syrian goddess. Kind of an interesting story. So this was from Hyginus the Egyptian. It's always about the goddess, essentially saying the egg came first and gave rise to the woman, who gave rise to civilization. See, the Euphrates and Tigris rivers, I believe. So the Tigris, however you pronounce it, in Mesopotamia. So there you are. Interesting. So it's this egg phenomena. How far back does it go? Yeah. Venus. Yes. Yeah, man. Yeah. Interesting. Jean-Luc Infini. What's his background now? Post memes. I'm a reflection of you. Oh my heavens. There are you. Yeah, lots of interesting things about this. This was another point. This is from the same lecture as well. So this is an older lecture. It's probably from over 10 years ago. But this is another enigma that I kind of come back to here constantly. And the enigma is something that Graham kind of brought into the general public, which is Göbekli Tepe. And he brought that in. I think he may have mentioned it in, he didn't mention it in Fingerprints of the Gods. It was in 1995 when I think the site was discovered. And that's when he released Fingerprints of the Gods. But he had gone and talked about it on like Joe Rogan and stuff and on different podcasts over the years. And he really covered it in Magicians of the Gods in 2015. So, yeah.
One of the mysteries of Göbekli Tepe and why it's now just being uncovered is that it was deliberately buried. And it's a huge, vast complex of stones. And already they've uncovered enough of it to see that the whole thing is an astronomical observatory. Just like all these other structures all over the ancient world were astronomical observatories, which is one of the critical facts that has to be incorporated into this thinking about the Holy Grail technology, because the Holy Grail technology actually is linking these two domains, terrestrial, celestial. And without looking from that dual perspective, we would not be able to understand what the symbolism of the Grail is actually communicating to us. But in Göbekli Tepe, it was deliberately buried. One of the mysteries of Göbekli Tepe.
Were they anticipating some kind of a celestial catastrophe? That's the question, I guess. Who knows? Will we find out? Some people think we have found out already, actually, by analyzing the T-pillars and what they represent. We went through this recently. Somebody, I forget what his name is here, Cosmic Skeptic or something like that on Twitter. Interesting theory. I don't know. I went through it. It was a long post. I didn't read it all out on here. I've been through it on my own time, but intriguing. I mean, work with other accredited people that are studying it on site, subjected to peer review, exchange notes, try and figure out what the fuck's going on. It's an interesting theory. He was pretty convicted in the findings, though, that it absolutely was pointing towards a specific time period, which lined up almost precisely with the first meltwater pulse, which happened about, I guess 14,000 years ago. Roughly 14,400 years ago was meltwater pulse 1A. 1B was what happened with the Younger Dryas, which is around 12,000, 11,500. And then there's C. 1C goes back to, I think, around like 8,000 or 7,000. Which, I mean, not to be a meme, but those are multiples of roughly 3,000 years. I mean, it's 3,000, and actually there was another one that's around 18,000-ish, so you could say 14,400 plus 3,600, 18,000. They're kind of a multiples of 3,000, but anyway, it's probably just a coincidence, right? It's just a fucking coincidence. It was deliberately buried, yeah. Yeah, it was deliberately buried, I guess, Word Drinker. Yeah. Klaus Schmidt, who's the archaeologist in the site, is German archaeologist. They were able to ascertain it was deliberately buried. Yeah. Which, I mean, why would they? And there's a lot of them. So, like, why would they do that? Nobody knows. Nobody. The presumption is that they were anticipating some kind of catastrophe in the area that could destroy the site. And what they were doing was preserving it in anticipation of this catastrophe. And the catastrophe was a celestial catastrophe. There are people, some are assuming now, because of the knowledge that they had of, and this is what this theory this guy was putting together was, the site, which was built around 12,500 years ago, was pointing to, some of the T-pillars were supposedly pointing to a time when the other catastrophe happened. So again, there's a catastrophe that happened around roughly 14,400 years ago. So that was the first pulse of meltwater that happened off the ice sheets. And then roughly 3,000 years later, around 11,500, there was another catastrophe. So at the site, when it was built, they were aware of this first catastrophe that happened a couple thousand years before. And so some people were thinking they were anticipating there was going to be another. And so they had some knowledge of celestial mechanics, and that allowed them to anticipate maybe whatever caused that next cycle of catastrophe. Yeah, there's tons of them, man. Yeah, and there's tons of instances of supposedly some of these megalithic sites being buried or protected. Not to the degree that Göbekli Tepe was completely covered, but yeah, and when you really think about that, if that theory holds water, pun intended, I guess, then that's insane that they would. You're talking about people 12,000. I mean, with the history books had the first established civilization in Sumeria roughly 6,000 years ago. Like that was when we thought civilization started, and people started doing crazy things like building big ziggurats, like these kind of megalithic temples in Mesopotamia. We went from 6,000 years ago. Göbekli Tepe doubled that, where we had a megalithic site that was 12,500 years old now. They were like, what the fuck? Like, didn't make any sense. Like, we thought that it wasn't going to be possible for another 6,000 years. So it rewrote everything. And then some of the astronomical alignments, if there's any truth to that alignment correlating with that other disaster, they had some pretty intimate knowledge of a catastrophe that happened another 2,000 years before they built that site. So like we're going back almost 15,000 years now. And I don't know if that implied really that they had an understanding of celestial mechanics to some degree going back 15,000 years. And like then you're into like, people were more advanced than we thought they were. They just literally had to be at that point. There's no way, right? I mean, the other thing too, they were incorporating some like zodiacal animals, right? And also some of the constellations as well, some of the depictions there. And it's like, well, how far back did these concepts go? And like, where did they go back to? It's pretty astounding. And it's not really talked about enough. And obviously, there's some people would argue there's some speculation in that well, there is, but if the theory holds water, and I don't know enough about what the other people in the field think of that, but going through it, if he did some due diligence and he actually has connected these dots together, and that's what that meant on that T-pillar, that's what actually was depicted. It's fucking insane. I mean, it's unsettling. It just gets to, again, this idea of some lost group of people in the past that, you know, and kind of on that note, not that I really want to go through this again, but I was going to read through this post here. So for people that maybe miss this, I called a museum, the Carnegie Museum of Pittsburgh, yesterday, and I talked with the anthropologist there. I was asking her about this find that happened in about 1920 from the museum curator and his assistant, both professors of, I'm assuming, archaeology or anthropology, who had discovered a man that was 8 or 9 feet tall in a burial mound, a Native American burial mound, from which they asserted there was a narrative which I've begun to uncover here, right? Because I'm not an expert in this, but I've been looking into it for a couple of years now, off and on. The narrative is that around before 1930, for about 100 years, there were discoveries in the east coast of the U.S. of these very large bodies, supposedly. They were described as being between 7 and 8 to 9 feet tall, usually. So I think from what I've been able to ascertain, like the women were a little bit shorter, kind of lower end of 7 feet. The men were usually around 8 feet tall. They had red hair. Tons of them had red hair. The bodies had red hair, right? Very tall. Usually had armor on. Like they had copper. Like they were an anomaly. Like they didn't fit in with what we thought the Native Americans were. And they were in these mounds around these sites where the Native Americans lived. And so what these people thought was going on back then was that this was a lost race of people that preceded the Native Americans, that they were there before them, and that they had just kind of adopted their stuff and they just kind of lived among the remnants of them. And in some of the stories, they literally lived with them, among them, and fought against them too, right? So I don't think it's any coincidence that you had discoveries of these people described as being very tall, 7-8 feet tall with red hair, and then stories from the Northern Paiute, Native Americans, fighting tall red-haired giants they called the Sitika. So anyway, this narrative, and this is something that like Abraham Lincoln had talked about, there was this race of giants that they had discovered. Now, what happened at some point in the 1930s, I believe, is that this narrative changed. And I don't know, some people think it was the Smithsonian, but they started saying that these bodies, these finds were bogus. Although there had been dozens, if not hundreds of accounts of people finding these bodies. And not just anybody, but like anthropologists and archaeologists finding these bodies. Dozens of these bodies, up to 80 bodies. And they had declared that this was, they were mismeasured and that this was some white supremacist campaign to try and belittle the Native American people, saying that they wouldn't be smart enough or they wouldn't know how to build these mounds. So there was this other race of people, these white men, although I don't know, we didn't know exactly what color the fucking skin was, but that it wasn't them. So they and this is what this lady had told me at the Museum of Pittsburgh, the Carnegie Museum of Pittsburgh. He said, no, that's a race, that's a white supremacist myth. And I was like, it was a what? And she said, no, these people were all white supremacists. They were just trying to belittle the Native Americans. And I just don't know. That is almost too much to fucking for me to swallow. You know, that was unbelievable. I think that's objectively unbelievable. So anyway, that's what I was told. Now again, you can tell me what you think when you see these discuss. Now, I did a little bit of looking into this guy. She knew who the curator was. She works there now. If he was a white supremacist, there's nothing in his history that suggests he's a white supremacist. He may have legitimately found something anomalous, and these people have been possibly literally brainwashed into thinking that this is just white supremacist rhetoric. Like, we're talking about legitimate finds here that were brought into the museum. Like, this myth pervades well beyond the borders of North America. It's all over the planet. So, I remember seeing a picture of a stone carving of a Stegosaurus in Göbekli Tepe that quickly disappeared. Yeah, I remember seeing that too, yeah. Not saying it was real, but it sure just vanished. Not even memes remained back in the early internet days. You're not wrong, man. Yeah, I talked about that recently, didn't we? Yeah, I saw someone else posting about that. Yeah. Probably getting a big paycheck. Ken, I think it's hard. It's people kind of get onto these crusades, and if a narrative, like, that's just a narrative that's been talked about for like the last almost 100 years, I guess, that this was just all bullshit. Now, there's far too much anecdotal. It's kind of like you can look at the UFO phenomena and say it's all just a product of mental illness and mass hallucination. It's like, are you fucking stupid? You must be stupid. You are, because you're not thinking about this properly. You're not critically thinking about this, right? If someone were to present that argument, you'd be like, they're not thinking. That's a definition of being stupid. You don't know how to think. So, I mean, I think to say something like this in ignorance of all of these accounts is pretty unsettling, really. If somebody's accredited making these kinds of claims. I mean, you would have to go and show pretty definitively that all of this, literally all of it, was some kind of a psyop to belittle the Native American peoples. So this is an article that she gave me to read. So I thought we'd read through it here and see what we think of it. I don't know, ultimately. But what I do know a bit about is some of the other scholarly accounts of these giants being mentioned. And I find it to be extremely unlikely that thousands of years ago, people concocted these stories in other nations halfway across the planet before they even knew who the Native Americans were to belittle them. Right? So then I think the logic there starts to fall apart. Because again, that's where my background lies. It's in logic and reasoning to some degree. The best that I can. Not that I'm the great best philosopher ever. I'm not. I'm the fucking philosopher you get out of the fucking gumball machine, but you have to make do with what you got. So it doesn't make any sense. That explanation does not jive with me. It doesn't make any sense, right? So here, let's go through this here. A 1907 article in the Wheeling News helped popularize the ancient giant myth in northern West Virginia. Man 8 feet tall once roamed in local forests. Do they give us the image to actually look at? They do. Well, let's go read what they said and see how this got purported, I guess. Scientific study of relics and bones found last summer at Elm Grove give insight into the character and customs of prehistoric Americans. Bones show Indians were preceded by a race of men 8 feet tall. Skull formation indicates higher degree of civilization than the Indians. Plainly were not savages, but yielded to a more warlike and barbarous race. So saying the natives ended up destroying them. Editor's note, the following article dealing with relics and skeletons exhumed at Elm Grove during the summer was written by a man highly skilled in archaeology who has made the long and comprehensive study of the objects and kindly allowed the news the privilege of publishing his conclusions. His reasoning is so logical and clear, and his description is so graphic that the probable correctness have added many important lessons in the study of native races of America and tell a tale of struggles against a barbarous foe whose furious attacks and dreadful ravages resulting in the total extinction of a race who were more civilized and less able for defense. Though these relics per se are of little importance, but the lessons they teach are great in their instructions. So we can already see, okay, I've seen what's happening here. The article is cut off, unfortunately. I just love that they didn't provide the entire thing. So what they are arguing here, which seems a bit audacious, is that the Native Americans were the barbarous race that wiped out the 8 foot tall people. Now, the stories we have from the Northern Paiute tell the opposite account, that the 8 foot tall people were so fucking big that they were regularly attacking these native villages and grabbing the young people and then taking them away and defiling them and then eating them. So I can see this isn't the best bend to start with here. Let me see what we can ascertain from what we can read here. So Elm Grove, Loring Place, that they would be building a structure which would become a kind of monument to an unknown civilization, but that building occupying the very site where perhaps one of the most terrible battles which could describe have been fought between a civilized but defenseless race against extermination by a more cruel and barbarous nation. The hundreds and years likely thousands of graves at the famous place tell the story of their free struggle and death. The very place where the building is located is a spot where nearly 100 graves were opened in the excavation for the foundation of the building. How unfortunate it is that the relics from these graves were not taken care of and placed in the school building for the edification of future generations. Giants. The opening of the graves and unearthing of the skeletons in the excavations at Loring Place in the Elm Grove caused no unusual interest because the vague traditions about the frequent digging upon human bones by farmers at work in and near Loring Place in years agone. So they're saying that a lot of the evidence got destroyed. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Well, so from this article, yeah, that seems pretty racist towards Native American people. I mean, if we're going to assume who was probably more worried about who, I'm going to say probably the 8 foot tall people were more of a threat, I would imagine. But let's see what we say here. Yeah. Well, breaking down as every person is recorded to destroy people with gigantism. Maybe they couldn't defend because of that. Maybe, man. And I mean, this is what they bring up here as well. A little bit. So after learning about my series of articles in West Virginia Prehistory and West Virginia Explorers magazine, Olivia Jones, an adjunct anthropology instructor who recently joined the museum's archaeological staff, suggested that we work together to address common misconceptions about giant Native Americans interred in West Virginia's burial mounds. What is a giant myth? The so-called giants in West Virginia are a prevailing myth that the Adena people were a race of giant prehistoric humans based on accounts of large skeletons found during West Virginia mound excavations, Jones says. She clarified that the giants being described in the myth aren't supernatural in size. They are described as unusually tall individuals who would now be diagnosed with gigantism or acromegaly. Both are rare hormonal disorders. Acromegaly stimulates bone growth in the hands, feet, and face, and gigantism may cause individuals to grow more than 7 feet tall. Although instances of these conditions among prehistoric natives is theoretically possible, Jones explained that inspiration for the giant myth is based more on the misperceptions of early settlers and excavators alike. Again, it's important to note that incidents in things like gigantism and acromegaly have signs and symptoms probably in the bones themselves, in that people who suffer from those conditions usually cannot walk. And the other anomaly here as well is that you do not have groups 12 to 15 to 20 to 40 to 80 people who end up having gigantism altogether. That is an example of not something like gigantism. That actually may end up being an explanation for what gigantism actually is, which could mean genetics, right? Kind of like we have Neanderthal DNA in us still. You see that guy down at the fucking local fish and chip spot there every fucking weekend getting fucking shit-faced drunk. Big fucking forehead on him. He's got the Neanderthal in him, right? I mean, this is another argument, yeah. What video is happening? This is something. This is the giant argument, Astor Mayor. So I find it to be improbable, I guess. And the other thing is that this was not just found throughout Western Virginia. This was found throughout the entire United States. And it goes beyond that. There have been finds all over the planet, actually, of these people. There are stories all over the planet of these people. It is not just in this one area. So in isolation, you can maybe attribute this to people mismeasuring things, or one incident could be attributed to something like gigantism. But some of the finds are from highly accredited people that, from what I've been able to discern so far, looking into this last day, they weren't remembered as being white supremacists at all. None of their work reflected white supremacist rhetoric, right? Why would nothing implied in the find that, they were replacing the Native Americans? They just referenced that there have been other finds of this. So it's a bit irresponsible to suggest that, honestly. You could say it's discriminatory towards these people who really, maybe there were some assholes. The way this guy phrased this wasn't the greatest, but many early histories of West Virginia include some form of the myth, often glorifying a mysterious past race of mound builders that have been driven out by savage Indians. Yeah, and that's not nice. Because, again, the native stories, this is the other problem, right? The native stories speak of these people. So how does that make sense that they just made this up? None of it makes sense. It's a white supremacist myth that doesn't make fucking sense. Like, it's not just the Northern Paiute that talked about the Sitka. There's other examples of it. And now they described the giants as being savage. I've discussed this mound builder idea in an earlier article titled Little Known Facts of West Virginia Mound Builders. However, the mound builders and giant myths are intertwined in early American archaeology, which was sometimes proposed that the mounds covered the bodies of these supposed giants. So where did it come from? Similar ideas are found across the United States, but according to Jones, West Virginia stories have been reinforced by a line from the book Mounds of the Dead, published by Dr. Don Dragos in 1963. Dragoo, was an archaeologist with the Carnegie Museum who excavated, another archaeologist with the fucking Carnegie Museum, who excavated Cresap Mound and many other Adena burial mounds. His 1963 book mentions the excavation of a 7-foot 2-inch high skeleton beneath the Cresap Mound, and this account is still used today as an example of supposedly giant Adena. Unfortunately, many readers are unaware that this is a field measurement, not a scientific reconstruction. Estimating an individual's living stature from his skeletal remains well-preserved leg bones, as well as considerations of the age and biological sex of the individual. Natural processes after burial often result in bones being broken, incomplete, and more spread apart. Thus, taking a measurement of the skeleton from the top of the skull to the bottom of the foot bones would provide an inaccurate stature of the individual. Interesting. I know that's their take on it. Now, this guy was an established archaeologist in his own right. What was his opinion, I guess? He was 1963, so I mean, maybe he's not able to give an opinion. Additionally, the skeleton was likely measured by a workman in the field, often local day laborers rather than trained osteologists in a lab. Estimating living stature from skeleton remains requires expertise in anatomy and forensic reconstruction. Partial skeletons are even more difficult, requiring specialized calculations, understandably. According to one of the curators of the Carnegie Museum of Natural History, the 7-foot measurement may even be a typo, as it cannot be found in Drago's original notes. Jones also recounted information from the peer-reviewed article Giant Amerindians Factor Fantasy, which could not find any evidence of gigantism in Native American skeletal data, and noted that Adina's males averaged 5 feet 6 inches. Some European settlers claim to have encountered giant natives, such as those depicted in Theodore de Brye's famous wood carving, but those are rarely first-hand accounts, and no skeleton evidence for those statues have been found, which, again, does not mean that it's not true, which has been nobody evidence to support it. I suited these adventures to sensationalism. Okay. Their survival accounts while also justifying harsh responses to Native American threats. Also, alleged proof of giant skeletons often comes from late 19th century, early 20th century newspapers. These accounts were often self-reported by the public, cited documented hoaxes like the Cardiff Giant, and would have appeared in the same publications as ads for miracle elixirs and opium-laced medicines. Well, except they made mention of the archaeologist on some of the finds as well, right? These journalists may have exaggerated or reprinted aggrandized information to sell papers rather than conduct a type of investigative journalism and fact-checking that is more common today, Jones said. Where's the other thing I have up here? Here's one of the encounters. So this is a 1938 Alabama civics textbook. This is Hernando de Soto meeting Chief Tuscaloosa in 1540, supposedly. So Tuscaloosa and his son were described by the Spanish as being over 7 feet tall. Both huge people. So, and again, these stories are everywhere. It's not just in it's not just in North America. It's in Central America. It's in South America. It's in Europe. It's in even Africa. It's in everywhere. Everywhere. There's tons of them. I couldn't believe it, really. And I think I'm placing a bet, not that I'm an expert in this field, that there's something to this argument. So, what do they got here? Why do you think this idea survives today? Even among professional archaeologists, the idea that some Adena were more than 7 feet tall is still found. It is something that has been repeated without critically questioning it, Jones said. Or we're just not going to critically think about it anymore, I guess. In a discipline that draws heavily on past research and where limited funding often prevents any research, it is common for archaeologists to pull back information from older sources without taking the time to cross-reference and examine that information. For example, the Mound Builders article in the West Virginia Encyclopedia was written by a former State Historic Preservation Office archaeologist, but includes a 7-foot claim alongside actual facts about the Adena. Did they actually find these bones? Were they unrelated to the Adena? Were they actually a lost race of people? They're just attributing it all to white supremacy. Like, none of that makes any sense. It's not an argument. I mean, I don't understand where they're coming from with this. It's a way to just explain this away. Where are the bones, though? It's the problem, right? Many myths and half-truths about West Virginia prehistory are embedded in the minds of the public. In elementary school, many children learn about giant mound builders or how West Virginia was only ever a hunting ground, and the sensationalized stories stuck. Jones adds that this othering of Native Americans is part of the racial undertones found in much of early archaeology, and this baggage continues to perpetuate into attitudes and ideas today. It is important for archaeologists today to both know and engage with the history of North American archaeology so that we can address past assumptions with scientific methods rather than speculation and ethnocentrism. Okay. Again, listen, nobody gets more upset talking about Native American people than myself because it just pisses me off like every fucking time I think about it. Traded these people pots and pans for large swaths of land when they didn't even understand what the fuck we meant by what do you mean you can own the land, right? You know, they're like, well, we'll give you all these pots and pans for that island over there. They're like, we don't fucking own it. Go ahead. Like, what do you mean? They were just beyond that. There were some groups that were very savage, but again, they're on average, the people that came over and settled here were worse. I mean, it's just the way that it is. Now, I mean, my people were on Ireland when that happened, personally. They were assholes too, though, honestly. They were also assholes to the Vikings who were assholes to us, and the Celts were enslaved for like almost 1,000 years by the fucking Romans. So, I mean, you know, it's a fucked up history any way you cut it. But anyway, so far, this isn't like great evidence against these claims. It just seems like they're just kind of just a lazy explanation. Yeah, man, it is. Yeah, it is still happening. Yeah. Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah. Yeah. Why does it matter if people believe in giants? Why do archaeologists oppose the idea? I don't believe in anything like that. I mean, there's a lot of anecdotes, and you could say even evidence to some degree. There's a pattern going on here with these stories all over the planet. Now, if you can provide for me a logical explanation as to for why that is, then we could start to settle this. But the problem is that I don't see that. I see nonsense peddled here as an explanation for why this is impossible. That's not good enough. You need to create a better argument than that. Not a good argument. So I would be savage if someone came to take my land and women. Gross. Oh man, yeah, I know. Well, that's exactly it, right? The real sad part is that it was disease that killed many of the native peoples, and which is even more fucking terrible, right? It's just the people in the West, they brought over all the fucking viruses. Same down in South America, man. That's the theory for what possibly killed that lost civilization of the Amazon. Buddy who wrote about it, crazy stuff. I forget what his name was. He was a Spanish explorer, but he went exploring down there in South America, well, all through the Amazon, and there was just all these cities, and there were millions of people, and they were wonderful people. And he came back and told these stories about interacting with them and living with them, and then 100 years later, they went back over and there was nobody. They saw this, they found the cities, but there was no people. They're all gone. And one of the theories is that when he was around them, he spread like a virus throughout, and it ripped through and killed everybody. You imagine? Like, make a movie about that. Like, that is unfucking believable if that's true. But the same thing happened here in North America with the native peoples. Like, that was ultimately, I think, what really wiped them out in the end. Which is terrible. Jones explained that it is important to issue because archaeology is a science. If the data isn't there, then we simply can't support it. Well, but this is the problem, is we have data there suggesting that they were there. And that's the issue, I think. It's crucial that we remember that the scientific process forces us to be rigorous about what we can and cannot say about the past. Some aspects of the past we may never know, but others can find evidence to support it. But through other data. So if there's data to argue that there was something that actually happened in the past, if there was a group of people that preceded them, and we did find their bones, where are they? Right? I think this is when it gets messy, because you're just going to attribute these finds to mismeasurements without providing any kind of like evidence to, like, well, okay, but they mismeasured them. Okay, well, but that 80 of them, like hundreds of them, like, come on, guys, like, it just seems a bit much. Yeah, man, it's just like when the Grave Creek Mound Museum updated its display on pseudo-archaeology, the curators felt it was important to directly address alternative views. Some claim that archaeologists are covering up or even deliberately destroying data, such as the supposed giant skeletons in the Smithsonian. However, Jones says this isn't how science operates. No, what happens is wealthy people come in and they buy things up as well. That's the other issue here, right? It isn't always just science, because what science also relies on is business. And when business gets involved, that more complicates the issues sometimes, right? Business practices, poor business ethics, logic, using your noodle. Yeah. The thematically hurts more than the stories of deliberately giving blankets and things to spread sickness. You know, the person who visited in goodwill and awe and stuff may have wiped them out with a virus. Yeah, it's exactly. It will, I know. Yeah. And there's people, the stories of them, giving them tainted blankets and stuff. But yeah, I know that it was somebody that just didn't know better that killed everybody. Yeah. I just got it. Did I miss a big UFO video? Yeah, I did. Asked. Yeah, it wasn't that big. It was kind of it was again like a couple squiggly lines, and yeah, some more trust me bros, Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised too. It's like, what happened here though? That's the real question. I mean, if there was a group of people that preceded the native peoples, maybe that happened to them. Maybe the native peoples came down and gave them a sickness wherever because supposedly they crossed the ice bridge at some point, right? From Siberia over to Alaska. So maybe that's what eliminated them. Maybe the remnants we see now are what happened to them. There was supposedly some of them still kicking around even a couple hundred years ago, though, which they haven't addressed yet. They're very, this is a phenomena, but it's very like isolatory. If that's even a fucking word to use here, where they're clearly specialized in one area in Virginia. But it's like this story pervades beyond those borders. It's like, again, are we after the objective truths here? You're using data, which is good, obviously, but like we're after like what is objectively true, right? And so, is there any way to steelman this? I mean, they've just been strawmanning it the whole time, but is there any way to steelman this argument, right? And I'd like to see that, but I don't see that happening, which is always also a bad sign that you're dealing with people in bad faith. And that's unfortunate if that's what's actually going on here. I mean, if you're dealing with people in good faith that are just after the truth, then they'll try and humor these arguments and say, well, you know, maybe it wasn't. Maybe where are the bodies? That's where I get to where the body's at. If these giants existed when scientists would be lining up to learn about them, anthropologists would not ignore such a rare, fascinating data set. On the contrary, it would be a major discovery in physical anthropology similar to the recently discovered so-called hobbit hominids, which nobody took seriously until they started finding bones of them. The public is often drawn to archaeology because of their love of history and the excitement of discovery. Okay, fair enough. Did the Smithsonian try to cover up giant skeletons in West Virginia? Yeah, okay. Over the pseudo-archaeology exhibit at Grave Creek Mound? Yeah, okay. No. Whatever. Clear enough. Find the fucking bodies. Find where they went. I mean, supposedly, I've heard this, that there are remnants still of some of these bodies in Arizona. It's a museum in Arizona, I think, if I can recall correctly. I mean, put them out there. The problem is if it's just like one or two, they'll just try and attribute that to like, it's not enough, right? If you found 80 of them, that's where it gets more interesting, where this is like a lost race of people then, yeah. Feels bad, yeah, it did a little bit, but they're still blue, man. They're still blue, and it is what it is. Anyway, I'll shut up on this. This is something I've just been looking into more and more. And at the end of the day, I'm just after like, what's the truth here? What's the truth to it? Is it all just some kind of meme? I don't almost pull up the wrong image again, but my interest is more in Mesopotamian history, not necessarily North American history. It wasn't until I started reading in through some of the North American history and also started hearing about bodies of giants being discovered, which is a phenomenon that's also been documented to some degree in the Middle East and actually through Europe. Like Malta is a very famous site for this. This is an island in the Mediterranean, but this is a theme here, and I want to know: is there something to this? And how complicated is it going to be to unravel all of this shit? You know, I just don't really like hearing people just wash this away with, oh, well, anyone that's people purporting this are white supremacists. It's like, oh, okay. Careful now, because that's not okay. And that's what Flint did with Graham. And that's where I understand where this rhetoric's coming from now, where Graham's trying to, you know, propose there was another race of people or another group of people in the past that influenced all of us. But the argument here has nothing to do with skin color. The argument has to do with another race. We are all, irregardless of our different ethnicities and where we grew up in the world, Homo sapiens. We're not Homo florentes or Neanderthals or whatever the fuck this other group of people were. So we're all one race. These people are a different race. So it's not racist. It's like we're all the one race. This is another race of people. I don't know what they're getting at. I don't understand it. It's fucking weird, man. Yeah. Were you meant to be here in this moment right now, breathing this air at this time? That's a good question, man. We're memeing on this. The Anunnaki, trying to figure this out. Did this group of people exist? Where are they now? Right? Are we here to solve this problem? Are we just here to stir the pot? Just here to stir the pot and trigger these people. A bit of both, probably. That's part of the meme. Embracing it. Stir the pot. Embrace the meme. But ultimately, we're out, I think, after the objective truths. Yeah. Hey, man. I like to think that I am. Yeah. Or I wouldn't be here. I think so, man. I think we all have some kind of a purpose. I think we all. I think it's one of those things. Like, I mean, I don't like to say I believe a lot of things, but if there's one thing that I would believe that. Yeah, I would like to believe that I or we are here for a reason, right? It's how you approach reality. Really, you make a decision, right? It's like you can be optimistic or pessimistic about it, right? And I think we don't know one way or the other, really. All we have is kind of our intuition. But there's something that I would believe. That's a thing to believe in. I think, really, the few things is that there's a purpose to us being here now. There's a reason for it, and I think that's a healthy way to look at life. Ultimately, I don't know if we need to like personalize God or anything, or dogmatically believe in scriptures, but that's something I can get behind believing in, is that, because I think that's just so important. And it's one of those things, it's like it's some of this kind of more pessimistic rhetoric or kind of the atheism that's sprung up in the last like couple centuries. I think, well, considering some of the wars, we shouldn't necessarily be, but we've kind of become coddled. It's what happens when we live in these times that are quite easy, is people are afforded that opportunity where they haven't really been faced with life or death, or they haven't been faced with like losing hope or kind of persevering, and so they don't need something metaphysical like that to turn to, or like when you're in a dark situation like that, sometimes that belief that there's a purpose for your existence is the only thing that keeps you from, this is a dark thing to say, tying that rope around your fucking neck. And if you've convinced yourself there's nothing and there's no purpose to anything, you've set yourself up for possibly failure. So, I mean, it's a heavy thing, but really, I think it's just one of those reasons to have faith and believe there's a purpose to things. Because otherwise, you might find yourself in a precarious situation and you'll have no way out of it. You'll have dug yourself into a hole, not actually objectively knowing whether or not you do, or you could have just convinced yourself of some delusion. So yeah, man, thank you. Yeah, I meant in this stream, but we can get philosophical on it if you want eggs. Man, fuck. Maybe more broadly, maybe to solve the giant riddle. Yeah, Robert Wadlow was 8'11", died in 1940. There's a whole Wikipedia page. People, Wayne, listen, brother, spend for me like 2 hours looking into this. I swear to God. I think I told the story. When I first heard this, I think it must have been Hugh Newman talking about it. And he had been on like Ancient Aliens. He's an author. But I remember hearing about it. And I was like, oh my fucking God. I was like, are these people fucking retarded? Like, and that's the way I approached it. Shame on me. Because in my mind, what I was thinking about was Jack and the Beanstalk, like fucking Kronos, like walking along fucking, the size of a mountain. But no, they weren't that big. And I remember it was literally like a weekend looking into this. I was like, what the fuck? I had no idea that it was in a meme. Like in ancient history, this was a meme they had. The giants. That there was a lost race of giants. And actually, in some points in history, like during Plato's time, it wasn't even a lost race. It was, there's this group of people like over in this strange land that are all huge, which may have been Albion. It's not really, it didn't explain, which would have been Great Britain at that time, which there were stories about that. Gog Magog, this leader in the Great Britain or Albion, that had a band of giants. They lived in the island. So get this, okay? There's rumors of this lost race of giants on Britain, led by a guy named Gog Magog. There's a story that Brutus of Troy, so these warriors from Troy, make their way over to Albion, right? Because the White Cliffs of Dover. They encounter the giants. They kill almost all of them because there were much less of them than there were of Brutus's company. And then after they kill them, they beat the shit out of their leader, Gog Magog, and they throw him off the cliff. And it's still known today on the White Cliffs of Dover. I think it's called Gog Magog's Leap. Get this. Rumors from the Celts. Who built that giant stone circle, Stonehenge? Oh, the giants built it. Like, oh, the giants. They're like, yeah, the giants built it. They're like, oh, okay. Big stones. So I was like, yeah, they built it. It's like, oh, okay. It's like, And people were like, oh, just this myth of giants. Like, did we not try to connect these fucking stories together for a second and be like, they were probably here when those assholes lived here. And then some other assholes came over and killed them. And then killed all of them. And then what was left of them. And then they became a myth. And then it was like, oh, they built that. It's like, where are they? In the ocean. They fucking probably throw their bodies in the fucking ocean. It's like, you know, it's like, it could be that fucked, right? This is a level of a meme we're dealing with here. It's like, and that's just one example, man. You go look at Malta, which is that little island down in the Mediterranean, south of Sicily. Graham actually did a good feature on this on his Ancient Apocalypse series. But like, fuck, man. Like, there's so many rumors of them finding large bodies on there. And you got to think, though, like, they must have been there a long time ago. Like, a long time ago. And so probably a lot of them were just gone or already dug up and destroyed and washed away. But megaliths are built by giant people. Fuck. South America is the same thing. Tons of explorers, Spanish, Portuguese, when they came around Patagonia, ran into giant people, 7-8 feet tall. The explorers that first landed on Easter Island literally met with another group of people living with the natives there who were like 7.5, 8 feet tall. Supposedly they made the Moai heads. It doesn't end. It just keeps going. Yeah. Hugh Newman, what a great name. It's like swap spelling for new human. That's kind of like what it is, man. Yeah. Like back in the day, 7 foot tall Asian who is obelisk to the situation. Fuck, man. Hey, let's watch this. Native women found 19th century describes her people's interaction with giant red-haired giants in North America. There you fucking go. Yeah.
Today we have some.
Yeah. Yashui emoji is in Islamic eschatology. 2 hostile corrupt forces will ravage the earth before the end of the world. Uh-oh.
Or actual history from the American West in the late 1800s. We will be reading about some wars that arose between the Paiute Indians when the white settlers began arriving in large numbers during the 1850s.
The Sitka.
We will also hear about a war between the Paiute Indians and another tribe of red-haired cannibalistic Indians that occurred in the 15 or 1600s.
Yeah.
We will be reading from this book, Life Among the Paiutes, Their Wrongs and Claims, by Sarah Winnemucca Hopkins. This book was published all the way back in...
So was she a white supremacist? We're going to call... Oh, that's Sarah Winnemucca Hopkins. That fucking Grand Wizard Sarah Winnemucca Hopkins. Fucking give me a fucking break. Jesus Christ, man. Like, and listen, are there a lot of stories of the Sitka? No, but there's a couple instances of it. That's a hell of a fucking coincidence that they have stories talking about these large red-haired fucking people. And then we happen to have stories, made up stories of them finding large red-haired people.
1883. Sarah Winnemucca was a member of the Northern Paiute tribe. She was born near Lake Humboldt in northern Nevada in 1844. Her people were initially peaceful toward the white settlers. Sarah's grandfather was Chief Truckee. He had befriended John Fremont in his 1843 expedition, and he was very friendly toward the white settlers. He assisted the U.S. Army in the Spanish-American War. This story begins in 1858, when Chief Truckee had sent his granddaughter Sarah Winnemucca to live with Major William Ormsby, who led the militia of settlers near Carson City, Nevada. The author Sarah Winnemucca was about 14 years old at the time. She tells of the peace that lasted for a couple of years between her tribe and the white settlers, but then she tells of the breakout of war. She also tells the legend of the Paiutes' war with the red-haired Indians, who were cannibals. I will now stop writing about myself and family and tribe customs, and tell about the wars and the causes of the wars. I will jump over about 6 years. My sister and I were living at this time in Genoa with Major Ormsby's family, who took us as playmates for their little girl. While with them, we learned the English language very fast, for they were very kind to us. This was in the year 1858, I think. I am not sure. In that year, our white brothers had their houses all along Carson River. There were 21 houses there in our country. I know all the names of the people that lived in them. One man who was on the upper part of Carson River was Mr. Olds. The next man by the name of Palmer had a family. The third one by the name of Job also had a family. Another family was named Walters. Another man whose name was Dr. Daggett had no family, nor had the next one whose name was Van Sickle. The next one had more than one family. He had 2 wives, and his name was Thornton. The man who lived in the next house had still more wives. There were 2 brothers, one had 3 wives, and the other 5. Their name was Roos. The next man was named Knott, and had no family. The next house had 3 brothers named Sides, with no families. The next man was named Gilbert, and had no family. The next was named Aldridge, and had a family.
We can probably skip through
Then
this part,
came
brother.
our friend, Major Ormsby. Next came Adams and brothers, who had no wives. Then Jones and family, Miller and family, Brown with no family, Elsie with no family,
All right.
Mr. Ellis and family,
Okay,
Heather,
yeah.
and were as happy as could be.
Yeah.
There was no stealing. No one lost their cattle or horses. My people had not learned to steal. We lived that way in peace for another year. Our white brothers gave my people...
Why do I never speed up vids? Oh man, I will never watch something at 2 times speed. I cannot stand listening to things at 2 times speed. I will skip through the boring parts though.
Trading. Yet my people never said, all our people. So sister and I were all alone.
Fuck that. No, man, I hate watching things at speed like that. Like it kills the chill. Like here, let's listen to this. How fast would it be? Where is it? Playback speed.
There with our dear good friend Major Ormsby. Late that fall, there happened to be a very sad thing indeed. A white man who was dearly beloved by my people started for California.
No, I can't listen to that, man. Holy fuck. It's way too fast. Yeah. Unproductive. No, you gotta take a deep breath. You just gotta just take
the winter,
it all in.
as they all did every winter. Mr. McMullen took a great deal of money to lay in large supplies, for they had a store about 30 miles down Carson River. 2 of them, McWilliams and McMullen, went off the same night and camped in the mountains. Someone came in the night and killed them both, and after they had shot them with guns or pistols, they placed arrows in the wound. When it was all over, the major called his men and said, "We will sing the Star-Spangled Banner." It was not a bit like the way my grandfather used to sing it, and that was the first time I had heard it sung by the white people. My cousin was the war chief. He sent 5 men to bring in the Washoe chief. The next morning they came in with about 10 Washoes. As soon as they came in, the white men gathered round them. Major Ormsby showed the arrows, and asked them if they knew them. The Washoe chief, who is called Jam, said, "You ask me if these are my people's arrows. I say yes." Major Ormsby said, "That is enough," he said to my brother Natchez. After they left, brother talked with all his men, began to scream, "Oh, they have come to kill them!"
I'm assuming this is where they talk about the Giants. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say this must be it. Yeah. Listen to Harry Potter breaks 1.7 times speed. Oh my god, man, that would just give me a headache. I mean, if I want to digest information quickly, I'll just read something without a video. I'll just read it. With a video, I need it's like a cathartic thing. It's relaxing, listening to someone's voice. It just becomes I don't know. What's this? Mogog will emerge in huge numbers and spread mischief on earth, and no one will be able to resist them. Is that one of the quotes from them? They broke them up into 2 beings, I know, later on, Ken. Is that what the fuck? Is it in? Oh, interesting.
And after fighting
let's listen to this. This is the part
raised
about the
a flag
Giants
of
here.
truce, which was responded to by my brother, and peace was made, and a treaty giving the Pyramid
really?
Lake Reservation
Oh, man, I
to my
can't do
people.
that.
I have no way of telling any of the particulars. The reservation was given to us in 1860, and we were to get large supplies as long as we were peaceful. But though there were 13 agents there in the course of 23 years, I never knew of any issue after that first year. Among the traditions of our people is one of a small tribe of barbarians who used to live along the Humboldt River. It was many hundred years ago. They used to waylay my people and kill and eat them. They would dig large holes in our trails at night, and if any of our people traveled at night, which they did, for they were afraid of these barbarous people, they would oftentimes fall into these holes. That tribe would even eat their own dead. Yes, they would even come and dig up our dead after they were buried. and would carry them off and eat them. Now and then they would come and make war on my people. They would fight, and as fast as they killed one another on either side, the women would carry off those who were killed. My people say they were very brave. When they were fighting, they would jump up in the air after the arrows that went over their heads, and shoot the same arrows back again. My people took some of them into their families, but they could not make them like themselves. So at last they made war on
Thanks,
them.
Richie, for the follow.
This war lasted a long time. Their number was about 2,600. The war lasted some 3 years. My people killed them in great numbers, and what few were left went into the thick bush. My people set the bush on fire. This was right above Humboldt Lake. Then they went to work and made tule or bulrush boats, and went into Humboldt Lake. They could not live there very long without fire. They were nearly starving. My people were watching them all around the lake, and would kill them as fast as they could come on land. At last, one night they all landed on the east side of the lake, and went into a cave near the mountains. It was a most horrible place, for my people watched at the mouth of the cave, and would kill them as they came out to get water. My people would ask them if they would be like us and not eat people like coyotes or beasts. They talked the same language but would not give up. At last my people were tired, and they went to work and gathered wood, and began to fill up the mouth of the cave. Then the poor fools began to pull the wood inside till the cave was full. At last my people set it on fire. At the same time they cried out to them, "Will you give up and be like men, and not eat people like beasts? Say quick, we will put out the fire." No answer came from them. My people said they thought the cave must be very deep or far into the mountain. They had never seen the cave nor known it was there until then. They called out to them as loud as they could, "Will you give up? Say so, or you will all die." But no answer came. Then they all left the place. In 10 days some went back to see if the fire had gone out. They went back to my 3rd or 5th great-grandfather and told him that they must all be dead. There was such a horrible smell. This tribe was called People Eaters, and after my people had killed them all, the people around us called us Seydou Kara. It means conqueror. It also means enemy. I do not know how we came by the name of Paiutes. It is not an Indian word. I think it is misinterpreted. Sometimes we are called pine nut eaters, for we are the only tribe that lives in the country where pine nuts...
So that was it there, the clip. Yeah. The Lovelock Cave incident. Yeah. Jesus. Yeah. We've gone over here before. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, supposedly they found bones, I think, in the early 1900s there, too. It's like sandals and remnants of, like, large people. But, I mean, who the fuck knows, right? Yeah. You have to ease up to it. Holy fuck. You can listen to 2 times without issues. Your brain gets used to it. Oh, man, I can't listen to that. I can't listen to anything at those speeds. Like, if I'm listening to a video, like, I don't know, I'll try and enjoy it. I mean, what I started doing was you can get the the captions translated. You can feed that shit into ChatGPT now to get summaries on videos as well, which helps. But yeah, you're not eating ugly person. You have standards. Yeah, in a heartbeat you would. Jesus Christ. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Big gingers. Yeah, maybe that's where the meme started. You know, with these fucking people, these assholes. Like, God damn it. Yeah. Sorry, where's about Gog and Magog, the Antichrist and the Beast? Can you give us an idea about the Dajjal and Adabel, Ujamuji? Gog and Magog will emerge in huge numbers and spread mischief on earth, and no one will be able to resist him. The Antichrist will spread corruption on earth and will claim divinity, calling on people to worship them. The beast will speak to mankind and exhort them, having the ability to reason and speak. What is this out of the Quran? What is this out of? Is that what this is out of? Sounds like AI. Yeah, they have the same story. Gog and Magog. Yajuj and Majuj are 2 disbelieving tribes from amongst the sons of Adam. Gog and Magog will emerge in huge numbers and drink up the lake of Tiberias in Palestine. It will spread mischief on earth. So again, just so people believe me, Gog Magog was a giant. Right here. Sorry, he's one word. Magog. Oh my fucking god, come on now, there you go. Right here, giant. Magog was a legendary giant in the matter of Britain. According to Geoffrey of Manmoss, Historia Regum Britanniae, he was a giant inhabitant of Cornwall who was thrown off a cliff during a wrestling match with Corneus. Corneus was one of the companions of Brutus of Troy. Later tradition expanded the story with Magog described as descendant of Albina. He was the chieftain and largest of the giants found by Brutus and his men inhabiting the land of Albion, which is Britain. The effigies of Magog and Corneus used in English pageantry and later instituted as guardian statues at the Guildhall in London eventually earned their familiar names Gog and Magog. So there's a depiction of the battle that happened there. Boys came over and started fucking them up. So who knows what the origins of the story actually are? I mean, it's interesting. A myth that had floated around that Geoffrey had written down at some point in the 12th century, I guess. But one of those myths that maybe was an old myth that went back a long ways. So, but yeah, mentioning him as the giant. Yeah. You like lore but not rules? Yeah, man. I mean, yeah, who fuck knows? I mean, who knows about this? Like, yeah, that's very interesting. It shows up in the Quran. Okay, what the fuck? Interesting. The Antichrist. Okay, all right. They'll spread mischief on earth. Huh. Very interesting. Huh? Very interesting. There's no I don't think there's any mention specifically of giant people in the Quran, is there? I don't think there is. Interesting, yeah. Apparently they're still on Earth. Yeah, they're still on Earth. Where's the picture of him? Hold on. Where is he? Yeah, it's right here. He plays basketball. Right there. He's 7'8". He's right, brother. He's right here. He played for the fucking Globetrotters. Spinning balls all day. That's what happens, right? Once warrior cannibals, now entertainers. We make them dance now. Yeah. Crazy shit. I just love this meme, right? I mean, I don't know. It's a hell of a coincidence we do have people walking around at that height as well. So, just an example of gigantism, whatever the fuck that actually is. I don't think we actually know from what I've been able to discern looking into it. So, I mean, it could very well have some kind of genetic component to it. I like to believe that it does, right? Holy shit. Jeez, look at him. Man, oh man. He does kind of look like an Easter Island head, doesn't he, though? Like, they kind of look. That's the meme, I guess. And that's who they're modeled after, the giant people. Ezekiel 38, Gog is an individual, Magog is his land. Interesting, yeah. He kind of does. I mean, you know, Paul, no offense. I think we're the same age, actually. I mean, no offense, bro. Not. Hopefully there's none taken, but, you know, you might have Anunnaki genes in you. I don't know. It's just a fucking spicy meme. But, yeah, you'd have to work with somebody in anthropology, really. You'd have to get them onto it. I mean, me memeing on this isn't really going to get us any closer to the truth, ultimately. Although we may have stumbled upon the truth, we just aren't able to know with conviction that it is, right? Is this the truth of the matter about who was this lost group of people that's written about in all these ancient stories, right? This is literally them, right? This is the remnants of them that we have found in these stories. We just can't with conviction say definitively yes, right? We can just meme and say maybe. We can place bets. I could place bets and I'd place a bet and I'd say yes. But I could lose that and I'd be okay with that if I did even. I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. But are there other things to figure out as well? I mean, there might very well be. But yeah, who the fuck knows? Yeah. Very interesting though. Very intriguing. Was there another mention of this? Okay. Oh, they dig it into the giants and stuff. Okay, the bones and whatnot. Yeah. Yeah. There'd only be one way to know, and that'd be to go and dig the fucking bones up yourself. So, and then I don't know. You know, what we would get investigated by the government? Does the government want us to know these things? Is that something they want us to fucking talk about? I mean, maybe fucking not. Speaking of religious artifacts, I don't know what the fuck this was about. I just pulled this up. So Robert Schoch posted this. Do I follow Robert? Fuck, I better. Do I follow him? I do. Okay. Robert Schoch being the geologist. He's a geophysicist, actually, as well. Okay. Who redated the Sphinx, effectively. The message of this helmet, protection from all-seeing God. The Mithraic figure, also a birdman, evokes the research of 3 prominent scientists, all PhDs, 1 Nobel laureate, brought together in this article. Interesting. The message of this helmet, protection from an all-seeing God. Okay. What's this supposed to be? The Helm of Caudophensity. The tragic what happened, the theft of the helmet on loan from Romania and other treasures from Drent's museum. Besides its values in antiquity and magnificent art, it also carries an important message as pointed out in this post by my wife. I see. What's his wife saying? Birdman. RobertSchoch.com /Birdman. I should spend more time on Robert's site. He's a brilliant guy. He's into this whole meme as well. That there's something in ancient history that's pointing towards knowledge of some kind of repeated cyclical catastrophe. Something to do with the sun, maybe some kind of geomagnetic event. The properly disciplined intellectual. Not just memeing on the internet all fucking day like a fucking dingus. He's actually got the receipts to prove this as well. Oh, he's going deep on this. Oh yeah, he's going deep on this. All right. The Birdman, our connection to the stars, expressed in art, understood and affirmed through science. Oh Christ! I don't know if we're going to be read through this whole thing. The ancient world is replete with depictions in one form or another of birdmen. Okay. You know what we can do sometimes, which I love doing, which I you have to sometimes give things through, but just give it a little read thing here. Oh, here we go. Yes. Brilliant. A summary. The article on Robert Schoch's website explores the global depictions of birdmen in ancient art and linking them to plasma physics and cosmic events. It discusses figures like Horus, Garuda, Easter Island's birdmen, suggesting they symbolize celestial phenomena. The research integrates plasma physics concepts, particularly Dr. Anthony Peratt's work on high-energy plasma formations resembling ancient rock art. The article connects these findings to solar activity and its potential impact on past civilizations. Elaborate. Let's get a little more detailed top-down view on this. Yes, okay. So plasma phenomena, yeah, rather than purely mythological beings. So this is an interesting point, I think. So that the birdman motif across various ancient cultures suggests it represents plasma phenomena in the sky rather than purely mythological beings. That's what I've argued here with the Anunnaki. I mean, are we dealing with purely mythological beings, or were these tall big motherfuckers in the past that were fucking around with us? I mean, is there more to the story, right? Is there like, were they like big because they were gods, or were they literally big? It's a thing, right? We've watched a video on Anthony Peratt here too, and some of this meme that essentially, I could probably go to the actual fucking article here. It'd be helpful, I guess. But here, I can't blow that up. For Christ's sake, Robert, you got to put clickable fucking pictures on the site, my dude. Okay, I was wondering if we was getting that there in a second. You can kind of see it, but these little men they find maybe some kind of effect that people witnessed up in the upper atmosphere, plasma, and it could be some kind of a discharge from the sun, from a planet, maybe a little crazier, I guess. But something caused it, and people drew these little figures all across the world, all throughout these different cultures. And what does that mean? Well, it means they all witnessed something fucking catastrophic. That's what it means. Yeah, type Blue Avians, Corey Good and Wilcox. So that's a good story. Fuck me. This happened over what looks like an airbase in Alaska. No indications what happened, but what if it was a drone or something else? Again, no indication of what it led to. Probably just a routine incident or cause. Little people account. I'll pull that up in a second. Grand Steiner, yeah. The hell? Longer footage of the crash earlier today. Holy shit. Well, hopefully he got out of that. No, he did, thank God. Oh, fuck. There goes what? Like $30 million? $102 million. $82 million, I guess. Close enough. Jesus Christ. Oops. Oops. What a fucking meme. Yes, his work shock theorizes the intense solar activity in antiquity influenced human perception, artistic expression, potentially looking catastrophic solar events, historical collapses of civilization. It bridges mythology, archaeology, and plasma physics. Yes, there you go. Well, I mean, you know, it's a similar kind of meme with the Anunnaki. It bridges maybe mythology, archaeology, and anthropology that was this lost group of people that were depicted everywhere all over the fucking planet. Right? Except I don't have a background in any of that, so just asking questions. You know, that's all we do here. Just ask questions. Don't get mad. Just ask questions. That's
Today we have some more actual.
Oh my God, these are little people, huh? What the fuck? Oh my God, like how little are we talking here? Like,
we will also hear about a verified find of a mummified skeleton in a cave in the Pedro Mountains of Wyoming in the 1930s that some say is from an ancient race of little people, while others claim it is only a young or stillborn human baby. We will be reading from the April 1983 issue of True West magazine. The article is titled, "The Mysterious Little People, Evidence Found They Existed in Wyoming." Interestingly, an individual author is not listed for this article. After we read this article from True West magazine, we will then read a short newspaper article from the Casper Star Tribune, published in 1947. This article tells about the inspection of the mummy by some local scientists, and about its last known owner in 1950, Ivan Goodman, before the mummy disappeared. So here's the story of the mysterious little people of Wyoming. One of the unsolved mysteries of the Old West is what happened to the
a hobo in the White House.
little people. Dorothy M. Johnson, Montana author, summed it up best when she wrote, "I don't mind walking under ladders and I like black cats, but I wouldn't for anything offend the little people." Dorothy, like the Crow Indians and others, believes the little people may still exist. The Crows occasionally leave small gifts for them in the Pryor Mountains of Montana. The only trouble is that, like Bigfoot or Sasquatch, no one has ever seen the little people. But unlike Bigfoot, in Wyoming they believe they have discovered the body of a little person. They've thought so for many years, and while it may not be the warm body sought in most detective cases, at least it's a body. John A. Bonar of Glen Rock, Wyoming, tells how in 1969, Bud Williams, owner of the Wardrobe Cleaners in Casper, Wyoming, told him of a little man's head on display in a shop in Casper. Richard Phelps, an orthopedic specialist, displayed the little head and claimed it came from the race of little people, or savages which may have predated North American Indians. Phelps said evidence points to the ancient existence of these cannibalistic people living in Wyoming.
The fucking the big people were cannibals, little people were cannibals. Like, what, they're all eating each other all the fucking time? What the fuck's going on here now? Like, is this what the fuck was going on? Like, there was fish everywhere. There was fucking game everywhere, and these motherfuckers just kept eating each other. Like, come on. Like, is this the little people right here? All right, I can copy and paste. I can do that. There. Oh, Darby O'Gale and the little people. This is a movie. Okay, it's a fantasy adventure. Yeah. Why has she got a beard though? Good question. Good question, Space. I don't fucking know. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. It's a little thing. Little gnome people.
Several adult mummies have been.
She got a goatee. She got like a Tupac fucking kind of goatee. Or no, that's the Brad Pitt, isn't it? That's the Tyler Durden kind of goatee going on.
Found, 3 of which can be documented, along with 7 severed heads. Dr. Barnum Brown, known as the father of dinosaurs because of his discoveries of prehistoric monsters, claimed to have evidence of a small race of people who lived in the Shell Canyon area of Wyoming. The famed paleontologist was working for the New York Museum of Natural History when he discovered the huge Diplodocus, used later as a trademark of Sinclair Oil Company. Ivan Goodman, a Casper used car salesman, had a complete skeleton of a little person. Bonar remembers the horror...
Used car salesman. He's got all these fucking skeletons of little people in his closet. It's like, I want to see something sick, boys. Traded this for somebody. Traded a car for this. Yeah. Fuck me. You've seen small people during your sleep paralysis. Yeah, you mentioned that though. Like, fucking Christ. Like, I don't want the little people, all right? I want to have the big people in my closet, all right? I want to have a couple big boys in my closet just sitting there and be like, you know, we're the race of giants. They'd be like, what are you, Grand Wizard? I'm like, fuck you. I'm like, look, right here. See this fucking guy? He's 9 feet tall. Fuck you. That's it. That's the argument right there. That's how I'm going to win. Yeah. There's little people in my closet. Yeah, it's just, I don't know how you'd bring that up in conversation. You just probably don't say anything to show them.
Horrible photo of it in the Casper newspaper in the late 1940s. Goodman took the mummy back to New York. It was then scheduled to be featured in Robert Ripley's nationally syndicated column, Believe It or Not. Ivan Goodman died from a brain tumor shortly after. A Casper librarian claims to have information that a Leonard Wadler of New York City acquired the mummy for study. It was never returned to the Goodman family, which spent much money after Ivan's death on attorneys and trips to New York, trying to recover the relic. In 1968, Earl Nightingale of the radio program Our Changing World broadcast a strange story written by Frank Edwards. It was taken from Edwards' book, Stranger Than Fiction. In 1932, a couple of gold prospectors named Frank Carr and Cecil Maine worked in the Pedro Mountains, 60 miles west of Casper. They blasted a solid granite rock. When the smoke and dust had settled, the miners peered into the opening. They got the shock of their lives, for peering right back at them was an ugly, tiny mummy of a man-like creature in a cave 4 feet wide, 4 feet high.
I mean, that... It doesn't look like a fetus to me. It looks like... my uncle, like, makes these weird... He has all these weird, like, clay faces all over his house. I don't know. He's like an eccentric guy. He's an architect and an artist. It looks like clay. But I mean, I guess it has a skeleton inside of it. Like, it just looks weird, though. Like, the skin looks weird. Everything looks weird about it. Does it not? Like, it looks like a mistake. It does look like a fucking mistake. I'm not going to be the one to tell him that if I ever meet one of these fucking people. You look like a mistake. But, yeah, the giants and little people correlate. You think, man? I mean, fuck. I mean, I want this to be real so badly. I want, 10,000 years ago, 12, 13,000 years ago. I want World of Warcraft on planet Earth. You've got, like, the Neanderthals are like dwarves. You've got fucking Homo florentes are like the fucking, I don't know, like the gnomes. These are like the goblins. Like, we've got giants. We've got aliens. We've got mantis people. Like, what in the fuck, man? Like, it's just a full blown, like, it's like Lord of the Rings or some shit too, like back in the day. Like, it's crazy shit. Like, crazy shit was going on. Absolutely crazy shit. Were we the Elves? I don't even know. Like, the Homo sapiens? I don't even know. The Lord of the Rings of Saturn? Is that what the fuck it is? Yeah. Yeah. Are you familiar with the spooky things around the Skinwalker Ranch in Arizona and their university connections? Karen, yes, I am actually. I have followed Skinwalker Ranch for a long time, for, like at least 20 years. Like the happenings that have been going on. So back, it would have been, because Bob Bigelow bought the place in the late 90s, who owns Bigelow Aerospace. And it was the guy who he bought it from that had all the crazy stories. I've told some of them here because the George Knapp used to post about this in Above Top Secret. I'm pretty sure he did. Pretty sure it was Above Top Secret he was on. And some of the stories are insane. I mean, now again, whether you believe them or not, I don't know. But one of the stories, and I always remembered, well, there's three, I guess. One of them was the guy's wife came home. So this is like the Homestead on the TV show now. The Homestead 1 is where they used to live, I think. So she came home with groceries, put the groceries in the counter, put them all away, had the bags in the counter still. Went to get a shower. When she came out of the shower, all the groceries were back in the bag like she'd never put them away. The other one was a guy who was using an auger outside to dig with. And he turned around, like took a drink, like wiped fucking sweat off his brow, looked back, the auger's up in the tree. And then there was another incident where they raised these like really like these prize winning cattle. And a couple of the winning cattle went missing, like the ones they were raising. One day they couldn't find where they were, and so he called the sheriff. And the sheriff told this story actually. I think I'd heard a version of this before back in the day, but he'd retold the story on Skinwalker Ranch, like the TV show. And he said that they couldn't find them, and so he looked at the shed, and they had like this big shed, probably for like a tractor or something. And he said if you checked in there, he's like, no, it's locked. And so he went and looked, like peeped into the shed through the crack, and saw the cattle. There's 2 or 3 of them stacked on top of one another inside the fucking locked shed. Like shit like that was going on there. And then after like some of those, and then they had saw wolfmen around the property too, which is fucking insane. Which was just fucking, that's a popular one. And even people, more modern times, people have seen them. Jay Stratton, who was the guy who hired Lou Elizondo while he was working for NIDS, I think it was NIDS, with Bob Bigelow, had saw one of these wolfmen, like full-blown werewolf on the fucking property. Like, I don't even, who the fuck knows, right? Like, from the Howard Hughes lore, who's that now? Was that one of the guys? It's a wacky spot. No, what was he about? I don't know if I am. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. The changing air crashes. No, I never heard of him. Yeah. The weirdest one, and I can't believe I'm saying this, I've come across places in the woods sober and can't find them anymore with witnesses. There are things that happen to people around the world that have no contact all over the world, but speak about the same things. Oh man, yeah. Well, listen. Man, after missing 411, among other things, I do not go into the deep woods anymore. I used to, like I mentioned, you used to ride bikes too. I grew up on dirt bikes, and I used to go out, and we used to go into these fucking places in the middle of fucking nowhere. And I was younger, a teenager, I didn't fucking know. I went with my dad, my brother. We would go into these other big excursions of people, and you would not catch me dead doing that anymore. I just won't. I'm just very paranoid now being in deep woods, especially alone. No fucking way am I going to deep woods. Yeah, no fucking way in hell. I've never seen anything really. I'm trying to think. Yeah, no, there wasn't really ever anything that we encountered, but the werewolf thing. Howard Hughes was behind aerospace. Howard Hughes owns all the land Raytheon now owns. Oh, really? At least in your area. He also had mob connections and retired to Las Vegas and became a paranoid shut-in talking about aliens back in the 60s, late 70s. Probably ran into them. Oh, yeah, why Howard Hughes lost his mind. Probably ran into some shit, undoubtedly. Yeah. Interesting. I have never heard the story. I'll have to look into him. Interesting. Yeah, that'll do it. I mean, being involved, that's just the thing though about the phenomena that's very strange is sometimes it presents itself to you in this very weird, frustrating way where it's this subjective experience that you can never prove to anybody else. And that's the dangerous thing about it, according to some people who research it. But you have to be careful with if you're doing things like remote viewing or playing around with these psionics, or you're not going to get any definitive proof to prove to people that it exists. What you're going to get are voices in your room in the middle of the night. You're going to get knocking on your walls. You're going to get walking on your roof. You're going to get walking down the hallway. You're going to have doors opening and closing, slamming opening, your cupboards slamming opening, things flying out of your cupboards. You're going to have shit happen to you that no one's going to believe you about, and it's going to just drive you insane. And I've heard that from some people that do remote viewing. So I mean that you've just had to be careful with this shit, that you can connect with some things, and it's all fun and games and a joke until you haven't slept in a week. and you're starting to lose your mind, right? And that's the danger here, where it's like you think you're just going to have some kind of like encounter, or you're going to be able to get proof of something. No, it purposely will just drive you off the deep end and drive you nuts. So, which is scary to think about, really, that's how the phenomena may deal with you if it's like negative, and it's just going to drive you literally up the wall. So, fun. Yeah. There's a movie about him starring Leonardo DiCaprio, The Aviator. Actually. Oh, really? Does it get into the fact that he saw aliens and shit? The beard dude, yeah. No, what's worse is when you hear someone training a new operator of their wave tech. I literally heard them explaining how to dial in radio frequency for harming someone. 6 days was your record. No sleep? Oh, Jesus. What is it? Wave tech? What's that? Here, NX. Yeah, it's funny. An entity could taunt you with bending reality and say you can't tell anyone because you would sound crazy. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you hear stories. I'd heard another story. I mean, I won't mention like where it's from, but where this is remote viewers, but that they had, someone had died, actually, and that they had seen orbs floating into their house. Like they experienced anomalous stuff going on at their home before it had happened. And it could have just coincided with them having a natural health episode. Maybe the things were monitoring them, who knows. But there's stories like that in those communities of people getting involved with this shit and dying. Like somewhat suspiciously young, at least. Younger, too young. So again, it's all fun and games until you start fucking around with something. And yeah, don't be ignorant to mystical experience. It's that ignorance and that hubris can get you in trouble, right? I mean, listen, man. And I approach things as a meme sometimes, but there's tons of stories of people who literally have had to fucking move out of their house. This shit got so bad. Just read, go Google it for a second. Google the stories of people who had to leave their homes because they had so much paranormal shit happening in them. So, it's a meme until it isn't. And it's like, and I could see why some people, I saw Daz Smith, who's a remote viewer, warning people about doing shit like this, like just willy-nilly. And, again, he probably has heard all the stories and not to fucking get into this shit. So, yeah. 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 You saw a video, I think, shit in Italy of a jet plane following a disc. You know about that, what it is? Nico? No, actually. No, I don't think I do. A video. Yeah. It's radio microwave frequency tech. They target you and you overheat like a motherfucker. It's like the worst heat flash you can imagine. They actually were surprised I was able to handle the level I was at. What the fuck? Really? Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah. I'd rather be a drunk idiot. I would rather also be a drunk idiot right now. Space. I have to wait until Friday night. That's where Papa says, no, you must wait. So I tell myself, you must wait. No sips through the week anymore. Man, just having a beer at the end of the day, it was like, fuck, it's so fucking good. But then, my problem is like I have one. I'm like, fuck, I can never have one beer. It's like minimum two. And the problem is after I have a liter of beer, because I usually drink the 500 ml like Erdingers, I'm going for 3 because I'm already buzzed. And then once I get to 3, I'm probably going to end up having 4. So that's why I just don't even, because it's like, and after 4 beer, the next, so that's 2 liters of beer. I'm not hungover, but I don't feel great. I don't feel as good as I could feel. I didn't really have a great sleep, and it just fucks my week up. Yeah. I go to the gym. Gym, it's GYM Russell. It's a new, that was Digi. You came up with that, brother. That's gonna be the gym video when I fucking release it, when we do some IRL stuff, I guess. Go get a fucking pump at the gym. 29 days sober, man. Oh fuck, man. Listen, you really do though. It's a fucked up thing. Alcohol can be rough on you. You will notice it's one of those things, to really recover from it. I had 4 beer and a couple glasses of wine on Friday night. And like, it fucking hit me because I hadn't been drinking like that much at all. And like, I can still honestly feel the effects of it to some degree now. Like I can notice it because if you're going without it for a little while, like I was, like it really does, it takes toll on you. It can take a toll on you. Yeah. I won't drink lager or beer unless I have at least 8 pints of it. Just no point in drinking anything less. That's a man right there. That's a man statement. That's fucking right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm the same way though, man. Like, yeah, once I get going, especially if it's a beer I like, yeah, it's especially if I'm out. That's the other problem too. Like, and I just drank them so quick. I just put it down. Like, oh my god, like a can, like an Erdinger or something. Like it's just gone. Like 2 minutes. Like it's just all gone. It's just fucking gone. Like, say the hard liquor was the other thing too. That was the fucking like, that was fucking the bourbon was like. Yeah, that's really where I'd want to be careful. Like, not that I was drinking it through the day or anything, but like, man, I could fucking put that back, and I know that's doing damage to my fucking liver when I'm drinking it like that. Like, it's fucking rough. Yeah. The GJ, man, I've been drinking probably like 15 beer by now, and I've been drinking probably 8 like the greasiest pizza and not even done yet. Live your life, man. Just live your fucking life. That's all it is. That's all you can do. Yeah. Funny thing, NVIDIA stock started skyrocketing the week after I got out of the psych ward talking about AI. There you go. There you go, man. Yeah, fucking send it, man. Just go get a kombucha tomorrow for me. Just get a kombucha. Do a little cleanse. Just do that, you know? Just use a whole balance, you know? Yeah. You're almost 44, and last time I sipped a beer was 2012. Holy shit, you Bailey's in 2002. Holy shit, man. Yeah, just sober, huh? Yeah, I get it though, man. I totally get it. As someone who like loves alcohol, you know, I mean, I used to love weed too, but like as someone who loves drink, like drink's one of those things. It's like weed for me was more situational, like, but like alcohol was just always a good reason to like have a drink, like good food, good company. Like there was always a reason. Like I could just always have a drink. I don't know. I always will. I know that I'm just one of those people, like, and I don't have a problem with it either, which I guess is helpful. Like it does, but you know, too expensive a hobby. It fucking can be, man. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. You're a bitch. Jesus Christ. That's just a little bit of liquid confidence. Oh man. That's not fucking do it. Yeah. Otherwise it's Zaza all the way. That'll fucking do it, huh? Holy fuck, brother. Yeah. East Coast blood or something. That's why they wanted your DNA. Fuck. The East Coasters, we just put her back. Yeah. Yeah. Weed wins by a million. Yeah. Weed is much better. I used to smoke all the time. Well, I mean, the hangover is like much easier to deal with. Like with weed, if I was like still kind of fucked up the next day, I'd just go to the gym and sweat and it'd just be gone. Like you literally just get your blood moving, get your blood flowing, it's gone. It's out of your system. Like it completely detoxes. Alcohol, man, I remember there was one night, like, oh, and I'm glad I don't do this anymore, man. If I'm anywhere and anyone brings out shots, I'm done. Like, just too many experiences. One night we drank a fuckload of red wine, which is already like a bad hangover, and then we started doing tequila shots. Then went and got McDonald's, came back to do more tequila shots, and I had to wake up and go to work the next day. And I just remember like I was driving to work, and I just pulled into a parking lot while the car was moving, opened the door and just power puked all over the parking lot. Like just straight while the car was moving, was power puking while it was driving, and then just drove into work. And I just fucked for like 2 days. Like, oh God, it's a balance, man. I just need to like, yeah. Dollars to liquor could be a staple in the simulations. So they want that gene. Is that what it is? Fuck. Oh yeah, man. Fuck me. Yeah. He drank a 1 liter bottle of rum last Friday. Fell asleep. Woke up 12 hours later, still drunk. Win-win to me. Holy shit, man. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I have done this multiple times, but I have gone through a whole quart of scotch in a night, and I've woken up and I was not hungover. You know, because I was eating, I was like dancing, smoking weed and shit. Like I've done it a couple times where I've woken up and I don't get it, but I was not hungover. Like I went to the gym after. It's weird. It's like a sugar thing for me. Like if there's sugar and liquor together, I'm fucked. But like if it's straight liquor, man, I don't know what it is, but like it doesn't even get me that drunk either. Yeah. It's a weird, which is why I have to be careful with it, because I can just put it back. Like, and I don't realize, and I know it's doing damage to my fucking liver. So, man, yeah. Because fake confidence with girls, it just boosts the ego or some shit. I think it loosens you up, man. Listen, I think like in reasonable amounts, like man, like a bottle of red wine, perfect. Night with the ladies or the gentlemen or whatever, you know. It's great. It's like an aphrodisiac too, like a good red wine, like a good Cabernet Sauvignon Merlot or something. Like it's so nice. Like, and it stimulates it's nitric oxide too, so it's good for blood flow, right? As well. It's got that. It's good. It's a good combination. Yeah. You don't do crack or meth. It's a balance. Fuck yeah, man. Yeah. God damn. Yeah. You're a professional weed smoking working technician. Fuck yeah. You're 20. Oh, you're just young, man. Fuck. He's got that youth. Body hasn't been ravaged yet. Fuck. Yeah, some of us in here are older. We've been through it. Yeah. Fuck me. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. Talking about drinking, can't even drink yet. To be 20. Yeah. Is it? Well, where are you at, Nico? Are you in the States or are you in Canada? States is 21. You're in Europe. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, Europe it's 16. So in Canada it's 19. Yeah. Be 50 or 55. 20. Yeah. Oh, God. Well, yeah. I'm going to be 35 here soon. So, I mean, yeah. It is what it is. We're all young at heart, all right? We're all here on this simulation together, right? All the characters I play in video games are always like 85 years old. So I think that's when my life's going to start, when I have long, like white hair. That's what I keep telling myself. That's when the playthrough starts. That's when I become the Dragonborn, when I look like my character and I have long white hair. Yeah. That's how I'm coping with things here. Yeah, that's when I'll finally have money then, all right? Like, I'll actually be able to do stuff. Yeah. Fuck me. All right. Well, yeah. Anyway, guys, I'll probably wind this down. I'll probably end it there, but thank you for coming around this evening. Lots of memes. Good times. Maybe I'll call the museum back and continually harass him for the next week and try and explain to them why they're all idiots. But anyway, either way, yeah. Sleep tight tonight. Where the fuck is my thing? That's right there. Goodbye. Peace.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49. The guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights. And he parts in the breaking dawn.